Hello, good morning and welcome to an international Sunday on the European Cricket Network. The women of Czechia, Croatia and Gibraltar will be in action. I'm Rico Fu, you're watching European Cricket and we are on tour here in Czechia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
It's wonderful to be back in Czechia and of course the city of Prague and all of those places that you saw on your screens. I'm certainly looking forward to revisiting them again and some new places as well. And it's great to be here at the Scott Page Field. The cricket so far here in Czechia from the women has been absolutely sensational. And I think today will be no exception. It is the last day of action, day 2 of this ECI-W. Yesterday was a good one for Gibraltar. They won all of their matches and they sit pretty at the top of the standings. The team that hasn't managed to pick up a win so far is Croatia, and those two teams are going to do battle first up. Gibraltar got the win against them yesterday, but it's a good opportunity today for Croatia to bounce back. I know that the captains are ready for the coin toss. We'll see Lauren and Lydia there, along with the Sheriff, Charles Croucher. Let's join them for the all-important coin toss.
Good morning and welcome to the toss for match 6 with Gibraltar and Croatia will call. Tails is the call and it is ahead.
Who will bowl first?
Gibraltar have won the toss and they'll bowl.
Thank you very much to Charles. So Lauren Pius winning the toss for Gibraltar and deciding they will have a field first. No surprises there. I think Gibraltar, they are looking to try and get 4 points in this match. The reason being, I think they know if they get a good win in this first one and they can pick up all 4 points, that should probably see them safe to go on and win this series. Croatia, though, they played some good cricket yesterday, but I don't think they brought their A game with them. And one thing that they did that they really need to improve on today is they gave away too many extras. And I believe in both their matches against Czechia, it was the extras that cost them dearly. So who are some of the good players we're going to see here today? Well, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday between these two teams. Gibraltar put 121 on the board, and then they held firm with the ball and they won by 14 runs. But once again, Croatia, they did give away a lot of extras, and if they had cut those extras by half, they could have gone on and pulled off a very good run chase. For Gibraltar, Ferrari was in good form. That's right, Lizzie was in sensational form throughout the day, and in this match yesterday, she put a good 50-run partnership on the board with Praba Ragahunta. She was very good as well. Good, solid opening pair. You had Lizzie, who was hitting runs freely and hitting the boundaries, and Praba was just giving her good support. A 50-run partnership. Ferrari did go on and make a half century. Well, we do know that Czechia is all about castles. Somebody who was knocking them down yesterday was Jinara Blag, the bowler from Gibraltar. She is sensational, and she is one that Croatia will have to look out for. When she gets it right, she is knocking the timber over. With Croatia, I think Lydia, their captain, is going to be key again. She did make some contributions yesterday with the bat, but she didn't go on to make a big score. I think there is one in this series for her maybe here today. She'll be hoping that Helen Leko is in good form. Helen, she bowled very well yesterday. She's a super fielder, but with the bat, she wasn't at her best. I think she is going to be pretty key for them as well. So those, I think, are going to be the key players in this match. It's going to be a very exciting first match and a very important one as well, because if Gibraltar do get a big win, then it looks like that they will stay at the top of the standings and maybe nobody is going to be able to pit them. I'm very excited for today as well. Yesterday, it was good to be reunited with Vinny Sandhu in the commentary bunker, but today It's with a man that I had a fantastic time in Romania. He's a very good friend of mine, and I'm looking forward to talking through the action with him today. And I know I said that I'm looking forward to visiting some of those sites that you saw at the beginning here in Czechia. I'm looking forward to seeing some new sites as well. And this man will tell me where to go, because he is a bit of the local expert as well, and he knows the players pretty well as well, of course. I'm talking about Phil G. So over to you, Phil. The news here from the middle is that Gibraltar are going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Rico. Indeed, yes, my good friend Rico there, setting the scene for what is the second day of the ECI action for women coming your way shortly. 4 games, 4 big games scheduled for today. And let's get into the recap first. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, taking you through firstly what happened yesterday. And game number 1, match number 1, Gibraltar women took on the Czech women, and the Gibraltar women had a good win over the Czechs by 36 runs. You see they're 137 for 2, Gibraltar women. Sensational innings there from Amy Valverde Benatar. That's 71 from 33, blistering stuff. Elizabeth Ferrari, 33 off 19, came in and played a fantastic cameo as well. Not a lot of love there for the bowlers from Czechia. Mansi Palmer gets a wicket, so does Raquel Pavlichkova. And in response, 101 for 3 is all they could muster. They got up the 100, which was good, but just fell short. Just didn't quite have the firepower. Then in the second match, well, Czech women came back, bounced back really nicely there, despite Croatia women, the skipper there, Lydia, getting a 27 off 18. Unfortunately, just lacked a bit of support there. Mansi Palmer, pick of the bowlers, 2 for 17, 74 for 10 in response after 8 overs, 75 for 2 the Czech women. Farwa Barber returning into the squad, belting a quick-fire 32, and ably assisted from Nandivada with that 24 not out. She had a pretty good day yesterday as well, and only losing 2 wickets along the way. So a good win there by 8 wickets for the Czech women in that match number 2, bouncing back from that earlier loss. Remember the Czech women, they had 4 games yesterday, really tested them in the warm conditions here at Vinoj. Match number 3, Gibraltar women, 121 for 2 on the board there after 10. Croatia women, look, they got close. They got really close despite a half century from Pavla Senjak. Got 50 not out. Almost, you know what? It was so close, but unfortunately for them, they couldn't get over the line there. Yanira Blag, who Rico gave a great shout out in his introduction as well, well deserved, 2 for 9 from her 2 overs. She was one of my pick of the players yesterday. I thought she put together a terrific game, a terrific day for the whole, well, for the team, that's for sure. Look at that. Even then, she appeared in the batting there. 12 not out there. A nice little cameo to help the Gibraltar women get over the Czech women for the second time. Czech women in that shortened match there due to a couple of injuries we had at the ground. 78 for 3, and in response, Gibraltar women with an adjusted score up to 80 that was needed thanks to a DLS method. Because we had that quite a lengthy delay due to medical purposes and a couple of players badly injured. So then we went to the final match yesterday. Czech women, they put on 88 for 5 after 10. They get the win over the Croatia women. What an exciting game that was, only by 3 runs. Well, blink and you miss it, but it was definitely there. Oh, no, it's back. It's back. It's back and it's bad. There it is. So runs all around there for the Czech players. Losing 5 wickets and getting 88 under tough conditions. The Croatia women came so close to getting their first win, and they fell paralysingly short there. Look at that. Pavla Senjak with another fantastic innings, 32, but so close. I expect to see the Croatia women go 1 better today and pick up their first win, and I think we're all around the ground hoping that they don't leave here without a win under their belt. Have a look at the standings there. It's pretty much become, well, pretty much Gibraltar women and the Czech women going for the title at the end of the day. 3 games for the Gibraltar women, 3 games for the Croatian women, and 2 games for the Czech women today. That's how it's going to unfold today. So the Czech women have played 1 more game than the other 2 sides, and they've only got 2 games today. So a big chance for both teams, or for all teams to, well, basically get amongst some more points. Bonus points up for grabs, don't forget. So that standings table, well, we're going to find out in a few hours' time exactly how it's going to turn out. As the players are out there in the centre for the start of this game, just a reminder that the Gibraltar women, they won the toss and elected to bowl first. You saw our tournament referee, Charles Croucher, out there with the captains in the coin toss, and Rico called it perfectly. And now it's just Gibraltar women just getting the field settled, looking to start strong here against the Croatian lineup, looking to get into the wickets nice and early. And for Croatia, they're going to look to get runs on the board and come out defend. We get a good feeling from Croatia women. I think they're fighting very hard, and they were so close to that win in that last night's game, match 5. They should, well, we'd like to see them get a win today. Definitely want to see them get the big one in the W column. And we start the first ball of the morning, day 2 underway. Nicely clubbed down the ground, gets off the mark immediately. And that'll settle things down. Have a quick look at Fantasy Dashboard here. And you can see that Nikki Caruana comes into the side for Gibraltar Women. That's going to bolster up their batting. We'll see if she opens the batting as well. And the supercomputer likes the Gibraltar team. 87% chance of win over only 13% chance for Croatian women. Don't mind those odds, but I do feel that the Croatian women are going to stand a bit taller today. They're going to fight very hard for a win. Don't come all this way just to get not to pick up a win. So, settling in now. Lovely day here in Vinoj, by the way. Hit uppishly. Ooh, could have easily gone to hand. Just defensive push, goes a bit in the air. Another dot. Yeah, lovely day here in Vinoj. Another day of blue skies and a lovely cool breeze coming across the ground, keeping temperatures down. I was keeping an eye on the temperature and the weather yesterday. And yeah, it was quite warm. Oh, that's smacked. Lovely shot. Sees the opportunity and absolutely carves that one over the infield towards the covers. And that's to the boundary. That's a nice shot. So Pavla is off and running. Impressed with her batting yesterday. Got herself a half century, a not out half century. Followed up with a very good score as well in the last game. Almost got her team over the line. That's a really good shot. So boundary early on here. Pressure back on Elizabeth Ferrari, the bowler. Yeah, just a little swing. Nothing but air. I can tell you that for people who tuned in yesterday too, I know we had a couple of players went down with injuries. I can report to you that they both came back to the ground after they got some medical attention. It looks like the wicketkeeper batter for Czech women. That's stumps hit, smacked. Stumps akimbo, as I often see the comment in the chat, and Elizabeth Ferrari gives a little heart sign, says thank you very much, and that is a first blow there for the Gibraltar women over Croatia. Croatia lose their first wicket in the first over. Clean bowled, just misses the straight one, and they'll be disappointed with this. Watch this one more time. Yeah. Didn't probably get up as much as she thought. This will give us a good view, more ground level this. Watch this. Yeah. Probably kept it a little bit low, swings over the top of it. She'll be very disappointed with that. So Pavla hits the boundary, but unfortunately she can't do much more than that in this game, and that is going to be the end of Pavla Senjuk. She's off, and it's 1 wicket down in the first over. And it's time to turn to my good friend and co-commentator Rico Full, who's just joined me in the commentary bunker, the cool room. And welcome, Rico.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here. And yeah, that's a shame, isn't it, Pablo? I just heard you say how well she played yesterday. That half century and a score in the 30s in that match yesterday. But today she gets done by a good delivery. Good comeback there from Ferrari after being hit for a 4. Hey, Vinny yesterday, as good as Vinny is, was useless with the lingo. Every time I asked him something, he gave me an answer. He says, but I don't think it's right. So come on, how would I say good morning in Czech?
Good morning in Czech is a dobre ráno.
Dobre ráno.
Dobre ráno.
Dobre ráno, everybody.
Yeah, so I try to roll my R's as much as possible. If you don't roll your R, it's dobre ráno. So dobre ráno. That means good morning.
Dobre ráno.
Dobre ráno, and simply good day is dobrý den.
Dobrý den.
Yeah,
okay.
Den means
I think
day.
I can remember that.
And in the evening, you would say dobre večer. Okay. So večer means evening. And I can get a bit more complicated for you in just a moment. This will actually might upset you a little bit. You
it was going so well.
Okay, so I'll try with good afternoon. Dobre. No, I can't say it now. Hang on, it's too long.
You're doing a video on me now. It's probably going to be a wide here, and Sally Barton behind the stumps. What a trooper she is! But I got to say this. We'll go back to Langland in a moment because Sally just made that. This woman. 67 years old, does not stop. And I'll tell you why.
She's incredible.
I'll tell you why in a minute after this delivery. This is Yanara Blag, who I was saying was knocking down the castles yesterday. I know you got plenty of them here in Czechia. That's defensively pushed away. But, yeah, going back to Sally Barton, on the bus going back, because we were on the bus. Yeah. I mean, the Gibraltar girls were in good spirit, and quite rightly so. They won all their matches yesterday. Yeah. Sally Barton was singing and dancing non-stop. And you think that she was the youngest, but she's not. She was in party mode, that's for sure.
Singing and dancing on the bus.
Singing and dancing.
Love it.
And we had all the classical numbers. We had Saturday Night. We had the Ibiza tunes.
Yeah,
We had the Macarena, and she was doing them. I don't know where she gets her energy from. If she's taking these supplements, I want them. I want them.
Share the vitamin supplements around, please. Yes, indeed.
But no, it was great. And, the atmosphere on the bus yesterday, that's what I love about the teams here. They get on so well together. And, you saw that they were a credit to the game and to the countries yesterday, the way they played in such a sportsmanship manner. And they sort of carry that on off the field as well. So, well done to all the teams. And Czechia as well, of course. I think all the teams have been absolutely fantastic. So come on, good afternoon. I'll give you time.
Good afternoon. Okay, after this delivery. Nicely played there. So, good afternoon is dobre odpoledne.
What?
So, again, it's dobre, which is,
dobre.
good.
Yeah.
And then odpoledne.
Is it like odd?
Odpoledne.
Odpoledne.
Yeah, so odpoledne, which basically means afternoon. So odd usually would mean after, and then poledne, I guess it means sort of like midday. So that's exactly how you'd read it as dobre odpoledne. It's not something common. Usually you would just say dobry den. You walk into a shop, you walk into a bar, you walk into, you meet someone in the street, you would say dobry den. That's the first thing you would say. Like sometimes I get a taxi, I'd say dobre rano, and they would just reply with dobry den, and I think, okay, well I'm trying to be clever, saying good morning. You just hit me with the good day, but it's
dobry den.
Interchangeable. Yeah, so they're the best ones to go with. And the one thing that people talk about Prague being a great tourist city, and it's it's easy to get around, it's easy to find things, and easy to do things. I totally agree with that. By the way, 2 overs gone, 7 for 1.
What an over that was from Black.
That was incredible.
So good.
She's
just
crazy good.
Wide. She's just fantastic. I mean, on that occasion, I really sort of said this yesterday. Sometimes she can be just a little bit short. I just get the feeling that if she could just get the line a little bit forward. I mean, she's bowling brilliantly. Don't get me wrong. No criticism at all. She's bowling. The economy rate is fantastic, but if she just pitched up and aimed at the stumps more, she'd get so many wickets.
She absolutely would. Yep. She's had a terrific time here. I've really enjoyed watching her play during the T20s. Mm-hmm. She put together a really good tournament. She missed out the first day because she had studies, and then she joined us on day number 2. And when she stepped into the squad, she stepped right in and got amongst wickets and runs immediately. She's a talent. She's a real talent.
She is, definitely. Anyway, we go to start the third over, and we see something new. There's another change here, and that's going to be a real loosener. I think this is Prabha Nagahunta, who, she impressed me yesterday with the batting as well. But now just taking a bit of the pace off the ball. I like this change. And Gibraltar, of course, I get the feeling that they're sensing here. They've got a tough game. I tell you why, Phil. They've got a tough game against Czechia. I think Czechia also will want to... It's the last time that they'll play Gibraltar, and it'll be the Gibraltar's last game. They'll want to really fare well in the next match after this. And take it on a risky one.
It was. But hesitation there, wasn't there?
It definitely was. But the other reason is we know that, of course, that Gibraltar lost Amy yesterday after match 1 because she had to go back to work. And we know that after this match, Lauren Pius, the captain, will also be departing. So they go into the match against Czechia, Gibraltar, a little bit light on the batting front, you would say. So I think they really want a big win here in this one.
I agree. I reckon they'll be searching for all 4 points here just to help them in the standings. And we'll have another look at the standings a bit later on. It's been clubbed nicely. Just go straight to fielder. And, there could have been trouble aplenty there. The throw from mid on has just, I think it's just ricocheted off the leg of the bowler who doesn't take it cleanly. Look at this. Absolutely cooked for all money there. And doesn't get back in time. But it's not taken cleanly, so it survives to fight another day.
Oh, that's a big break. Because these two have to really, I would say, get most of the runs on the board. Helen and Lydia, the captain, they normally bat well together and get a good understanding. But you just saw that Helen was just a little bit too keen backing up. And she did get caught in no man's land. But unfortunately, or fortunately, if you like, for Croatia, Gibraltar couldn't carry out the run out.
Raghunath now in again, and just a bit of a late cut, that one. It's interesting. Raghunath does the old hand behind the body, don't show the seam or how I'm gripping the ball to the batter. I wonder if that's sort of something confusing for the batters, or whether they just accept that, it's all right, I'll make my decision when the ball comes out.
Yeah.
It's just one of those little cagey things you sometimes see in play. Interesting she does this. Swing and a miss. Ambitious scream around the ground for a leg before umpire, not interested in that one.
Yeah, I'd love to ask the question, actually, how and why she started doing that. 'Cause
Yeah.
Often it might be she's copied somebody, she's seen somebody do it, or somebody's taught her to do it.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. You don't see it that often, do you?
You do not, no. It's very unusual. He's played around the corner. It's nice. That's going to get a single. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. That's going to be vital for Croatia here to make sure that that does indeed tick. So it's a single after the last ball of the over. It's going to be 11 for 1 for 3 overs gone. That's the power play done and dusted. So Haleko has to just wait a little bit longer before she can get back on strike. But it's a cautious start after losing that first wicket in the first over, which was a bit of a body blow when Pavla hit a 4, and then I think the next delivery, bang, stumps sent flying. So Croatia need to fight back hard here. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over. Maybe don't want to go too cliche here, Rico, but maybe get back to basics. Just get those 1s and 2s if they're there.
Yeah, I think one thing Croatia did very well yesterday, which kept them in both of those contests against Czechia, 2 close games, was they did run in between the wickets very well, and I think that's one thing they've got to do here. Though I can see Gibraltar, they seem to have learned from yesterday as well. Just look at that shot there. They've got fielders in much closer than normal. It's something that talked about yesterday, where Croatia in their field sets were very attacking, and perhaps the other team, Gibraltar included, were a little bit more defensive. But in this match, you can see Gibraltar are just a little bit closer there on Croatia, making sure that they don't take those very easy, sort of sneaky singles.
I think it's a good move. I think it's a really good move because, as we discussed, Gibraltar will want all 4 points here, as they're losing Lauren Pius after this match or later in the day. So they won't be able to have her during the match against Czech later on. So capitalise here if they can over the Croatia women. And if they get all 4 points here, they go they go further points clear on the standings, and that would really help them. So looking at the standings, just a reminder, Gibraltar women on top on 9 points. Czech women have got 8 points, so breathing right behind them. However, they've played 1 more game. Goes to just chop that one down and get something there. So they're 1 point ahead of them with a game in hand. So if they can get 4 points here, suddenly they're 5 points ahead on the same amount of games. Yeah. And you'd almost back them to take the tournament at that point. Czechs have got 2 games today, and these 2 teams out there at the moment, they both got 3 games today. But hey, anything can happen. That's why we love T10. That pendulum swings.
Anything can happen
everywhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, your form can change, not just from match to match, but from day to day. So yeah, I think Gibraltar, we want to make sure here that one gets through. But you've got to be, there's another example of where they're just not as keen to take those singles on today. I mean, this one, as soon as Sally doesn't have control of it, I think the opportunity is there to take the run. But I just think maybe after that run-out scare, they've gone into a bit of a shell here and not taking on the opportunities. Yeah,
non-striker was had a good view of that. Could have easily called her through, called Helen through, and said, "Come on, let's keep the scoreboard ticking." That's what we have to keep doing. Yanira bowling exceptionally well. You're right. You made a point in the last over when she was bowling. You said, "Look, if she got a bit more stump to stump, she would get a ton of wickets." Yeah. She would be hitting the wickets so often, and she's sort of flirting outside off constantly. You can see the batter there just stuck on the crease, just looking to work it on the offside, but Yanira's just a little bit too good for her.
Yeah, it's a shot that Helen plays very well. She's a very good cutter of the ball. But I think because of that length, I mean, this one's a bit fuller this time, defensively played. And that's all what we're talking about. I mean, a lot of coaches out there probably were saying, look, most bowlers, especially in this format, you're probably not thinking about wickets, you're thinking about economy rate, and they'd be right as well. Yep. But I just think on a personal point, that when she gets the York, she bowled 2 yesterday, which was absolutely superb. But she's got the pace, she's got the line, she's got a lovely action when she comes in there, beautiful rhythm. Look at that. That's just poetry in motion.
That's a great delivery, that.
What a great ball this is. This is everything. So, if you keep the ball here all the time, this is what your coaches are saying. Well, she's in our dream team. Because she gets the ball in the right areas, that off-stump corridor, beats the batter. And if you're not scoring runs of her, we don't mind that. Only 2 of her 2 overs, a single in each. Incredible bowling.
just spied something at the end of that over too. That absolutely great delivery. I agree with you 100% there. That's a cracking delivery. Definitely worth that second look. One thing I noticed, as soon as the ball went past the bat and the keeper gloved it, even before the umpire called over, the she was
went for a walk.
The striker went for a wander, as though to say, well, it's the end of the over, I'll go have a chat with my batting partner, I have to change ends anyway. The umpire hadn't called over. She could have easily just had her bails removed and been shown to the boundary line, to the dugout. Got to watch out for that.
Yeah, you have. I want to say good morning to Scotty, Rob Thompson in there as well. Hello, Paul Kempin. Nice to have so many of you with us on this Sunday morning. Of course, it is a Sunday. And no rest day for us as well. Good to have you all with us and enjoying the cricket crew was in there as well. I want to talk a little bit about also what happened in Hornchurch yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
As this one should be taking just a single. Of course, we had the Women's European Cricket Series there where you had Hutton, Upminster and Gunnersbury in action. And it went down to the last match to see who would be crowned the champions. And Upminster had to win it. And then also the net run rate would come into play.
Yep.
And unfortunately, though they won on net run rate, it was Gunnersbury that would go through, and that was despite a fantastic century as well. From a player, actually, who has also represented South Africa in the Olympics. That's quite a story, actually. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
It is quite a story.
Oh.
But yeah, it was just everything unfolded yesterday. I know that it's... there was a century scored. I'll tell you. I'll give you more details in a moment. Maybe after this ball.
Here we go. We've got the Hall of Fame centuries up on the screen here to have a little look at.
Yeah, there you go. So there was a century from Suneta. Now she's played. That's a good shot. That's what they needed. A few more boundaries. Nicely played away. So it's Ragahunta who, once again, sometimes it's over pitches, and that's what's happened this time.
Yeah, just too full there and got absolutely caned with that shot. Lofted and safely lofted on the infield. After she hit it, just stood there and watched her masterful work and just said, I played a really good shot there. Good on her. Lovely strike.
Yeah, so despite the century, though they won the game, Upminster, they would finish on the same number of points, but Gunnersbury would win it. Now, Gunnersbury, the story... Do you know the story about Gunnersbury Women's?
I do not know, no.
It's an incredible story.
Yeah.
Here comes Prabha.
Ooh, almost mishits that one. It could have easily gone to the mid-off there, but mid-off just slightly out of place there.
They just celebrated their 100th anniversary.
Oh, wow. Wow.
This year. So what a way to celebrate by winning the European Cricket Series. And they are the only club, I believe, well, certainly the longest established. This could test the outfield. It's just going to be stopped. A little cheeky back heel that probably stops the ball going over the ropes. A couple more there, well run and well fielded as well. But yeah, they're 100 years old. They are an all-women club. They've always been just all women.
All-women club.
All women for 100 years.
That's incredible.
Isn't it? And they celebrate their 100th anniversary and they win the European Cricket Series. So congratulations to Gunnersbury and also to Upminster and Hutton for taking part in a fantastic European Cricket Series there in Hornchurch. So
that is quite
what
amazing.
A series that was on. What a finish it was as well. Well done to Tina and Nish for calling all of the action there in Hornchurch. That's a nice play. Pulled away, but to the fielder. It's only going to be a single as Rosie Riley does the fielding. Yeah,
I want to just add my thanks to Tina and Nish for doing a fantastic job as well. And also to Charlie, who popped in for a bit of a cameo appearance in I think a few days ago, and when Tina was off with some other cricketing duties or had a day off. I can't remember what she was off for, but she was off. So we are now halfway through. It's 5 overs gone. And there is, I think the Gibraltar women are pretty happy with the way things are at the moment. 22 have been scored. Loss of 1 wicket. And the Croatia women now, only losing 1 wicket is a good chance for them to put the foot down and maybe try to get stuck into these middle overs a little bit heavier. But it has been very good bowling. Yanira Blagg, once again, just pick of the bowlers, hands down. Two runs from her 2 overs. How about that for economy?
Yeah, and hey, dobre den to Lorraine Blagg, who's in the chat saying, well bowled to Yanira. You're absolutely right. Hello, Lorraine, and welcome to the European Cricket family.
Hello, Lorraine. Good to see you. You're popping into the chat again. Yeah, Lorraine popped in also last week when Yanira played her first game. Just to let us know, she's had her studies. She's now been sent on her way. and I hope she has a great series. That was on her first appearance here, so good to see you again, Lorraine.
Bowling change here. This is somebody that we saw yesterday, Ariana. Another one who's coming up, leaps and bounds, a nice young bowler, left armour as well. And had a few issues with her accuracy yesterday, but she, with each time we've seen her, she's got better and better. So it's nice to see her get another opportunity. And this is what's also been good about the cricket that we've seen here, Phil, because once teams have got good control of the match like Gibraltar have here, they're not afraid to give others a go, and I like that. You know, you could just sort of say, yeah, you know, we're going to keep going the way we are and keep them to the 45, 50, whatever. But you got other girls that have travelled, they've been part of the team, and it's a good opportunity to use them at certain times. This is a good time to bring Ariana on.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Experience just makes you wiser, and the girls here, you see it all the time. They're soaking up every little bit of experience, either from the opposition or from their own team and from their own performances. And it makes them better in the long run, of course it does. So yeah, I agree. This is really good to see the sort of sharing the duties around at by the captains. I think that's very good. Ariana here just struggling with that leg side wide. See, maybe she might. She's bowling at left arm. Have a look at this one.
Oh,
you know what? That's not a bad.
It's a tight call. It's one of those which from camera always looks like it's harder to call. I think the umpire who's standing with the wicket has a better idea. That's going to be 4 runs. It's a good shot. Nicely played by Helen Lecco. And Helen's one player who didn't quite, I think she knows herself. I spoke to her yesterday. Kind of underperformed yesterday with the bat.
Yeah.
She was nowhere near in the same sort of form that I saw her in Malta. But that's the sort of shot she plays. She's a very patient player. She stays very straight. What she hasn't been able to do here in Czechia this time is play those cut shots. We saw her miss out on quite a few when Blagg was bowling.
Yeah.
But normally she's a very good cutter of the ball, but she puts that one away okay. So that boundary will do her confidence the world of good.
She's good at waiting on the bad ball. And yeah, she jumps onto it pretty quickly. I agree with that. Oh, it's a bit of a full length, that one, but it's a good delivery. Gets her tempting to maybe try to cover drive or straight drive. Doesn't connect though. Already up to 23 degrees here at Vinoj. Probably a little bit warmer out in the centre though. That's another full one. Unfortunately, that one does flirt with the tram line a little bit too much, and the umpire says, nope, can't have that one. Yeah, according to my weather wall that I have in front of me here, it's currently 23 degrees. Clearly, it's sunny. Yeah. The real field, and this real field concept that you see on these weather websites always gets me. I always think, how do you know what it really feels like? Oh, it goes around the corner this time, gets a fair bit of that one, and that is going to get through the player who's just backward a square for 4. That's a nice shot. So once again, capitalising on a wider delivery. Rather than letting it going wide down leg side, she gets a real chunk of this.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it? Good control pull shot.
Yeah.
And we did see a few people said that the wicket that Ferrari got off Pavla, the ball stayed a little low. That one also probably lower than what the batter's probably expecting, but at least she's aware to it and alert. Has to make a slight adjustment to a shot, but gets a good swivel on it. Good 4 runs.
Giannani just pushing it a little bit too wider there. You can see what she's trying to do. The left arm coming over the wicket, trying to get it to go across the right hand, just missing that channel. You can see here just pretty wide on the crease as well, but yep, just releases that one and pushes it way too wide on the bounce. But good that she's getting opportunity. She'll be better for it in the long run. Better. But carved nicely. There you go. There's a bit of a boot stuck into it. Tries to kick it into touch.
Oh,
the throwback to the keeper goes more aerial than across. But she also follows up. But just the 1 run. Helen Lecco has had a pretty good over here. Ariana Giannani, she's gone for 14 so far. 1 more to come in this over.
Yeah, that was Helen Mumford, who probably will be coming on the ball pretty soon as well. She bowled very well yesterday. Of course, captained the last match that they played, and she captained it really well. That's a good delivery. I think gets a bit of the bat there, and they will complete the run. So good running. It's a much better over there for Croatia, and well done to Ariana as well. It will go for 15, but though there were some wides in there, she also put some good deliveries in there as well. 37 then for 1. And that's the end of 6 overs.
Yeah, getting a bit of momentum there, the Croatian women. That's really good to see. Helen Leko starting to take a bit of control here, which is really vital for the Croatian women to try to build up a score. 6 overs gone, as you say, Rico. Let's have a look there at the scoreboard. So Pavla Senjog, who is our half centurion from yesterday, got herself a 50 not out. She went for, she hit a 4, and then she was out the very next delivery, so she didn't get to stick around and build up on her tournament that she's had. She's had a pretty good tournament with the bat, albeit except for this innings. But since then, the Gibraltar women have not been able to break this partnership. So they've gone along nicely, albeit quite slowly, but it's they came together at 6 for 1. So this partnership worth 31 in about 5 and a bit overs. And Helen Mumford right on cue, as you called it, Rico. She's brought herself, she's come on to bowl now.
Yeah, checks her field. And she had a slight injury issues yesterday, didn't she? Well, she's going to start with a real full toss. That's going to be a no ball. It's been well fielded on the boundary. Doesn't allow the ball to go for 4. But I have to say the batters there really should have been pushing and looking for 2 here. I mean, shots being played, but you can see it's very casual. You can see Lydia, she's thinking she's going to get a boundary. She doesn't. And then has to settle just for a single. And that means that Helen is going to be on strike to try to put away the free hit. Yeah,
not for the first time. She's struck the ball nicely and just watched it, expecting it to find the boundary line. And yeah, I think that's something that, that the coaching staff will probably have a chat to them about and say, let's work on the running. As the free hit comes, nicely pulled around the corner. Just going to be the 1, go straight to the fielder who's the boundary rider square. Yeah, the running between the wickets, I think Lidget, a couple of times now she's struck it nicely, but it's gone to a player or it just hasn't gone the distance, but she's sort of been caught ball watching. And maybe Helen might be running towards her, maybe screaming a bit louder on the next few deliveries saying go, 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 or yeses and nos. That's been hit nicely through the covers. Bit of work here for the fielder. Gets down, stops her getting through, well done. If it gotten past the fielder there, coming off the offside boundary, could have gotten through for more. It is a couple of runs there, so that's better running. Yeah, much better.
It is much better. And well done to Prabha Ragahunta. And gets down, makes a stop, and that's a pretty close, you know. I want to just look at this again. Doesn't she get the bat down here?
In the end, that was a lot closer than maybe they anticipated. It really was. Yeah, good shot there, Rico. Yeah, a lot closer. Oh, Helen sticks out the big size 9 shoe and says, not getting past me. Look at this.
Yeah, I tell you what, those boots have done some fielding, haven't they? Those boots have done some fielding.
I reckon companies who design cricket boots, cricket shoes, they should probably take note of the amount of foot fielding that's done, and they might start to put proper protection on the instep, that kind of thing, Something
on there, yeah.
Why not? I mean, if you're looking at that, you're making the Dunlops that don't have any protection. You'd think, if we did that, we could sell a bundle of these to cricket players because they love to stop it with their instep.
Yeah, I always thought that about for special bowling boots for bowlers, where the heel sticks out a bit more.
Yeah, okay.
For the no balls. Because I've got a bit of the boot behind the line.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just have a sort of pointy bit at the back at the heel rather than the front.
What, 3 or 4 inches or something like that? Just to give that extra little bit of a chance that you will not get called for a no ball. That's a nice shout out. That.
Helen, good from her so far. Couldn't you finish the over well? Just a 6 from it.
It's a bit shorter. It's been pulled around the corner again. And deep mid-wicket has got a little bit of work to do. That's looks like that's Elizabeth Ferrari out there patrolling the boundary line, gets the throwback nice and quick. That's a good over. 7 runs from the Helen Mumford first over here as we have a look at the calendar for 2025. So we're almost halfway there. Almost. As you can see there, we've still got Finland and Bulgaria to kick off in this month. Czechia, we're halfway through. This is exactly the halfway point of the Czechia series. 15 days. And this is day number 7, I think it is. Or is it day number 8? 7. It's day number 7. Because we started on a Sunday, didn't we? So there you go. Plenty to come next year. We're already talking about turning the corner into next year. But yeah, Finland, Bulgaria for this month. And then we get stuck properly into summer here in Europe with Belgium, Germany, Sweden, and back to England at Wimbledon in July.
Yeah, plenty of action coming. And we'll also, you see there, we will go back to Switzerland this year as well. So plenty of action to come, and well, a couple of places near to my home as well, Alicante and Valencia as well. So it's going to be a great season. I tell you what, people in the UK are going to be happy today. Not only have they got the sunshine, because I'm told it's pretty warm there at the moment.
Okay.
It's beer day.
It's beer day?
Beer day.
They have a
Beer day Britain, they call it. Or that's it's going to drop short. It's National Beer Day. It's also known as. Celebrated on the 15th of June to mark the signing of the Magna Carta. It was on this day in the 13th century when a group of English barons successfully negotiated a pact with the King of England that curtailed the seemingly universal rights of the monarchy, and also the pact standardised the measurement of beer, ale and wine throughout the country. So
wow.
Celebrate today, Beer Day. I know they like the beer here in Czechia, don't they? That's hit
indeed.
well, and it's going to be fielded well. Ground fielding's been good from Gibraltar. They haven't given anything away, have they?
They haven't. They've been really, really red hot. They haven't put anything down. They've been very good with the ground fielding, as you say. The field placements have been really good as well. I think they've really got the thinking caps on. And we're inside the 8th over. There's only 46 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. And you think this would be the point where the Croatian would really be putting the foot down. They're looking to swing hard towards the leg side. There's another one there. Goes backward a square. Just slightly gets away from the fielder there, just lose it for a second. That's Rosie, who's out there patrolling the boundary there. In Czech Republic, here in Czechia, they have their own beer day as well. It's called Every Day.
I knew you were going to say that. I just knew. From listening to the locals talk, I knew you were going to say it because everybody just talks about beer.
They love their beer here in this country, and I can understand why. Lofted, and that's going to be falling, I think, into the Bermuda Triangle. Play goes to ground, hands it off to Helen Mumford, who shies to the stumps, and that's going to affect a run out. That is very, very clever work there. Helen Mumford, she took the relay handoff from the the boundary rider here. I think that's who's that? That's Raghunath, who's fielding down there, Prabha, and the run out has been affected, and that is the first wicket. Here you go. Yep, you take it. You take it. No, that's actually Ariana who's down there. Apologies to Ariana. Hands it off to Mumford. Gets it back to the bowler. And...
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I think she pushes the ball onto the stumps, does she? Let's see when those bowers come off. Yeah, I think that's okay.
I think that's all good. Yep.
The ball, they're just checking it.
Yep.
I can understand why, but I think that is the ball that gets pushed onto the stump. I was going to say, actually, it was right on cue that...
Yeah.
Croatia actually did have to try and do this because they've only lost the 1 wicket. It's not through not trying. Both batters have been trying to get the boundaries. They've been trying to push on, but the bowling and fielding has been so good. So this is what you're looking at here. So when does that bail go off?
Good work here from 2 circles here to try to get it nice and tight.
I think that's probably conclusive. Well, hang on a minute. Now, the bail... It's interesting, isn't it? Because does the bail knock the ball, not the bail off, or is it the hand that follows up? It's a close one, you know. So let's see that. This is great work from 2 circles, and Alex is doing all the work in the engine room. So there's the contact initially, I think, just about there. But then the ball tends to slip away, and it's almost like the hand that then goes and pushes the bail off. So this is going to be an interesting call from the match officials. Who wants to be the third umpire? Wahid, who's trying to sort that out with Charles Croucher. Yeah,
just hold that thought. Well, technically, hold my beer for a moment. We're just double checking this. That's a bit of a curly one. That I thought maybe the ball had come out of the hand onto the stumps first, but you don't see the bail move until the frame later, and the confirmation is that it is indeed out. Umpire has seen enough, and after several replays and have a bit of a tight look at that one, that's given. So that is going to be the second wicket to fall here in the innings. Look how proud she. Now I'm not sure if she's holding it aloft to say, "Look at me! Look at how good innings I had, Helen Lecker," or maybe she's just stretching, possibly just giving herself a bit of a stretch. But it's the end of Helen Lecker.
Probably your best score so far, but you're right about this. How about this? A little pass off there. Ariana says, "There you go, Mum." Mumford then gets the throw in. And then it's the bowler that does the rest, Lauren Pius. So they will get the wicket. That's I know normally you add an assist on. Can you add a double assist? Because there were 2 assists there, really. Yeah. Ariana and Mumford.
Yeah, you're right. It's not often that the fielder who actually fields the ball doesn't get the assist on the run out, but this time with her handoff. Yeah, how are we going to work that one out? That's interesting. Oh, dear. So another one run to the board. So 49 for 2 in the 8th. Just coming up to one more delivery from Lauren to finish off the 8th over. Still looking to pick up that, still looking to get that final run to tick it over to 50. And 2 wickets down, so plenty of wickets in hand. Here we go. Final ball of the 8th coming up. Swings and doesn't connect, unfortunately. It's a new batter out there, which of course is Adora Pavlit. Doesn't connect. It's going to be the end of the 8th. So 49 for 2 after 8. And 2 more overs to come. The Croatian women looking to try to put the foot down here, give their bowlers something to defend, something to work with. See how they go then.
Yeah, it's been a good, solid performance from Gibraltar. We expected it to be. I get the feeling that the captain there, Lauren Piers, who we just saw bowl that very good over, just went for 5. And Samir Naik, the coach, had probably got the team together and say, look, one really big effort. They know that they're going to be a little bit light in the next match in depth. So they want to go for it hard in this one. And you can see that they're really motivated for this. I think in the field, we haven't seen a single error really in the field. They've stopped everything. They've dived around. They've supported the bowl as well. The change in the field, you touched on that as well. The little field changes they've made today have worked for them. They've brought 2 in close on either side. They've sort of taken a leaf out of the book of Croatia. And it's worked a treat for them.
That's been hit down the ground. A few cheers from the dugout there. She's connected that nicely.
Yeah.
It does go straight to the player, though, who fields, underarms it back in, and it's just kept to 1 run. Yeah, it's interesting. The fielders who are outside the circle are pretty much stacked on the leg side with just 1 boundary rider square on the offside. Everybody is deep, long on, long off, deep mid wicket, and then a backwards square, sort of going a little bit more finer than backwards square. Sort of pushing towards a wide, fine leg now. So 52 for 2. By the way, the 50 was up with that earlier shot. Helen Mumford is bowling pretty well. I've been pretty impressed with her, actually. During the T20s, I thought she bowled really well. In the air, and a couple of bounces, and deep mid-wicket's going to get around to that one. That's Ferrari, who's got the job out there, or backing up a long way, and Helen has to take an awkward throw back, staring into the sun. Could have worn that one. I think she's all right, though. She's got the sunnies on.
Got the sunnies on just as well, really, because this probably bounces. Look at the shadow.
Oh, yeah, look at that
right
bounce.
In to where that sun is at the moment.
Yeah, that return throw pitched and rose. Swing and a miss there from Pavlitz. So she's got 1 for 2. But Lydia's still out there, 18 from 23. Need to see her kicking on here if she can get herself on strike.
Yeah, they are trying, but like I say, the bowling's been good, but the field placement's been fantastic. And they've done their homework on the batters as well, particularly to Lydia. They've got the players in the right areas, not allowing her to get those boundaries she does. Once again, it's been well hit, but they have got the boundary fielders in the right place and not allowing that ball to go, not allowing any boundaries at all.
Yep.
In fact, I know we saw a boundary very early on. We saw Pavla hit a boundary, but there haven't been too many boundaries in this innings at all.
That's so true. We've Helen managed to get a few boundaries around the corner, sort of backward a square, pushing towards a wide fine leg. I think she got a couple in that area when she was batting. But apart from that, you're right, Rico. It's been a bit of a drought of boundaries.
Yeah, just the 4 boundaries, and you're right,
4.
Helen hit those 2, didn't she, at the over of Ariana when it was a little bit down the leg side, and the same when Prabha Raghunta was bowling. But yeah, there's only been the 4 boundaries, and that's credit to the line and length that's been bowled here by Gibraltar, and of course those very good field placements.
Yeah, 55 for 2 after 9. 1 more over to come. Interested to see who they're going to throw the ball to for this final over, but they've really contained the Croatian women, who they're probably leg side heavy when it comes to their striking. And I think a credit to the Gibraltar women for exactly the reasons that you've said, Rico. They've done their homework, and they know that that's where the bulk of the runs are being scored. And the bowlers are obliging. And I think this is a really good display here. Have a look at the bowling card there. It's just the 1 wicket that went to a bowler. That, of course, was Elizabeth Ferrari, who's coming on to bowl now.
And look at the pace there. That's a really good delivery. It's quick, it's fast, and it's on the money. And once again, I think one thing that Gibraltar, and the other thing we have to credit them for, what we haven't sort of touched on, is, they haven't thought, the bowlers, they haven't just gone for the wickets. They thought economy. It's outside. It's this off stump line. Look, once again, outside the off stump. That's where I'm at, though.
Oh, there
that
you go.
will go to the boundary.
How about that? Just out of nowhere, but it was short And it wasn't a great line either. It was one of those deliveries that any batter anywhere in the world would see it and immediately just eyes light up moment. Just swing hard.
Swing hard, and that's what look, they haven't had many opportunities because the bowling's been good, but you're right, that one's slightly shorter. It's still outside the off stump, but it's shorter. That means that Lydia's seen it and had the swing, gets plenty of it, and when she hits it, she can hit it hard and it stays hit. So a rare boundary. We were just talking that there's not been too many of them, but that's a good one for Lydia. Let's see if she can get a few more and use the pace of the Ferrari against her.
Yeah, Lizzie was a little bit filthy with herself for that. You can see the body language. She was a bit slumped shoulders there. Comes back with a good delivery. Backs it up.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
That's where it needs to be. So going back to the beer subject, so what's the popular beer here in Czechia then?
The popular beer, I'd probably say that Pilsner Urquell is probably the popular beer, and I'm not going to shout that out for any advertising reasons, clearly, because that's not what we do here. There's Ferrari in again. It's fuller.
You've got to go here.
Gets past bowler, gets past fielder, but the long on comes up and takes care of that one. Yeah, Pilsner Urquell is pretty popular. The brewery based in Pilsen, which funny enough is where I was telling you that Renata's going to tomorrow for work purposes.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Right, Renata. Yeah. Tell me another one. Yeah, it's like saying I need to go to the Johnny Walker brewery for distillery for work purposes. So in Pilsen, it's been there since I think the mid 19th century. It's been there for many years.
Yeah.
They built these magnificent gates, and then they built the brewery afterwards. It was quite funny that the gates are older than the actual. The gates are, and they're very impressive gates too. Okay. Massive stone gates. They've been older than the brewery.
So where is this brewery then?
It's in a lovely town called Pilsen. Lofted, gets aerial, but well fielded actually. Had to adjust just a slight little funny bounce there.
That's Megan out there, beautifully done by Megan.
Megan Mumford, is it? Yes,
yeah.
Well done. So that is the 10. We'll come back to the brewery chat maybe in the second inning. So 62 for 2 after 10. Croatian women have finished on 62 for 2. Lydia holds her bat all the way through, gets a 25 not out of 29. And obviously we had Helen Lecco in there putting a 19 from 23 on the board as well, with a couple of boundaries contributing to the cause. 62 for 2, but I think a big nod, tip your hat to the Gibraltar women. I think they've done this really well. They've bowled well, they've fielded well. A couple of loose deliveries from Elizabeth just in that last over, with a boundary and just a couple of runs getting away from her. That last over worth 7. So it's not worth punishing her over, that's for sure.
Yeah, and this is the way it started. There was this lovely shot from Pavla, and we thought, here she goes again. But it wasn't to be, as the Ferrari just went up a gear and knocked the timber over, juggling with their style, and a little bit of love there from Lizzie as well. But the bowling was good, and of course, if you thought that Lizzie was bowling well, don't forget this kill, because Blag has just been absolutely brilliant with her bowling. She only gave away just 2 runs, and Yanira Blag, they didn't score a run off the bat of her. Both runs she gave away were wides.
That's so true. That's a really good point there, Rico. It just shows her quality, how good she was bowling. She had the batters in the palm of her hand the whole time. Those 2 overs were exemplary, and I saw a lot of love in the chat from her, not just Lorraine, but also some of the other people watching the chat. Very impressed with her, and that is really good to see. Helen Lecco gets run out, runs off with the bat held aloft. I think that was more of just a stretching sort of thing for her, just to make sure she keeps her fitness level up. She's an amazing athlete, is Helen Lecco. I saw someone in the chat ask earlier about the, is this a European Cricket Network record of the age difference between some of the players? You've got Ariana Giannani, who's only, who's quite young, and then you've got Helen Lecco, who's age 56. Is that the biggest age gap there is? Well, that's a bit of a stat we'll have to come back and try and figure out. So thanks for the question, though. That was Jacob Lambeth who asked that one. We'll have a look at that. Have a look at this, though. It is the scorecard, and it shows 62 for 2 after 10. And as I said at the top there, the skipper, Lydia, leading the way, the 25 not out. Helen Lecco with a 19, getting run out only just. Then she will start fire up as well. 10 wides in that total as well. So the Croatian women, they've been contained to 62, and I think that the Gibraltar women have done their homework and they've done really well to contain them to that kind of score. Have a look at the bowling card here. Well, we'll sing the praises of Yanira Blagg there. Those 2 runs that came off her 2 overs, as Rico said, they were extras. They weren't even off the bat, so how good was that? Had the batters literally on a string, had them all sorts of trouble. Really well done. Helen Mumford bowled exceptionally well. I thought her a couple of overs were terrific. And Lauren Pays bowls a good over. Ariana I went for 15 from her over. She was the most expensive, and that was at a time when she's bowled a couple of wides, just struggling to get her line and length, but it was wonderful that she got a chance to have a bowl as well. So why don't we have a look then at the mid-match summary. It looks like this. Croatia women 62 for 2 after 10. Elizabeth Ferrari picks up the only wicket from the bowling with 1 run out as well in there. But it's Lidja, 25 not out. The skipper leading by example for the Croatian women, and Helen Lecco contributing with a good 19 as well. You'd have to say though, Gibraltar women might fancy themselves here. We saw the standings before. The Gibraltar women, they are 1 point ahead of the Czech women now. 1 point ahead, so if they could take 4 points out of here, it might just give them that little bit of extra security to maybe try to sort of force the issue onto the Czech women to see who's going to end up top of the table at the end of this today's play. Remember, 4 games we've got today. This is the first of those games, match number 6, and more games coming after this one. Anyway, this is the halfway point now, and it's going to be the run chase on in about 10 minutes time. So join me, Phil G, alongside Rico Fall here for the European Cricket Network as we present you the ECI for Women here in Czechia 2025 edition. It's been a wonderful tour so far. We're about halfway through the tour. We still haven't even started the ECS yet, the men's ECS. That's coming tomorrow. We'll talk about that a bit more later on today. But for now, it's all about the ECI women and who's going to battle at it for top of the table. Join me here shortly. We'll be here for the run chase. Don't go too far. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday morning wherever you're watching from around the world. Cheerio till then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And it's a warm welcome back to the Vinosh Cricket Ground here in Prague. The ground itself, probably about 12 minutes, 12 kilometres, not 12 minutes, 12 kilometres as the crow flies from the centre of town. The centre of town, I would call that Václavské náměstí, which is, well, if you've been to Prague, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That lovely square that goes up from Mustek metro stop all the way up the hill to the museum. That wonderful museum. It stands astride there. You might have seen that in the opening. Lovely bit of footage we have at the start of every day here we have in Czech, the series. It's all very, very good. That bit of vision, just to show you off where we are here in Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. We are here pretty much in my backyard. This is where I spend a lot of my time here up at the Vinosh Cricket Ground. It's a lovely part of Prague. And as I said, it's not too far out of the centre of town, pretty close actually to the main city area. And it's a continuation of this match. Match number 6 hangs in the balance with the Gibraltar women with a target of 63 on the board for the win here after they bowled very well to keep the Croatian side to only 62 for 2 after their 10. So there's a fair bit of work here for Croatia in the field and with the bowling. And we start there with a swing and a miss wide outside the off stump. Dot ball there. And I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to see a little bit of firework and a little bit of oomph coming from Elizabeth Ferrari at the top order here, and she'll look to motor things along nice and quick. And there's case in point, lofts it. She's going to find the gap, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Almost tantalisingly close for the fielder there to get a hand down to try to stop that one, but can't get to that one. Picks this one up on the half volley and goes for a bit of a back foot. Leg side smash down the ground. Nice shot indeed to get off the mark with a boundary. Yeah, I won't be surprised if you see the Gibraltar women aiming for all 4 points here. Try to put the distance between them and the Czech women on the standings a bit wider. Big appeal for leg before there. Have a look at this one again as Ferrari goes to belt that one down leg side, tries to follow it. It's a pretty fair shout. Let's have a look at this one more time. Now, that's a really good shout, you know. I think Ferrari's probably a bit lucky there. Went for the big swipe. Helen Lecco might feel as she's a little bit of unlucky there. Have a look at that one again. That looked pretty adjacent for mine. Unless maybe there was an edge on that. You never know. Umpire's closer than we are, so obviously it plays out. And just a quick single there. But yeah, I think Helen had a very good case there for the umpire to have a good long hard look at that one. Anyway, it goes down as a dot. 5 on the board after 4 balls bowled. We continue. That's gone leg side. Looking to really help that one on its way, going down leg side. And to that part of the ground, if she can get some bat on that, going behind square for the right-hander, that is the fastest part of the ground. The ground does slope away. Probably a little bit hard to perceive that on the camera shot, the beauty shot, but the ground does slope away there. That's a great delivery. That just is straight down the line in the sort of 5th or 6th stump outside of off and just slightly tapered away there after it pitched. Great delivery that. So 1 more to come in the first over. Good over this from Helen. She got hit for 4, but since then, she's had a really good shot for leg before. And that has almost been gobbled up by the short infielder who's put it down. Oh, that was so close to a catch there. Captain's put herself, Lydia's got herself in that short position. Watch this one more time. Crunched and straight in, straight out. She's there to take that catch. She's there for exactly that reason. And they are going to be really gutted. The Gibraltar women get away with it a couple of times there for the Croatian women. A little bit of heartbreak there. The leg before turned down and the catch going to ground there from the skipper. As we have a look at the 56 matches since the Golden Ball. And that figure's starting to climb. That figure's climbed really, really quick too, by the way. As I welcome back Rico Full into the commentary bin. And I can say, Rico, that was us who reset that score.
It was us there in Romania. And fingertips again. I don't know if this is... I mean, was this a bump? I don't think it was, you know.
I don't think so. I think for mine, I thought that was on the full.
Yeah,
I don't think we get to see it
Lydia
again.
gets another chance to take a catch, but this time his fingertips can't hold on to it.
Indeed. Lydia in again. Edged. And that is going to run away. Oh, the fielder there who is back for exactly that purpose to stop that one. The edge, the late cut, any way you want to call it. Unfortunate though for Marana Modric, she's let that one get through. Just oversteps one step too far. And I think it's just slight little bit of spin on the ball as it gets away for another boundary. It's a good start here for Gibraltar.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Didn't cater for the spin. Got past her pretty quickly. And this outfield is just getting quicker and quicker as the temperatures start to soar as well.
Indeed. Again, goes to tuck it around the corner. That's good running. We didn't see that much in the Croatia innings, where they weren't looking for the fumble from the keeper. Here, instantly, straight away, quick call, very fast, quick call there to say go, 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 go through, and they get through for a bye. That's really clever. 11 for no loss here in halfway through the second. Oh, draws a bit of a miss hit there. Just want to give a quick shout out to our friends here in Czech Cricket for providing our shelter here. This wonderful little commentary box we've got here. It literally is like a commentary box. I mean, it's insulated as well, so we know we've got some really good protection from the heat. So, Mike, big congratulations, big thanks to our friends in Czech Cricket who have got these installed. These were only installed, I think, earlier this year. We had the larger ones for production installed a couple of years ago now. Yeah. But, now these ones have just been put in this year. There's one on the neighbouring ground as well. And a wonderful addition to to the infrastructure we've got here at the two grounds.
Yeah, it's got a bit. Vinny, when I came in here yesterday, Vinny looked at me, he said, "Don't say nothing." He said, "You'll be thanking us later." And I know, chance here. And taken. What a good catch. And that's beautifully held. And it is Lara Siben that holds on to the catch. And it's great technique. And look at the delight. Look at the joy. They've got reasons to celebrate here, Croatia. They get the wicket of Lizzie Ferrari. Goes for the big shot. And this time the catch delightfully taken. Hey, I tell you what, it's not often that the Lada beats the Ferrari, you know.
Oh, you spotted that one nice and early. That was a cracking good call. Well done, Rico. Indeed, yes. Look at that scenes here as they're so excited to have seen the back of Elizabeth Ferrari, who's missed out. You can tell by her body language she knows she's missed out there. Just hoiks it in the air. Should have cleared the infield, doesn't. And that's a really well-judged catch
it's
too.
An excellent catch.
Really good stuff. Lada holds onto a ripper, and that is a bit of a body blow for Gibraltar here early on in the run chase.
Yeah, and Lydia gets the wicket, and then she lets herself down with bowling down the leg side. Just have a look at this delivery, and you can see why it goes down the leg side. Look at the follow-through. And the one tip I always give to bowlers is get your follow-through straight. Because she's going that way, naturally the arm goes that way as well. So really try to talk yourself into running towards that imaginary first slip. So once again, it's another one down leg side, but her body is leaning towards that side. Yeah. Take the body away. Take your body towards first slip.
It's interesting. The follow-through is really worth watching. And keep an eye on this delivery as well, because after she bowls, she hops right in front of the umpire. Just watch this. Does this, and then she moves right. And the previous two deliveries where she bowled the wides, it's going to get through for 4. That's a bit of a spillage there on the boundary line. Lets the boundary through. And that'll be a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow to finish the over like that one. 4 indicated there by the umpire indeed. Yeah, just the way that she skips to the right, and the previous 2 wide balls, you're right, Rico. She then just skipped right in front of the umpire, who literally had to lean out to the right to look around her to see what was happening. She needs to watch out for that.
Yeah, she does 18 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. So we've got 2 good batters out there as well. That Raga Hunta, she was very much the steadier, putting the block in, taking the singles, but does put away the short ball. She's a very good puller of the ball. Then Lauren Pius playing the last match. Remember, after this match, she's going to be on her way. She put a good performance in against the Croatian side in the match yesterday, when she scored some valuable runs for her side, and she's looking to do the same again here. Was instrumental in that victory, actually, where she showed the power that she possesses with the bat as well.
She did indeed. So I just looked down at the scoreboard and it said 1.7. And they've score has just corrected that one to not 1.7 but rather 2, and be up to 2.1 in just a moment. It's just score is just catching up with the real-time play. sharp single here, nicely run, hits it just on this edge of the circle there to backward square. And this is Pavel Senjog who's got the duty with this third over. He's trying to see off the power play. Gibraltar off to a pretty good start, albeit losing 1 wicket, but I think they're off to a pretty good start. 19 for 1 on the board, chasing a modest total of only 63 for the win. Lofted in the air. This could be almost could have been another catch. Almost. Lada comes running in. Wow, imagine if she'd gotten to her second catch there. That could have been a real problem for Gibraltar to have to handle.
I like the way she attacks this. She's looking for the catch, and at the last moment realises the catch is not on, and is quite happy to make the stop. Just keeps it to the single.
Oh, hits this one pretty hard. That's going to get past one fielder. Should be backed up okay, though. Oh, it should be, but it wasn't. Well, they put the mockers on the fielder out there. And not for the first time in the last couple of minutes have the Croatian fielders just made a little bit of a meal on the boundary line, backward a square, and another one gets across the line only just, though.
This is disappointing for them because they do take a lot of pride in their fielding. It's unfortunate because she thinks everything right. She goes down, gets the body behind it, but unfortunately the ball ricochets off the hands and goes the opposite direction to the body. And disappointment there for Dora.
Yep.
She's going to maybe in action again. This one also gets away from her. Well, it doesn't happen once, but lightning strikes twice, and poor Dora does the same thing again. This time she says, not this time. She said, I'm going to get you this time. But again, because she goes down early, she sort of dives on the ball, and that little bit of bobble hits the hands and once again gets away from her.
Yeah, she's getting tested here. I think Araganath is having a bit of fun with her, maybe just hitting the wide leg side shot out towards her and testing the fielding out there. Well, this is short and it's outside off. Just gets away from the fielder, takes a bit of a funny old bounce just in front of her fingertips with good recovery. And that's some pretty good striking and some good running here from the Gibraltarian women.
Yeah, it's been exactly what they want to be doing here. They're going for this. We had that suspicion that they're looking for 4 points in this match. And Raghunath plays some really nice shots, though. But it has to be said, I would say, that there's probably maybe 4 boundaries there that perhaps should have been stopped. And that's the difference already between the two teams.
I agree. Hey, did you know today's Father's Day?
In the UK?
In many places around the world.
Is that right? I know
it is, yeah.
I know it's not in Spain because otherwise I know
that's right.
My daughter would have already been in touch with it. But I do believe it is in the UK. So I reckon we should say Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
We should indeed. To all the fathers watching from around the world, if you're in the country that's celebrating Father's Day today, of course, Happy Father's Day.
Of course it's Father's Day in England. It's National Beer Day there as well. So
it just works.
It's Father's Day on a Sunday and it is Beer Day. Hey, I think there's going to be a lot of happy fathers in England.
And didn't you say before that it's very good weather? It's a bit warm in the UK today?
You know what they'll do? They'll be having barbecues galore.
They will indeed.
All of the petrol stations and the super... Out! That's out! That's pretty close. No, says the umpire. How? Well, I want to see this again. I know you had a close call in the very first over. This looks so close to me.
Let's check this one more time.
She goes right across, and I don't think this ball is missing. Is this missing? No, that's going to hit leg stick, isn't it?
Oh, maybe just outside that last little bit there. I think that's
close.
Possibly just missing leg stick, but maybe flicking it. Maybe giving a little bit of a tickle on the way through.
Well, I was in the process of saying that all the petrol stations and supermarkets will be out of charcoal.
They will indeed.
I know what it's like in England when they get good weather. Everybody wants a barbie.
Get out there quickly because we don't have too many of these. In Australia, it's not Father's Day in Australia. We celebrate, I'm more Czech now than Australian, but I'll come to that in a second. Oh, nicely played into the covers. Just that flat batser, but really nicely pushed into the gap, and it's a good single there. Yeah, in Australia, Father's Day is celebrated on the first Sunday in spring, and that's September. And one of the reasons for that is because I believe that back in the 1930s, the Australian government said, well, we don't want to do Father's Day in the middle of winter.
Okay.
Of course, being on the other side of the world, where the seasons are reversed. To have Father's Day on the third Sunday in June means that Father's Day will be celebrated when the weather's probably not at its worst. It's probably pretty bad around sort of July, August. But they didn't want to have Father's Day being celebrated at the start of winter. So instead they made it for the first Sunday in spring, where there's a good chance to get the barbecue, get it outside, and treat your father to a nice little barbecue on that Sunday. So we have to wait a little bit longer in Australia. And this time it's held. And this time the catch is held by the skipper, who put one down there earlier on. But this time straight down the throat, makes no mistake. And that is the second wicket to fall. And it's Raghunath, who was looking really good there from 16, from 12. Oh, it's a bump ball, is it?
Let's have a look at this again. Can we see this side on? Because let's have a look. Is it straight off the bat? No. There's no bump ball. That's perfect vision. That's the evidence there. So that's probably what the umpires will want to see. And the umpires, having seen that, will probably now say that is out. They're thinking it's a bump, but it's not a bump.
No bump.
No bump. She's going to go. And that's what I think Raghunath was thinking. But what a good catch there. I don't know. But I reckon Lada overnight has been into the garage, had a makeover, come out supercharged, turbocharged, because now she picks up a wicket with the ball thanks to a really good catch there from Lydia. Well, Lydia says, you took one for me, I take one for you. That's the way it works, teamwork.
Fantastic stuff. I agree about Lada, though. Lada Svidban, she's come out, she's taken a catch, she's almost taken off a second catch, and then she's got amongst the wickets as well. So well done, and a good catch there by skipper Lydia, who's nice and close, put extra pressure on the batter, trying to bring about that false shot, and that is really good captaincy to put herself into the mix nice and close there. So well done to her, and second wicket falls.
It's going to be no ball, probably doesn't get on the pitch this time, as we see a change in the bowling. It was 33 for 2 at the end of the 4 overs, and looks like this is going to be Hella Bosnick who's having a bowl. The batter sort of probably would have been another wide, but spoils it.
It's good. Lydia, the skipper, Lydia's right there in that spot there, and not just for the catch, but also to stop the miss hit that gets a single. See, she's in a catching position, but she's creeping in as well. As that shot goes flying across the cover boundary of 4, goes straight into the feet of is that Helen Mumford there, who's waiting to come on and have a bat? She gives us a little bit of a that's what I should have done, putting the pads together, make sure that doesn't get past her.
It's a nice shot. There's a lot of room to play this, and nicely timed. No sweeper out there, so they're making a change in the field here now. Sort of kind of following the ball, but I get the feeling that she might find that Helen Lecco is kind of in front of her. I don't think they've covered the lines here quite right.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, just look at where Helen's sitting. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Rico. Oh, that was a bit short. It's hit straight to the player, though, who allows that to get through. Should have been all over that one and isn't, and it gets straight past for another boundary. The fielders on the leg side are very busy, but they need to get a lot tighter than that. It just goes one bounce, and she's confused by the bounce. Yeah,
once again, I think the bounce probably does her there. She's expecting it perhaps to go straight to her, but deviates to the right, and she's not quick enough to react to it, so that one... It's going to be another boundary, 42 then for 2, needing just 21 of 15 balls for that bonus point. That means they need to go to around about 9 and over.
Goes the offside now. A bit of work here for the boundary rider on the cover boundary. Does well, gets down to that one and gets it back quick smart. Rob Thompson in the chat reminded me also that is the same in New Zealand about that Father's Day situation being in September, first Sunday in September. I've always known that, in Australia, for Father's Day, first Sunday, September, Mother's Day, I think the second Sunday in May. Lofted in the air, it's going to fall safe. And I think that has just gone across the rope for a big 6. Big cheer as well coming from the dugout. And the Gibraltar women are marching on their way here. They only need 14 from 13 for that bonus point. And they're looking like they're closing in on that one. I had a feeling they'd be trying to aim for all 4 points here, put some extra distance between them and the Czech women on the standings, and they seem to be doing it in style. Hits this one just over the top of Helen, who's in tight for that one, and the foot fielding is not good as it bounces, well, pretty much into the foot and over for another boundary. Expensive over this one.
Yeah,
not good at all.
I can just see some of the coaching staff there for Croatia, and I'm just having a look at Paulo Vedran. He's sat there, and you can see he's just shaking his head because he knows that this is not the Croatia in the field that we normally see. They're normally very good and very tidy. They're just having an off morning here. There's too many that are going through them. They're conceding too many, giving away too many boundaries and too many runs. And Gibraltar just needing 10 runs then for victory, and they definitely are after all the points. As we have a look at some of the upcoming events here. So Czechia, we're sort of, like you said, about halfway through. The men will start tomorrow with the European Cricket Series, starting off with the Challenger Division.
That's
we'll have
right,
the Challenger and the Premier. And, of course, we'll have Finland starting on the 23rd. I know that Vinny will be making his way to Finland. So plenty of action still coming up for you on the European Cricket Network. And, of course, there's Bulgaria just around the corner. And we've got Belgium there as well. It's coming up. So action galore.
A lot of cricket on the European Cricket Network. A hot summer of cricket coming your way. Out to the out to the leg side boundary riders who stopped that one. So there's a win for them. Little wins along the way is what they're looking for. How's this a reversal of fortune? At the last over went magical, 20 runs. The last ball of the previous over was a wicket. So how about that for a reversal of fortune? You're sort of riding high that wicket at the end of the over, then suddenly the next over goes for 20. Yeah. As a fielding team, it doesn't sit well, does it?
No, it doesn't. Not well at all.
That's going to be tough for them. So it's Gibraltar. We need 8 from 11 for the bonus point. Not just the win, but for all 4 points here, and put themselves 5 points clear on top of the standings. Now, no ball been signalled here. And free hit signalled as well. Going to have a close look at this one. And Yanira Blagg with a chance to get after this one. Let's see how she goes. Oh, swings hard at this one. Doesn't connect, unfortunately. It was nicely flighted from Romani and gets it past the flailing edge of the bat. Hello to everyone in the chat. Johnny He in the chat reminding me that it was Father's Day as well. So happy Father's Day to you, Johnny. This one's also tossed up, but that is not going to get to the other end without a bit of assistance. So no ball indicated and free hit coming. As Romani here just struggling a little bit here. Just needs to just practice a bit. She's getting a few tips from some of the fielders and her captain close by. Just telling her, just back to basics. Nice and round arm. Oh, that one goes wide, and it's followed and clipped and smacked and across the boundary 4 runs. It got there really quickly. That's been middled. So that score now up to 61 for 2 as Yanira Blagg is putting on a nice little cameo here at the end. Connects nicely with that one. Gets away from keeper, gets away from the fielder inside the circle and runs away for 4.
Yeah, so almost there. 1 in the 4 points, and looks like they're going to bag these pretty comfortably. And once again, Yanira Blagg showing just what a good all-round cricketer she is.
Yeah, these are 4 important points for Gibraltar. If they get this next 2 runs in the next 9 deliveries, then this is a very important 4 points to them. Make sure they're 5 points clear of the Czech women as we go towards match number 2. That's going to bounce a couple of times, and that is going to also be called a no ball as well. And so Romani's over here is pretty much putting the final icing on the cake for the Gibraltarian women. And they're going to be cheering very loudly with the next single that either comes off bat or maybe in any other way. Oh, picks that one up really well. Clips it nicely. That does go for a 6. That is a great shot. How about that to finish off the game in style? Gibraltar women have steamrolled Croatia by 8 wickets. There's a good bit of hugging around the ground as well. I'm glad to see the captain getting over to the bowler and saying, look, it's not you, it's a team thing. It's team. I guarantee you that's what the captain's saying in her ear. It's about the team. Thank you for bowling that over for us. You bowled well. Don't worry about it. Put it behind us. We move on to the next one. Yeah. Well done, young lady.
What a shot first. 6 runs. Shaba, Kinnasona. Hugs all around. First the 2 batters are hugging. And then I love the bit there when the captain, Lydia, goes over there to Romana and says, come here. Gives Romani a really big hug as well and say, it's okay. This is how we learn. This is how we get better. And that's so true as well. Yep. That's a lovely moment there captured. But a good victory there for Gibraltar is exactly what they wanted. And they do it in under 6 overs. What a shot that is there from the end there from Yanira Blagg. I was just saying she's a good all-round player. And then she smashes the ball for a big 6 over the leg side, finishes on 20 of just 8 deliveries.
Yeah, really impressed with that little cameo at the end. She had a couple of fits and starts, but she's really holding her own here in this tournament. Very impressed. I know she's getting a lot of love and attention from the chat as well. They're loving her game with both bat and ball as the Gibraltar women notch up a very good win there to the tune of 8 wickets. reeling in that total with, well, what is it? It's 4 overs and 2 balls to spare. Have a look at the highlight reel here. It was pretty much get going straight away. Helen Lecco unlucky not to have an LB going her way there, where that was a great delivery. And then the next ball, unfortunately, skipper puts down a very, well, hard hit straight shot. A few little mishaps in the field for the Croatia women, something again for them to work on as well. But that catch from Lada, that stopped everyone in their tracks, and everyone just went, whoa, hang on a minute, wicket now tumbling.
Yeah, we love that. Lada removes the Ferrari. That will go down in the record books, won't it? But this was what Croatia unfortunately did too much of. Not just once, but twice, where the ball that should have been fielded and probably just should have been one, if anything, no more than 2. It goes to the boundary, and it happened a couple of times. I think throughout that innings, it happened a few times. Well, you mentioned earlier that Lydia is there just for that. It's something that they pride themselves in the field, those 2 short fielders. I know she put one down earlier, but she made amends by taking a good catch and rewarding Lada with a wicket as well.
She did indeed. So Lada can hold her head up high, did really well with, as you say, the wicket and the catch. And then after that, the over that came afterwards, unfortunately for the Croatian women, went magical, and it pretty much sort of did the game for them, unfortunately. They didn't have a lot of runs on the board to try to defend. And that last flick around the corner went for a big Maximo. Look at this, skipper getting across to a bowler and congratulating him and saying, thanks very much, I appreciate you doing that. It's a team sport. We are a team. Hold it together. Thank you. You know, I'm sure that were the words in her ears. I mean, you know, you and I have captained teams before, and that's what you say to your bowler. You say, don't worry about it. Thank you for that over. Next one, you're going to learn from this one. So it's all good.
Listen, there's nothing worse, is there, than a captain just throwing his or her arms in the air and walking off the field. Now, that doesn't help your team. It doesn't build a team.
Totally.
It doesn't do good for morale. What you got to do is just support each other. That's what team is about. And that moment there at the end, all right, the ball's been hit for 6. You lose the match. Captain goes over to bowler and gives her a hug. I love it.
It's a beautiful moment.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's a positive moment that you take away from the game. So 68 for 2 is the final score there for the Gibraltar women, chasing a score of only 63. They've done it in style, done it very well indeed. So it's let's have a look at the bowling card now. For the bowlers, unfortunately, it was Helena Bosnich who went for a 20 off that over. That was the over that kind of spelled trouble aplenty. Have a look there. That second wicket partnership as well took it from 33 up to 68. So a great partnership between the 2 batters at the end there. Yenira Blagg especially, give her a big shout out as well in just a moment there. Helen Lecco bowled that one over the top though. She was really unfortunate not to pick up a wicket there in that over, but a wicket to both Lydia and Lada. The 2 L's combined there to pick up some 2 very important wickets. That's match 6 done and dusted. As we go to the mid-match summary, it's going to tell us the tale of how things unfolded. It was Croatia women restricted to 62 for 2 after their 10, with Lydia doing a great job there with about 25 not out. And then Gibraltar women came along, only took them 5.4 overs to chase that down, 68 for them. So the win by 8 wickets, they bank 4 points as well. It puts them 5 points clear on the standings ahead of the Czech women. So the Czech women, who've only got 2 matches today, they need to win both of those games to make sure they stay in the hunt for claiming this ECI title. But this win from Gibraltar has done them every little bit of good to put them on top, and every chance for them to take out the title. So we'll see how it's going to go. It's going to be a bit of a delay till the start of the next game. We've got, as we finished a little bit earlier than usual, match 7 is coming your way a little bit later on, and that's going to be in approximately about 45 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, that sort of thing. Just getting a nod there from Paolo, just like his head in the commentary igloo here. Well, it's not really an igloo, is it? No, the igloo's next door. It's the commentary cool box, because it is really quite cool in here. It's insulated, it's a really good size, we love it, and I gave my little praise to the Czech Fed for installing these, obviously for their own domestic reasons, but we're using it as well, so it's fantastic. Anyway, the commentary bunker, that's where I am. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, saying I'll see you back here in approximately 32 minutes time, where Rico and myself will give you the introduction into the next match number 7. Czech women take on Gibraltar women, and that is absolutely vital. If Gibraltar get the win, that's it. They can claim the win in this series, and they can march home with their heads held high. If the Czech women can win that, the whole competition stays alive. Let's see how it goes. Hope to see you back here really shortly. Thank you for all your contributions in the chat. Haven't had a chance to get around to saying hello to everybody this morning. My internet's wobbling left, right, and centre, but I know you're out there. I can see you occasionally. and I hope to chat with you all very, very shortly. On behalf of Rico Full and the European Cricket Network and the Blue Crew, thanks for joining us for that match number 6. Come back for match number 7 in about half an hour's time. I'll see you soon.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready for match number 7. It's going to see the home side Czechia in action, and they're in action against Gibraltar, and they know that they've got to win this match really, otherwise Gibraltar will walk away with all the prizes. Let's go straight over to the coin toss. I know the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, has the 2 captains with him.
Thanks, Rico, and welcome to the toss for match 7 with Czechia and Gibraltar to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is a head.
We'll bat first, please.
Gibraltar have won the toss. They'd like to bat.
Thank you, Charles. So Lizzie Ferrari winning the toss for Gibraltar, and they're deciding that on this occasion they will have a bat first. Let's talk about these 2 teams and the matches that they had yesterday. In the first match, it was a good, comfortable win for Gibraltar because Amy was in the house, and with Amy and Lizzie batting and opening, they put a 100-run partnership helping their team to a big score. Czechia, Nandivada was good for the bat for them. She's going to be the main one to watch really. There's going to be no Farwa Babar in the side again in this match, so Nandivada is going to have to go big. But the main thing is going to be is trying to control and contain the aggressive batting style from Gibraltar. Now in the second match when they played yesterday, it was Lauren Pappas, the captain, who performed really well with a good score in the 30s. But she's not playing this match. She's another player from Gibraltar who is having to go back early because of work commitments. So that maybe does give Czechia a little bit of a chance. So Nandivada, as I said, for them is going to be very key. I did like from Czechia the way that some of the younger players played yesterday. Somebody like Teresa was really good, and also Raquel Pavlikova put some good performances in with the bat when they needed to. With the bat, I think the slower bowlers could be the key. I think the captain was fantastic yesterday. I know that it's Ice Cube's birthday today. Happy birthday to Ice Cube. But somebody who was as cool as ice yesterday was Telemala, the captain of Czechia. I mean, she shows no sort of joy, no delight. She's very cool as a cucumber, I say, but she picks up some key wickets, and she was instrumental in getting a win against Croatia yesterday. Say, watch out for her with the ball. I think Mansi Palmer is going to be quite a key player in this one. It's going to be a big match because Czechia, having seen Gibraltar take all the 4 points away from Croatia in the last match, they are 5 points behind, and they know that if they're to stand any chance of winning this ECI, they've got to get a win here, then win their last match as well. So everything to play for here for Czechia, or will it be Gibraltar that get the win and get their hands on that fantastic trophy thanks to Locker Lifestyles? Let's go straight over to Phil G in the commentary box. Phil, the news here from the middle is that this time Gibraltar, they're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Rico. Full indeed. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, and it's the second match of the day. It's match number 7. Interesting though, yes, Gibraltar going to continue, maybe continue just that little bit of momentum they picked up in the previous game, because they really did have a good win over Croatia, as described there by Rico in that introduction. And so, yeah, for the 2 batters coming out now, just to continue that lovely bit of momentum they had there in that previous game where they got all 4 points, and to continue it now to try to put a big score on the board for their team. Try to basically knock out the Czech team completely out of contention of trying to maybe finish a bit higher up on the standings, because Gibraltar's sitting clean on top by 5 points. But if the Czechs get a win here, even just the 3 points, it suddenly leaves that door open. And as you know, Gibraltar going to have they've lost Lauren Pius. She's now out of the squad. Elizabeth Ferrari takes over the captaincy duties. A couple of changes there on the Czech team. So Desica Modley comes into the side. Good to see Desica. Bit of a she is pretty much the champion of the women's cricket here in Czech Republic. She has been all over that since she was appointed a women's officer in the federation last year or year before, sorry, and done a great job. Pooja's in as well. Pooja Shitola, she's in as well. So a couple of changes there. The Kutsanova sisters are in the team as well. Good to see Josephine there. Josephine has Mimi, as we effectively know. Josephine is going to take the gloves with obviously the injury sustained by Suzy Franova in yesterday's fourth match. So not easy to split this one. Supercomputer having trouble splitting this one, just giving a slight edge to the Czech women in this game coming up over the Gibraltar women. And that just shows how close this game is probably going to be. And just with those couple of changes especially. Getting very interested to see what happens there. So it's all to play for here. Big game this. If Gibraltar women win this game, they're pretty much going to sit untouchable at the top of the standings. If the Czech women can get a win here, they leave the door open to maybe try to pick up another win. And because they play the game after this, the third match of the day, and then it will be all on Gibraltar in the final match this afternoon, which they will take on the Croatian women, and the Croatian women will be really hungry for a win here to try to make sure they don't walk away without something under their belts, because they don't have anything in the W column. They're going to be looking to get that one definitely for sure. Welcome to the Vintners Cricket Ground, everybody. It's the next match, the second match of the day, match number 7. Umpire gives the go-ahead, says, guys, ladies, let's go. Hit up in the air. Oh, backing back is the fielder there. Just momentum taking her backwards. Not sure why. And Pooja has sort of taken herself... she's backing back. I mean, she should be coming forward. That could have been an amazing first delivery, that one. As Erika Kuntsova puts it in the right spot and draws a bit of a rash shot. Anyway, Ferrari's off the mark, albeit a little bit nervous. That's been hit very hard out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder does not get down to that one. Raghunath picks up a good boundary there, hits really hard. And you can see what's happening here. Gibraltar women, they are on a hiding to nothing, just putting the foot down. And I bet their coach Samir has said, ladies, attack, attack, attack. Go after the Czech women bowlers, get stuck into them, hit the ball hard, and let's get runs on the board. Get plenty of runs on and really force the Czech ladies into a bit of a corner here when they have to come out with all guns blazing. Already 5 off the first 2 deliveries. That's a really cracking good start. Hello to everybody in the chat. Welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us here on this another sunny day here in Vinosh. That's clipped very nicely. The placement is perfect. That's straight across the boundary line for 4 runs. That is a lovely shot. Prabha Raghunath is impressing me every time I see her with the bat. She's doing such a great job there. Hello to Monteluce is out there in the chat. Good to see you. Paul Kempen as well. Dave B. Kenneth Burridge, Crew. Richard Blagg is in the chat. Very proud of Yanira's efforts in the previous game. He was. Johnny he as well. Oh, good to see Tim Harmer as well. And I saw Rob Thompson earlier. And everyone in there. Wonderful to have your company here in the chat, joining us here in this second day of this ECI women's action here. Come to you from the Vintners Cricket Ground in Prague. Let's push this time straight to the cover field and no run. Kuntsova just trying to make sure she's not going to give too much width. She's already going to hit for a few runs in this over. Needs to be careful here. A couple of boundaries, back-to-back boundaries earlier, courtesy of the bat of Raghunath, so it needs to be a bit tighter. Clubbed, emphatically clubbed. Bit of work here on the boundary line. That's really, really good work. That it is. I think that Shaka out there, Shaka Kotsanova, who gets down and gets to the ball and make sure it doesn't get past her. Watch this one more time. And it was all on her to make a lot of ground as well. Good slide. Keeps the ball in front. It slightly goes towards the line, but no chance there of a boundary. Runs saved. Nice shot. Just 2 there. So 11 off the first over so far. 1 more to come. And that's very well bowled. A lot of support coming from the bench. Coach Venkatesh Magasharam over in the dugout there yelling out for how happy he was with that delivery. Hey, the tour of Czechia, here we are. So it's It's looking pretty good. We've done the T20Is for both men and women. We're now getting towards the business end of the ECI-W there. And tomorrow, it's the Challenger division of the ECS Czechia, good and proper. We're going to kick it off the men's ECS starting tomorrow with the Challenger division. 3 days of action there. And then on Thursday, we start the Premier division with the men's, and that's something to look forward to as well. I'll tell you what, also looking forward to, and that is commentating for a few more days with my good friend Rico Full. Rico joins me back here in the commentary bunker.
And it's good to be back in the bunker as well. I tell you what, I know we've called a goal nearly. It's in, it's out. Well, I know that Vinny Sandy was doing a little bit of juggling yesterday, and the fielder there does a little bit of juggling. That's Pooja Shitol. Here it is again here. There's no ball's been called actually, so it wouldn't have counted. It's the no ball because of the foot fault we saw there. So it wouldn't have counted. So in the end, it doesn't really matter. But Pooja had a couple of goes at that. Well, gets underarm back, but it was good to see her have a go. Yeah, a lot of people saying Ice Cube. Yeah, it is. I mentioned in my intro the birthday of Ice Cube, American rapper and actor born today in 1969. I tell you what, we could do with a few ice cubes in here at the moment. It's going to get hot today. 31 degrees, I'm told.
That's right.
Did you say there's been a few weather warnings as well?
Yes, indeed. We've had some high temperature warnings for this part of Czech Republic. Oh, nicely kept out there. Yeah, a few high weather warnings. Temperatures expecting... Well, I'm seeing conflicting reports are hitting sort of 32, 33, maybe even 34 in right where we are. But you know how these weather apps have a real feel. They're talking about the real feel being up to 39.
39.
Yeah, so out in the middle, if the breeze drops out in the middle there, it's going to be very, very warm for the players. It's going to be a lot of uncomfortable players here this afternoon later. But there is also weather warnings for maybe storms, but not until much later on in the evening tonight. There could be a little bit of overnight shower as well.
Plays that nicely. They've got the field set for this, though, and nicely done. Good fielding. We saw, unfortunately, Croatia getting this wrong a few times in the last match, but Czechia, that's nicely done. Body down. And the key here is not to go down too early. I think it's and not to throw yourself at the ball, but to allow the ball to come to you smoothly. Yeah,
totally agree. And you can see there that fielder just keeps her feet away from the boundary line as well. So good fielding there. Ferrari looking to accelerate here. Just waited on that one and just punched it down just for a nice single. The infield is just slightly back on the circle, and it wasn't hit with much strength, so there's always a single there. Easy runs if you want to just keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, I'm liking this as well. Menzi Palmer gave her a shout out in the intro. I think she bowled very well yesterday. She's a pretty controlled bowler. I know that a few other bowlers bowling at this sort of pace have struggled to get the ball regularly in the right area, but Menzi, she challenges the batter. She's basically saying, right, it's not quite a full toss. If you want it, there you go. That's the perfect one to talk about. It's not quite a full toss. If you want it, come and get it.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm going to get you. You see, this is teasing the batters thinking, do it, come out to it, do it not. And in the end, it's played and missed. A very good over, top bowling. And the score moves just to 17. So just the 6 runs coming off that over. Well bowled.
Yeah, it was a good case in point, that last delivery, exactly as you described it, Rico. And it brings up a dot ball as well, just looking for the big drive down the ground. It doesn't connect. Yeah, 17 off the first 2. That's still very good scoring from the Gibraltar women. And as I said at the start, and I think you were alluding to as well in your introduction, looking to, once they won the toss and they decided to get in there, I think it's a really good move from them to say, want to bat first, let's continue that momentum from the previous game. Although this one's in the air.
And, hard hands. Pops in. I thought she was going to get a second chance at this one, but unfortunately not. It's an opportunity, and it just goes straight in and straight out. That's a Rachel Pavlikova. Just here, you can see there, she's practically done it. The only thing I would say maybe there, Phil, is that the arms were a little bit away from the body. If she got the body a bit closer, she would have been able to smother it, and it wouldn't have hit the hand so hard.
Yeah, sort of hold it to the body and sort of basically make a bigger breadbasket for it to fall into.
And Lizzie gets alive, and well, we know the power of this player. Raghunath crunches it on the leg side, and this was absolutely walloped. And
watch this one,
same
Rico.
fielder in the firing line, and another opportunity. Same again. This one was absolutely mullered. I think that's saving 4 runs.
I think she has as well. She's done well to get 2 hands and knocking that down. Still got a chance, though.
And so does that. Oh, that's fingers. That's caught the fingers pretty hard. So we've seen 3 chances there. Almost 3 in a row, actually. How about this one? This was hit hard. It's not bumped. It's into the fingers. Ooh. That could have done some damage.
Yeah, the right hand goes out, and I'm looking at the little finger of the one that's neighbour as Erika Kuntseva. She puts the mitt out, and it just doesn't stick. But that does, because that is wickets tumbled as Erika does hit the timber. So she won't be high-fiving anyone with that right hand. She's actually favouring it already.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but she does get revenge.
अच्छा तो पता की कह रही है कि ना जब मेरे catch नहीं फड़ने ना मत डंडे punje रख देने. If you're not going to catch him, I'm just going to hit the stance and knock him over. It's that teasing delivery again, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you can see this time, Rughunath does try to get to the pitch, it can't. And Danny goes, well, that's lovely. Some support here for Team Czechia as well. Well done, well bowled. So Erika Kuntseva getting the wicket. Rughunath will go for the unlucky 13 of 10 deliveries. But what an over that's been. There was 3 drop catches in that. Lizzie was dropped twice. That was the one before. Then there was this call. In fact, it was, those 3. And then in the end, she says, you know what, just knock the stumps over. It's a lot easier, and I saved my fingers as well.
Hey, have a look at that. Bit of support for the Czechs here in the gallery. Good to see. People making their own signs as well. That's fantastic. I saw a really good sign in Hornchurch. I don't know if you saw this, but someone had made a Maximo sign and done a little caricature of Vinny. but it was in Hornchurch. It was fantastic.
Well, bowled again. Oh, that's such a good delivery. What happens here? How does this deviate so much? I thought it's going straight into something. Is there anything on this? Wow, look at the movement on that.
It's just pitched and moved away. It was homing in on off stump, Rico, though I thought it was going to be wicket completely, but no. Oh, Erika Kuntseva's bowled a terrific over.
And this one's down the ground. 1 bounce will be fielded. Will be a single. We'll have a look at side on this. The umpires are having a look at each other, but I think it's dropping. Let's see where the impact is. Ooh, well, they're going to have a second look at this, I reckon. And, well, maybe not. They've called over already.
They have.
It was on the way down. I think they're giving benefit of the doubt maybe to the bowler and that there was pace off. Yep. 21 then for 1 after 3 overs. Hey, you know what I just thought?
What's that?
I'm off after this match.
Yeah. Oh, you are
in.
too.
I've got the afternoon off. So come on, where do I go? Tell me somewhere to go.
Okay, so and I actually said this to one of our other Blue Crew, Russ.
Yeah.
And I was having a chat with him this morning as well, talking about what to do. One of the best things to do, and I know Danny loves this as well, this recommendation, go into the city, get out of the metro around about Museum or Mustek, and go get yourself lost. Walk down the side streets.
So you're literally telling me to get lost?
Literally telling you to get lost, Rico, in the nicest possible way.
With
all the love in the world I have for you, Rico, I'm telling you now, the best thing to do, get to Prague. Yeah. It's not a massive city.
Yeah.
It's not easy to get lost. Try to go get lost in the side streets, and you'll come across some of the most amazing arcades, architecture, small little parks hidden between buildings, all these little places. And I'm sure you'll find yourself maybe a good little couple of beer gardens as well. On a day like today, they'll be absolutely packed.
All right, let's play it away. And it's going to be 4 runs. It's a good shot. It's a little sweep shot, a little bit strained down the leg side this time, NC Palmer. It can happen when you're bowling at this sort of pace, and it's well worked away. Lizzie Ferrari, remember, she's given 2 chances on 5 and 6, and they weren't taken, so she's looking to cash in. That's 4 more runs. Now, we've talked a bit about beer, and you were telling me about Pilsner, which a lot of people probably don't realise, but it actually comes from here. So not from other places. Most people tend to think, it's got to be Germany. But it's not, is it?
It's not. No.
Czech Republic. Thank you, everybody. But, so it's going to be too early for me to drink beer. I know it's going to be hot.
Yeah.
Now, tell me about, hang on, I'm going to try and say it first.
Okay.
And then you can correct me because that's probably the right way to do it. Tell me about, is it Koles? Which is
Kalachia.
Okay,
yeah,
I was close.
This. Love it.
Because first, let me tell you what I'm told about it.
Okay.
I'm told.
What do you know
about? So it's soft pastries, poppy seed jam, sweet cheese.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and then also I've got to wash it down with. Now, this is what I was actually trying to find.
Okay.
What's the what's the soft drink here which is very popular?
Oh, Koffola.
There it is.
Koffola. Yeah, Koffola.
So tell me about it. So everybody
Okay.
says you've got to have one of those sweet pastries and a Koffola. Tell me about
The
it.
sweet pastries, definitely. Yeah, the kolache or kolacha.
Yeah.
Kolache is the singular, kolache plural is, the kolache is lovely. Sometimes you go to a few touristy spots where the kolache is a little bit dry. I wouldn't buy them in a supermarket or in a shopping mall. I'd get them in like a specialist bakery. Now. I think she's back home there. Good work there from the wicketkeeper. The part-time wicketkeeper, I think, is Mimi Josephine Suchakova.
I think he's gone here.
Let's have this
I
one more
think
time.
he's gone. There's no rush to get back. If we can slow this down, Alex, and keep an eye on this, that's out.
Done.
That is out.
Now,
So, it must have been a no ball.
must have been. Yeah, it was indeed.
Yeah, it was no ball.
It was a no ball
no
too.
ball before.
Apologies for that. Yep. So hence the dancing out of the crease and trying to get after it. Yeah. So the kolache. There's a few places around that sell the kolache. You can get them all different types of fruit. My favourite one is either the blueberry or the raspberry fruit being used.
Okay.
And it is absolutely amazing.
All right.
I wouldn't necessarily big up the Koffola only because it's not my preferred drink. That's for sure. But even just with a really good coffee or something like that, it's perfect. There is a couple of bakeries around called Kus Kolacha, and Kus means kiss, and it's just basically
Kus means kiss,
they're
okay.
in about 2 or 3 places. There's one actually near me, in at a road called Kuruni, which is a little bit away from the Misty Miru, and I'm telling you all these places that you probably haven't been to yet. So apologies for that, Rico.
Well, I'm going to get lost and find them. You don't worry about that.
We will.
If the single gets taken. That's well hit, but well fielded.
But keep a look out when you go past little bakeries and stuff like that. You will see the kolache. It's round. It's about this big, and the size of like a saucer, if you like.
Yeah.
Or you can get the really large ones, which are sort of like a small sort of like a bread plate, something like that. Definitely worth having one of those. And just a jedno kolache prosim. That's all you got to say. I'll write that down for you.
You're going to have to write that down for me. And the drink I was talking about, I did, because I said I've got to ask you about it, because they're saying that it's the answer to the popular brand that we all know about. It's herbal, less sweet soda and the locals swear by it. So what's the herbal? What do you mean by herbal? It's sort of kind of plant-based?
I would say yes, but I'm going to, full disclosure,
Yeah.
I've never had Koffola.
Really?
It hasn't. And apologies to all the Koffola fans out there listening and watching and wondering what's going on. It just hasn't grabbed my appeal. But apparently it's a lovely cold drink. And yes, it is slightly herbal. I've heard that said. Okay. I can't say it from my taste buds that I've had it before, though. That's full honesty disclosure. Shout here. Going down leg for mine as well.
Yeah, this is Sharka. She bowled brilliantly well yesterday, Sharka. In fact, she got a player of the match performance in the win against Croatia yesterday when she bowled 1 for 10 in the 2 overs. And it was at a point with Czechia when Croatia looked like they were going to get the win.
Yeah.
But she came on and bowled 2 brilliant overs, put them back on top, and she was sensational. So looking forward to her going well here today. LBW turned down now. They're going for the caught behind. The umpire says, I'm having none of this. And the wide has been called. Umpire Wahid and Shishant are the men, the Grizzly men, who are out there in the lovely blue. The Grizzly blue says not out. Okay, so you've never had that. So, all right, then.
Yeah.
So the next question has to be,
Yep.
so other than beer, what local, really refreshing drink would you recommend for this time of day?
I'll tell you one thing. A lot of cafes and bars will recommend is their homemade lemonade. It's very, very popular, and it's usually very good quality as well. Really, really good quality, very refreshing, made fresh on the premises. A lot of cafes and bars will offer that as part of the menu. And make sure it says it's homemade. Up in the air. Oh, I reckon that's out. That is nicely taken by the part-time wicketkeeper. That is Josephine Sochakova, who takes a good catch there. And there's a bit of a get-around as well. That is an important wicket. She's looking to hand the ball back to the fielder. A few players getting across and giving her a slap on the back and saying, well, you're the part-time keeper. You've taken over from our standard keeper who had her shoulder dislocated and then popped back in again yesterday.
Well
Look at
done.
followed it all the way to the gloves. Nicely
Well
taken.
done. What a lovely moment that is for Josephine. Josephine holds on to the cat. And I like the way that first Sharka's the first to run over and congratulate her. And then, look, there's even a smile. Would you believe? Hey, Alex, I want to see that little celebration again. Was that a smile from Talamala, the captain?
No way.
I think there might have been. Have a look at this. So here's the joy. And I reckon you'll see the figure of, there's Talamara running in here now. I think we're going to see a smile.
Wait for it.
From Talamara. And look, she's smiling.
Yeah, and I saw the cheek up.
The hair of Shaka gets in the way, but there is a smile. Well done. It's another wicket to get the breakthrough. Brilliantly done. Hey, I'm seeing that Shobit is out there. He was umpiring yesterday.
Yes.
He's got a camera in his hand today. I wonder, Alex, can we see Shobit there on the boundary done? I know that they're making a bit of a documentary here about the Czechia women's team. And Shobit, well, there he is. Shobit, give us a wave, Shobit. You're on camera, Shobit. Give us a wave.
He's been the professional.
He's been professional all the time. Give us a wave, Shobit. Now he's saying I don't want to wiggle the camera. And
nice.
He's doing a double job today. Yesterday was the umpire. Today he's the cameraman.
He's doing a terrific job as well.
How was your birthday party? No words needed. No words needed.
Yeah, he basically just said, birthday party? I was at a birthday party?
Oh, well bowled. Shaka doing the business. And Gibraltar now 33 for 2. They've really putting the pressure on Yanara Blagg this time. She went cheaply 3 for 5. But what a good catch that was from Josephine.
That was indeed 2 left in the over to get to the halfway point here. But yeah, Josephine Suchkova watches that straight into the hands, as you say, Rico. Really good catch from her. Good breakthrough. And now it's Rosie Riley has to rebuild again with Ferrari. So between the two of them, they need to rebuild here. These two batters. 33 for 2, that's not too bad, but things have slowed down. We thought they're going to go for an electrifying start, but they've just struggled a little bit here.
Yeah, and even Lizzie struggling, 13 or 4. This is Rosie Riley. Comes out, plays that nicely, watches the ball onto the bat, strokes it away. Should be looking for a second here, actually. And, well, that's Lizzie Ferrari. She just gets to the other end and kind of falls asleep, doesn't want to run. It's the end of a very good over. 1 for 3. Shaka can stay in the form she was yesterday. And it's a good time, actually, for us to welcome you into the commentary bunker. It is set up. Thanks to Paolo and also to Two Circles for getting things set up here. Welcome to Czechia.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Good to see you all. Dobrý den, and hello to all my friends here based in Czech who have been tuning in throughout the last week and all day today as well. It's wonderful to have you here, and it's wonderful to have you here as well.
It's great to be here.
It's so good that we get a chance to commentate together in basically my backyard, which is absolutely fantastic.
It is great, and we have to say to everybody, Happy Father's Day if you're celebrating, and for those of you that are celebrating in the UK, Beer Day Britain today as well, or National Beer Day. So you got a double celebration, but go easy. And remember, be responsible and be careful, but enjoy yourself. Here's Mudley that's bowling, and I'm liking the start here, getting the ball nice and straight. So this is Desika, Marikova Mudley. Seems like a good effort being made to just use as many as the slower bowlers, keep the pace off, wicket to wicket bowling, keep the extras down. That's very key as well. Extras at the moment only at 5. It's so far a very good performance. I think, I don't know. There's not a commentator's curse, everybody. I don't think this is. I mean, umpires calling this. I reckon this is landing right on the line. So, Moodley bowling here. Let's see that. I think that's not a wide ball. That's not a good call. Hey, tell me a little bit about Moodley, because I know she's playing this game, but isn't she part of normally the coaching staff here?
She's pretty much, as that ball just gets away for 4 runs there. Nice shot that from Ferrari, looking to step up here. Yeah, Desika's been around the traps here in Czech cricket, in the CHMKS as we call ourselves, Českomoravské Kriketový svaz. That's what we're known as, but we'll call it Czech cricket for now. She's been around the traps of Czech cricket for quite a while now, and she has been the women's officer for Czech cricket for for a few years, ever since we sort of really put a focus on it. She's been the lady who's been leading it all, and absolutely with the coaching and the selection committee and all the work she's done to get games up and running.
4 runs, good hit. They don't have anybody on that long. As soon as this hit up in the air, I'm thinking, all right, There's got to be a fielder behind there, but she
Yeah.
doesn't opt to have the long on bat. Long off is, but it's a clear hit. You can see nobody there and nobody in Teletubby Hill. And that means that's going to be 4 runs. So you might want to, I think when you're bowling at this pace, you should be looking to have that field. And it looks like Talamala now does. Yeah, she is making that change. Looks like she's just checking how many fielders she's got out first. So that's good. Wants to make a check and probably wants to put herself back and have long on. Yeah, that's probably a better field here. Long on and long off, and now straight back.
Yeah, I agree. I think you need protection straight here. Yeah, so Desi, a lot of long nights with her, trying to make a lot of phone calls to a lot of people. How about that? Oh, not out. Yeah, making a lot of phone calls to try to get matches set up, get teams prepared, make sure people can get to the ground okay, make sure got the equipment. So she's done a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to getting women's cricket up and running here in Czechia.
It's a couple of bounces. A few people there. Wayne is saying, Vinny, you said you were going to talk to the umpires. But I think he's talking about the wide. I think it's one of those, Wayne. I think you know what it's like in the game. I think the umpires, I don't think it was Vinny. I think probably more Charles Croucher has spoken and, will always on a regular basis after each match talk to the umpires. And, I think it's sometimes mistakes are made. It's simple as that. I know that Charles was saying to me, and I think you were on with the LBW appeal.
Yeah.
And, umpires have to be honest, and the umpires looked back and said, yeah, I made a mistake.
Yeah,
And
I totally
at least
agree.
they're honest enough to say that. We're only human at the end of the day, so there was a bit of an error there. That's the end of the over. You can see it's 46 for 2 at the end of 2. And I've got a question. This is a good one. I like this one. My question to you all, and just for fun, is when was the first time in Test history that 5 bowlers conceded 100 runs or more off their spells?
Ooh.
It has happened. Good ball. Beautiful ball. On the money. Shaka does it again. And here come the high fives. It's just keeping it simple. It's full, it's straight. It just kisses the outside of the off stump. The stump goes down. Another wicket. Well done. And that is the end of Liz. So Elizabeth Ferrari will go. And it's Shaka Kulkanova that gets the wicket. And look at the joy. Look at the celebration. Look at the passion. And Ferrari will go for 22 of 19.
It's just a great delivery. Really, really good ball to a set batter as well. Elizabeth Ferrari will feel a bit aggrieved that she's missed that one, but it's only on her. 22 from 19. She's done a great job to open the batting for her side, but this is a cracking delivery from Shaka. Look at this, straight through the gate. The first person to get over to her was her sister. There she is, Turka Kulsanova, gets across to Shaka. Big hugs around, the skipper comes in, and there was a lot of celebration there. That is a terrific delivery to a set batter.
Yeah, and I'm pleased with Shaka because, as you know, she was injured. She didn't play the T20s, I believe, because of that hand injury that she has. So she's only, even yesterday when I was speaking to her, she said, it's still not right.
Yeah.
But look, she's out there and she's performing. And that's that good, full delivery again. Now, this one might go all the way to the boundary. I don't know if it catches anything at all. It's just going to be byes. So it's too hot to handle for Josephine this time. Let's have a look at this. It's full. Dips and look at the bounce. That's an incredible bounce.
Take off.
Wow. How about that? That is a good length delivery. That is, I would say, kind of Yorker length outside the off, which has hit the deck and bounced almost over Josephine and gone for 4 byes.
We've got Kabeli Airport over there, Letnani Airport over there, and the military airport behind us. That's not out of place on takeoff. That absolutely lifted off the deck, that one. Incredible.
And that's played away for a single. Now, it's nice to see, actually, that Nikki Karuna is playing this match. Now, she was very good in the T20s, but I do know that after the T20s, what Vinny was saying yesterday, having spoken to her, that she wasn't feeling 100%. Maybe it might have been just a bit of tiredness, a bit of illness, but she is playing this match, so she'll be looking to go well. She did perform very well in those T20s.
She did well in the T20s, and I think in the first T20 match she got herself a half century, and she looked really, really good. Things dried up for her throughout the Central Europe Cup. She was struggling to find the boundary. She was striking around about sort of 80, and just really struggled to get anything in terms of strike rate over 100. She looked a little bit out of sorts.
Bowled again.
I think she was also maybe carrying a bit of a niggle as well, just not moving as fluidly as she would like. So hopefully that's not too much of a problem. We're going to see how she goes here. She's only got 1 from 3 face, but Sharka's bowling out of her skin here. This is the last of her bowling spell.
It's played away, pulled, but there is a fielder out there. We'll do the fielding, and nicely done. No opportunity to take any further runs. It looked like that was Bosale who was out there, but that's just a tremendous bit of bowling. And Sharka, I already mentioned her excellent player of the match, bowling for once yesterday, 1 for 10. Well, 2 for 6 this time around. As we have a look at how things will start tomorrow, the Prague Spartans will take it on the Prague Dominators in the first. I say Prague, that's not Prague, is it? Praha, is that another way of saying Prague? You've also got the Spartans. Is that another way of saying Prague?
Praha. That's Praha is I guess how the Czechs would call Prague.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how we call it.
Praha Dominators.
So yeah, the Dominators have chosen that name instead of Prague Dominators. They're Praha Dominators. Good to see. Yeah, the Praha Dominators. They're an offshoot of the Prague Tigers, who are obviously in action in the Premier Division. And a couple of years ago, a couple of players got together and they said, you know what? We're a big team. We want to form our own team. We're going to be brand new. And they got themselves up and running, and they had a great breakout year last year.
And there's probably an opportunity there. I mean, Josephine, she's doing a remarkable job standing in as the keeper, but you can see she's probably a little bit further back than she needs to be. And I think if she were standing probably where a more sort of... Oh, that's going to be a no ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's going to probably go all the way to the boundary. So that's going to be what we call a minimal. And it's 4 to the batter and 1 for the no ball. That means 5. So let's herself down to seek a little bit here. So, yeah, the ball before, we're just saying that if you had a proper sort of keeper there, somebody who's practiced and done the job for a while, you're probably whipping the bails off there.
You would indeed. Yeah, she's just missed that one before. But, yeah, that ball from Desi, not too good there. And as I said, Desi is... I'm a big fan of Desi and the work that she's done for women's cricket. I think we all are. Anyway, free hit coming. It's a wide.
Wide, yeah. Just missing that line by a fraction to Zika this time. So free hit stays in place.
Yeah, no, Desi's done great work with all the teams. She's well respected around the country for all the work she's done.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Free hit.
It was indeed. So the cheers and the people trying to go in for the get around. Nope. Hold that thought. Just wait to see. No, they've all backtracked really quickly there.
Can we have a close up also of Desika? She's happy. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh no,
that's right.
Hit. But the reason I want to have a close up, I don't think I've ever seen a bowler who's wearing earrings as long as that playing the game of cricket. I mean, that's a serious set of earrings, isn't it? I mean,
it's probably the biggest earrings you'll see on the cricket ground. Biggest earrings
that you've seen
for sure.
Any bowler playing the game of cricket wearing. And maybe it helps to keep a balance. This one's been well struck. The fielder will not be able to stop it. Cuatro carreras más. El que va, que genial. Qué bueno es ese golpe. Cuatro carreras más. Yeah, can we have a close? Alex, come on, I'm going to put you to the test. I want to see Desika and her earrings. There's that shot, by the way. Beautifully played. Gets herself in a good position. Good solid base as that's crunched to the boundary. There it is again. Nice shot. Nice hit.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get a close-up.
There they are. Look at those.
Wow.
I mean...
It's like something you hang from a Christmas tree. They're massive. She wears them well, though.
Well, pushes this away, wants to take the single, and will get there as well. So good bit of acceleration happening in this over. They needed that because Desika's first went for 12, and this one is, again, at 12 with the ball to go. That's nicely played. Lovely cut shot. I think that's going to beat the field as well. That's a really good, elegant-looking stroke from Nikki. Gives herself a little bit of room. Doesn't try and hit the ball too hard. Just relies on making contact and timing that fantastically well. So 16 off the over. And the score 69 for 3 at the end of 8.
Yeah, she really crunched that one, didn't she? Leaned into it and just went bang through the offside. Just wanted that one to get to the boundary, and she's wheeled it. That's an expensive over. 16 off the over, as you say, Rico. And Desi hasn't covered herself in glory with a couple of expensive overs here. Just as wickets were falling, as you see, wickets falling the 3rd, 5th and 7th over. 3 wickets down Gibraltar. They've got a good platform here to boost that score up now with 2 overs to come, 69 on the board. And these two putting together a pretty good partnership.
They are indeed. Hello to John Heesham. Happy Father's Day to you. And I see Dave was in the chat as well. And Monty, hello. And welcome. And I hope you're enjoying the action from a very sunny, bright Czechia. It's going to be another wide delivery. Very warm here at the moment. I think I'm probably expecting that maybe by the time we get to the next match, they probably will take an official drinks break, probably after 5 overs, because if the temperatures do get, as they're saying, around the 30 plus, I think that's probably what Charles Crowder, the tournament referee, will probably want to do. Play to the fielder, but good running. The run on impact, and they're always going to make it if you go straight away. So if both the players, both the batters on the same wavelength, you're always going to get the single there.
You asked me before about just a little tip of something to do in an afternoon in Prague when you're by yourself. Let me give you a little something as well. You take the number 22 tram heading towards Vipik. Ooh, up in the air, just going to fall short. Nicely run. Yeah, the 22 tram from the centre of the city, it heads out towards a place called Vipik. Now, Vipik, you won't go as far as Vipik. Now, Vipik is actually where we originally played domestic cricket, and it's just a park. It's a park that we used to just roll out the flicks.
Yeah.
Every Saturday and Sunday morning, and we would play there for a few hours, play our 40 over competition. It's a long time since we did that though. But that was where Czech cricket started. That's where it all started. Yep.
Okay. So I'll literally see it when I'm on my way to Vipik.
Actually, you'd have to go to the end of the line. But what I would say to you is take the tram that is supposed to go to Vipik. You get out behind the castle of the tram. Yeah. You walk down the hill, nice gentle down the hill, past a whole lot of little pubs and shops down to the castle. Check out the castle. Yeah. Check out the view from the castle. And the view from the castle is quite incredible. It's really, really good. Then what you can do is you walk through the castle gardens, go over a little footbridge, and you keep walking through an area called Letna. And Letna Gardens takes you down to quite a walk. You could probably walk for about 20 minutes, leisurely walk in the shade. Yeah. You've got the river on one side and the city just on the other side. It's a perfect viewing platform as well. You get wonderful views of the river and all the bridges in succession looking down the river. It's one of those sort of photo opportunities you can never pass up. It just looks so magical. Looks great.
I was saying to Vinny yesterday that last time around, though I saw the castle from a distance, never actually went. So I do plan to go there. So that's the way to do it then.
It's one of the biggest castles in Europe too.
Okay, so the end of the line on 22, going towards Vipik?
Not the end of the line, because the end of the line of Vipik is where we played cricket, but you take the tram that goes that way. I'll give you the tram stop because I can't remember. All I know is you go.
Well, I want to see where you used to play as well. So I'll probably do the both then. I could do that on a Friday actually. I'm off on Friday. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully timed. I'm really loving. You touched on this before. The partnership here between Rosie and Nikki, because it's the perfect partnership. What I mean by that is they're taking the singles. We've seen them taking singles in that over that took four singles. And also, when the ball's there to be played away, they're not striking. They're not just swinging hard. They're timing the ball well as well. That's a delightful shot from Rosie Riley to get 4 runs. She's moved to 17 now. Very good partnership. Very, very cleverly played as well. They're running hard. They're putting away the bad ball, and then along the line, they're getting a few extras as well. As this is Raquel Pavlikova, who's trying to get the breakthrough here.
Yeah, 35 runs off what I calculate to be, 2 overs and a bit. So 2.5 overs. That's quite a partnership for these two. Came together at 46 for 3. They've now seen up to 81 for 3.
It's well played again. And again, it plays it out. A good early call, good response. And they get a very simple single. This is a very good partnership. Probably one of the better. I know we've seen some good partnerships. I touched on the intro that when these two teams met before, that Gibraltar put 137 on the board when Amy and Lizzie went well with that 100-run partnership. But this partnership is right up there, as good as that. Maybe not the same number of runs, but the way that their understanding of each other, they're taking the singles. playing some nice shots as well. There you go. There's another shot. That's going to be 4 more. Just very, very good batting.
Really clever.
And cuatro más. This time it's Nikki. So we saw Rosie getting the boundary earlier. Now Nikki says it's my turn, and she plays a very similar shot and gets a boundary in the same area. End of the over. Another good over. This time it goes for 17, and the score moves to 86 for 3 with an over to go.
There you go. And I love that shot in that final ball too, because it was a little bit shorter, but just that extra split second to place the ball, which was perfection, absolute perfection, puts it into the boundary. It was probably close to the backward point fielder to maybe try to chase down, but that outfield's quick. It's really quick. It's been baking under the sun for a few days now. It's obviously been a week since we had the weather that was, well, that's a story into itself, but we haven't had anything like that since then, and the ground is drying up. It's very quick across the ground. And you know what, even those little pokes, using the pace of the bowler, Rachel Pavlichkova, she's quite quick. It's deceptively quick. So if you play a little glide shot of her bowling, it will go to the boundary unless it's stopped by a fielder. So good placement, 86-3 as we go to the last.
And it's going to be the captain, Salamala, to bowl her one and only over. Starts well, good pitched up delivery. They will get the 1, and with no mistake there from Shaka, it will only stay as 1. Very important over this. I think Czechia will feel keep it under 100, and you're giving yourself a chance. They got to win this match.
Yes, they have to.
It's a big win. They've got to win this match and then win the next match against Croatia. So that's why they're pretty keen not to let things get away from them in this last over. They've kept Gibraltar for a lot of the time on the back foot. You were quite right. These two came together when they were struggling. At the end of the 6th over, the score was 46. End of the 7th, 53. But this partnership has been good, especially the way they've gone about things in the last 2 overs. They've gone for 16 and 17. Played away. Again, just a single. So good from Talamala, who we did see smiling earlier as well, folks, in the celebration when Josephine took the catch.
Honestly, I think it's the first time in this, for the whole week, I've seen Talamala smile, so it was wonderful to see her.
She's a lovely character. I spoke to her briefly when they turned up this morning, and we were able to chat. I said, "You're smiling?" She said, "Yeah." I said, and she does. She's got a lovely smile. Well, she won't smile about this one. This is not going to be a smiling moment. It's going to get through. It's going to be, I think, 4 byes. That's not what's wanted. But I mean, I like the way she then turns around and says, "Don't worry, it's okay. Let's keep going." Josephine just gets through her. Couldn't just get anything on it. Went through the legs, and you can see a few of them there trying to get a foot on it as well. That's that Nandivado who's going to have to bat really well in this match. But I can't stop it. 4 runs. But yeah, she said, "Yeah, I do smile." She said, "But when I play, I only smile when I win." I said, "But you won yesterday."
Okay.
She said, "No, I mean win." And what she's talking about is winning the tournament. So if we're going to see a smile, they're going to need to win this match and the next. Well, she won't smile either. Oh,
they're all down.
This could be nasty. This could be nasty. Talamala, she doesn't look comfortable here. You can see what's happened. She's trying to... she's getting up. That's good news. That is good news. Oh, well. And I like that from the batter saying, "Hey, you okay?" You see what's happened?
Yeah.
They wanted to take the second, and then they get tangled. And, that's lovely. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. Yep. We can see that again there. Just quickly, you see what happened. They wanted to go for the second. So you can see she's having to back up. And then, oh, look, that's...
Yeah.
They literally bit a twister on the middle of the cricket field.
It was. And then just dusting themselves off. And a little high five between the batter, who was genuinely concerned for Talamara as well. Good sporting gesture there by these teams. Really good.
Going to be, again, just a single. So, apart from the 4 byes, it's been a pretty good over. So, score moves to 94 with the ball to go. They want to keep it under 100 to give themselves a realistic chance of getting a must-need win.
Yeah, if they keep it 100, to me, that's a mini win. Yeah. That'd be good for Czechs.
Gets played away. They might as well push hard here. Fielder's got a lot of way to come. Gets there, gets a good throw in. Talamala, deals well with a spicy bounce. But 2 runs will be taken. The score moves to 96. We're going to have a classic run chase here. And basically, if Czechia want to keep their hopes alive of winning this ECI-W on home soil. They've got to get the win here, and then in the next match, get the win against Croatia.
Exactly right, Rico. Yes, to keep their hopes alive, this is a very important match for them. But Gibraltar women, they put the score on the board, 96-3, as you say, Rico, after 10. That's not bad. And that last partnership, these two came together when the score was 46-3 at the start of the 7th over. So how about that? A 50-run partnership. Excellent. That is exceptional. That is very, very good scoring.
It's really good when you consider the players that they got missing. No Amy in the side, of course. Amy went. Lauren not playing in this one as well. Lizzie not clicking at the top of the order. And it just goes to show the depth that Gibraltar do have. And we always say how important partnerships are. And you can see that partnership, which is absolutely fantastic, came exactly at the right time. Couple of chances to take catches. You can see 3 opportunities in this over. And in the end, the bowler just turned around and said, well, all right, if you're not going to catch him, Erika Kunkonova says, I'm just going to knock the stumps over. Nice bit of support there for Team Czechia as well.
That's fantastic to see. The homemade sign. Don't see enough homemade signs at the ground. I think maybe next week when I've got a few days off, I'm going to come up during the ECS Challenge Division. I might make a homemade sign, actually. Cheer on a couple of the teams and maybe get myself on camera, because don't see me enough on camera. Bit of a celebration around. There's Shobit there doing the documentary work. It's called Tole Neni Kroket, is what it's called in Czech. That's the working title in Czech. Translated, that means it's not croquet. That's all it simply means. Doing a great job there. How about that delivery from Sharka? That is a peach. An absolute peach delivery there to get rid of Ferrari. And it needed a delivery like that to get rid of our Liz, because I thought she was batting superbly. Really, really well. A bit of luck running the way of the Gibraltar women, as they had a few byes get past the keeper, Josephine Suchkova. Had a pretty good time on the stumps, but it wasn't a perfect time. And a couple got away from her there. But they piled on the runs. This partnership, this 50-run partnership at the end was absolutely sensational. And that was all thanks to Nikki Karanara and Rosie Riley, who really has batted probably the best innings for her that I've seen. That 22 from 18, she's done a terrific job as they march off together, knowing that they put the score on the board, give the bowlers something to work with as well. That's really terrific. That's really good. So we're going to have a quick look at the batting card here, and it's going to tell us the story of Elizabeth Ferrari at the top there, who's captaining this squad today with a 22 from 19. And, of course, unfortunately for Yanira Blake, it wasn't her inning. She went to a caught behind off Sharka Kultsanova, who got a very good wicket there, a couple of wickets for her. Erika Kuntseva picked up the wicket of Prabha Raghunath at the top as well. Rosie Riley and Nikki Karuna, talk about those two with a terrific partnership. 50-run, unbeaten partnership for those two. That's worth the price of admission for mine. I think that was... Well, we're going to see if it's going to be a match winner. It could be the difference between the teams. They put themselves in a great position, though, the Gibraltar women. So well done to Rosie Riley and well done to Nikki Kurana. As we have a look at the bowling figures, tells the story again. Erika Kuntseva at the stop there, that 1 for 15 from her too. Sharka Kultsanova, take a bow. 2 for 6 from your 2 overs. Bowled so well. I was very impressed with her. Unfortunately for Desi Mudley, she went for 28 from her 2 overs, a bit expensive. Raquel Pavlichkova also went expensive, 17 from her 1 over. And Talamara only 6 runs off her final over there. But it's the partnership to take it from 46 for 3 up to 96 for 3. Exceptional for the Gibraltar women. So the mid-match summary looks like this. It's going to be up to the Czechs to come out in about 10 minutes time and try to chase down 97 runs for the win. They need the win to stay in touch. If they don't get the win, you can pretty much say, Gibraltar women, you have won the ECI. So the Czech women with a bit to do here. If they can overhaul that target, it stays alive. Let's see what happens. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying, don't go too far away. This is an absolute belter of a run chase coming up. I can just feel it. Stay with us. Match 7 hangs in the balance. On behalf of myself and Rico Full, thanks for tuning in. We'll hope to see you again in just a few minutes for the run chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Vintners Cricket Ground, and beautiful blue skies as far as the eye can see. Sunny conditions pushing upwards into the high 20s right now, the temperature, and it's getting hot out there in the field as well. Probably add a few extra degrees onto that for the players' comfort level as they walk out to the centre, with the game in the balance now. And in the balance in more ways than one, I think it's fair to say, as we have a bit of a look at a recap and talk about the Gibraltar women who put on 96-3 in their 10. The score for the Czech women is 97. Now, pretty straightforward equation for the Czech women. Win the game. That's it. If you win the game, you stay in the hunt to take the title for the ECI Women's Tournament. And just remember, the bonus point equation is always in play. 97 on the board. So if the Czech ladies can chase this down to 7 overs, they will get a bonus point, get 4 points in total. And for the fielding side, they need to try to restrict the Czech women to a score of, it's already flashed away from the screen, of just under 60. Okay, that's why. There was the wrong one up. We'll get the right one in a mo. Anyway, we start the run chase. It's a swing and a miss. Good shouts around the ground. I think this game, there's going to be a lot of cheering from the Gibraltar women out there. I know they're going to be very, very keen to make sure they get the runs here. Thank you very much for that, guys. Thank you, Alex. As we see there, the score was 96 on the board. So 67 runs or less. Fielding team to restrict the Czech team to 67 or less, and they pick themselves up all 4 points, which would pretty much crown them the ECI champions of 2025 here in this competition. But obviously the Czech women have something to say about that. They're looking to get a win on the board. In the standings, I think there's 5 points difference at the stops. We'll have a look at the standings at the end of this over just to understand exactly where we're all, where we're standing. That's why it's called the standings. And we'll figure it out from there. It's Ferrari just straying down leg side. You can see how important every run's important here. Genuine dismay at that delivery. That has cut back in. That's almost hit the back of the leg. That has come so close to clipping the back of the leg as Nandivada steps across and allows it to go leg side and almost bowls around her legs as well. I'll tell you, another coat of varnish and there could be trouble. Well, swing and miss outside the off, and this time this one does breach the tram line there. So just trying to get things in the right place here again. Notorious in the chat saying, Blag, a fifer is coming. Interesting, Blag. Watch that comment. Let's see if it does come true. If anyone's going to get a fifer, I tell you what, I reckon Unira Blag could be on for that as well. Ferrari's getting a good bit of movement there through the air. So I'm going to welcome back Rico nice and early, because this is a very important run chase here for the Czechs to keep their series alive.
Yeah, very important. Look at this delivery. Look at the movement away. We've seen a lot of that, actually, from a number of the bowlers here in Czechia. Getting that ball to move around. And, she had to make contact, and she makes good contact. It goes all the way. In the end, it's a proper swivel on this. A bit of the, as this goes all the way to the boundary. But she needed to make contact. Otherwise, she was plumb in front. Have a look at it from this angle. Phil, it's you either hit it or you get out.
That's it exactly. You're right, Rico. She had to take that one from pretty much middle stump, cannoning in. Would have been given, I'm sure she would have been given if they'd had to hit the pad. In the end, she gets away for a good boundary. So, opens her account, does Nandivada, with a good boundary. Swing and a miss there on that occasion.
Yeah, swing and a miss. I did put a question out, and a few people in the chat saying, you haven't given us the answer yet. Oh. Well, I'll give you the question one more time. So, when was the first time in Test history 5 bowlers conceded 100 runs off their spell? So, in the same match in a test. So, I'll give you that maybe after the second over. All right, so keep your eyes on the screen.
So, looking for the year.
Yeah, looking for the year. And, well, you can either, or you can tell me what the match was. That's hit well, and that is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Shaba, Kinna, and then Nandivada. We know she's got the power. She's shown us this before, and this time short. And she goes straight down the ground. That's a good hit. It's good to see her go straight down the ground as well. I know she does have the ability to go straight and also go on the offside. So a good way to finish the over. 10 off the first.
How about that? What a good start there for the Czechs. Pretty much exactly what they needed to be scoring at. There's 57 matches since a golden ball. Wouldn't that be wonderful? This went down to the wire. You never know, Rico. Our last time here together working in this ECI, we only had the one chance. Well, we've only had two bites of the cherry, you and I, here for the morning matches. You never know if we could do this one, but we might get a chance next week. You never know. But 57 matches since a golden ball. And Rico and I broke that drought in Romania a couple of weeks ago, and weren't we happy about that one? It had just gotten to 111, didn't it? And we smashed it out of the park with a fantastic golden ball there. Yeah. Anyway, back to the action here, though.
Interesting bowling change. So a lot of people are talking about Balag, but we're not going with Balag here. They're going to go, actually, with Prabha Raghunath to bowl the second over. Want to take a bit of the pace off, maybe?
This is going to be interesting.
Raghunath just checks the field and has to bowl, of course, with only 2 allowed out.
Yeah.
Still in the power play, and they've gone with mid-wicket, and looks like a long on. But look, check out the field. We'll have a look at this field in a moment. You've got somebody inside the circle right behind the bowler. This is called a no ball. I think it's bounced more than twice. You'll see the second bounce here coming up.
Yep.
Where's his bouncing? Yeah, so it's a good call. So just a little bit short to start off with here, Prabha. Now, I wonder if we can see, whenever you get a chance at it, just shows the field maybe after this ball, because it's quite an unusual one.
Okay.
Hiding the ball again. Oh, that one's come out wrong as well. So I think that's also been called a wide, probably because it goes past the line of the stumps before it comes down. But I'm wondering about the height on it as well. I mean, the height could have been interesting.
Yeah.
It has been called a wide, though. Let's have a look at the height. Ooh, interesting one there. When's this dropping down? It's about... Well, I think that's a no for me.
I think that's above waist high.
I think it's above waist.
Yep, I think so too.
There doesn't seem to be any change there from the umpires. They're sticking with the call. So, no ball still stays, of course, on the board. This gets played away. They'll take the single. Now, it'll be interesting to see if they do make a change in the field here. Now, this is what I wanted to show the viewers back home, this unusual field. So I did say 2 on the boundary, but just have a look at that. So standing literally right behind the bowler, as straight as you can be, and then you've got the 2 on the boundary on the leg side. So you've got the bowler with... We've seen a wicket-keeper backstop. This is the bowler's backstop.
It's an unusual place. Inside the circle, almost at the top of a fast bowler's run-up.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
It's down leg side. This time it's left there by Palmer. Doesn't really want to go for this one. And that's the type where if Nandivala's on strike, she's clubbing that. She loves it there. But Palmer, probably a different approach. She's happy to take the wide and the extra ball. That's a better delivery. Gets played away, just chipped out there onto the leg side. It'll take just the single. And one thing that you're probably not going to see a lot of, I know we saw this a lot with Nandivada, is running those quick singles. She's not quick running between the wickets, so that could be a setback for them. They're needing to go here, around about that 10 and over, don't they, to get this win? So they're going to have to run some hard singles as well. Yeah,
they can't get bogged down here with dot balls. And if it becomes a case of, well, I need to smack boundaries in the middle overs, there could be trouble aplenty. So they do need to keep the scoreboard ticking, I agree.
That's well struck. And it's going to be a boundary. It's a good effort there from the fielder to try and stop it. But the money was always on the ball. Big shouts of joy from the Czechia bench as they get another boundary. Well struck.
Look at this one. Just really got into that one. Nicely middled. Couple of bounces. Fielder just one step short of maybe stopping that one. Goes to ground. Cannot affect the stop. Hey, Rico, with your question, I'm going to throw something. I don't know the answer. I absolutely don't know it, but I'm going to say what I think. I'm thinking very late 40s, maybe even early 50s. I'm going to go that far back.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's your that's why you're a commentator. You know your things. You know your facts.
Yeah? Am I in the ballpark, am I?
You're in the ballpark.
Oh, I'm at the ground. Good to know. Okay, there you go,
Very
folks.
much in the ballpark.
Anyone want to piggyback on the back of that? Have a think about Rico's question. It's a good question. I'm going to try and think about teams now.
Swing and a miss this time. Just that little bit of extra bounce that Raghunath gets there. It's not been her best over, and they've tried something different here, Gibraltar. It's not quite. I mean, it's not gone pear-shaped, but it's not quite gone to plan Raghunath. But can she get away with it? This last ball tosses it up, and I think there's a bit of baton to that first, but it's a good finish from her. Again, you see the batter out of a crease practicing a shot where if Sally wanted to, she could have just thrown the ball back at the stumps. It would have been out. Look, so just here, the batter now starts to come out. All Sally had to do is throw the ball back in. I mean, maybe over's been called actually because I'm seeing the umpires walking away. But you've got to get yourself back in the crease. We'll have a quick look probably here now at the standings to show you just why this match is so important. So as we know, Gibraltar are at the top and they took those 4 points in the last match against Croatia. So there's a 5-point gap between the two teams. You'll see them coming up here. Now, Czechia need to win this. And if they get the win here, then in the last match or the next match that they play, which will be the next one after this against Croatia, they can get a win there. They get their hands on the prize.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. They need to be... Well, first things first, yeah, exactly right, Rico. They've got to get the win here.
Yeah.
Even if they only get, just say, a 3-point win, okay, they stay in touch with Gibraltar women. They then play Croatia. If they beat Croatia, then go above Gibraltar. Gibraltar will play the last match, though, against Croatia. So still a few permutations and combinations, a few moving parts on those standings. But the key thing for Czech is we need to be going at 10 and over, which they are. They're going at 10 and over nicely here. They need 77 from 47. And they need to get the win above everything else. If Gibraltar get the win, then it's going to be all Gibraltar, and they're going to be very happy as they're not playing the next match.
It ends up being actually a good start from Sally Barton. She gets something on this and stops that ball from making its way to the boundary. And I think it would have got there pretty quickly if it weren't for the gloves there of Sally. So Blagg just losing a line slightly.
Yeah, 22 for no loss. Blagg, who we've sung her praises, she can bowl a couple of tight overs here. That's going to really put the stop on. Yet to get a wicket though, Gibraltar, searching for a wicket pretty quickly though.
That's well bowled and it's also well played. Good cricket all round. It's a very good delivery. It's that Yorker length ball that we say that Blagg, I mean, when she bowls it, it's normally quite deadly, but it's been well dug out. And they take the single as well. So good bit of cricket all round. Nandivada had to be at her best to stop that one getting through to the stumps. Palmer not had too much of the strike, just 3 balls for 1. And she won't get any more. That's what we're talking about. Well, Yanira Blagg, maybe she's listening to us, Phil. This time she does target the stumps. The one before was dug out brilliantly by Nandivada. But unfortunately, Palmer could do nothing about this. It's the perfect delivery. This is what I like to call the boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball. Jack the putte. The stumps go over. No shame in getting out to a ball like that. It was a beauty.
That is a terrific delivery, that one. You're right. It's that old adage of, well, you miss, I hit, and the stumps go down there. That is a really, really good ball, that one. So Mansi Palmer has to depart, and that is the breakthrough that the Gibraltarians sorely needed. Make sure I get that right. They're not Gibraltans, they're Gibraltarians. Good delivery indeed, fireball. Bang, stumps over.
Yeah, stumps are knocked over. All right, I'll start talking about this then as new batter comes out. So Australia scored 758 for 8 in the 5th test against the West Indies in Kingston. Their highest test score. The innings started badly though. They were 7 for 2.
Oh.
But a test record, 5 individual hundreds from Colin McDonald, 127. Oh, that almost has another. Ooh. It almost has Raquel Pavlikova gone first ball. So yeah, Colin McDonald, 127. Neil Harvey, 207. Keith Miller, 109. Ron Archer, 128. And Richie Bernard, 121. Left the West Indies wilting. Bernard's 100 came in 78 minutes. And for the first time in Test history, 5 bowlers conceded 100 runs. And the 6th, this is the other interesting bit.
Yeah.
So the first time in history, 5 conceded 100. The 6th was Gary Sobers, who went for 99.
No, really?
Australia went on to win the match by an innings and 82 runs. And it was in 1955. So,
okay.
Yeah, you were there. You were there in the right era.
I was thereabouts.
That's quite amazing, though, isn't it? So all those Centurions and then 5 bowlers going for over 100. And Sobers could have been the 6th. He went for 99.
Incredible indeed. There you go. Yeah, you know what? I very selfishly was thinking, surely Australia are involved in that. Surely, surely we're involved in that, but not on the receiving end. I was hoping for that. Yeah, what a great question. And see if any people got that one. Did we see anyone who actually got close to that one?
I think there was some good guesses in there, actually. There was some good guesses. I think most people obviously knew it had to be a high-scoring game. And look, it is my last match today, so I normally give you 2 questions. So I will put another one out there for you. And let me think. What have I got for you? All right, here we go. Who was the last bowler to take all 10 wickets in an innings at Lord's? There you go. That's going to be... we'll give you the answer to that maybe after over number 9. So you've got some time to think about it.
Okay.
So who was the last bowler to take all 10 wickets in an innings at Lord's? So who's the last person to do that? So I'm going to leave that out there for you.
Oh, we've got 6 overs to come up with an answer to that, folks. So try to come up with that one. 10 wickets and 1 over in a game at Lord's. Okay.
Well struck. And it's going to be too hot to handle. Well, Phil, I think this one has got a little bit of your spicy sauce on it. It's too spicy for the fielder. It's well stuck. And Pavlikova does hit the ball well. I like the batting of Raquel Pavlikova yesterday and Teresa. The 2 youngsters went out there, and when the batting wasn't clicking, they came good at the right time. That's well struck.
Yeah, she's hit that really well indeed. They needed that boundary. Just that run rate starting to creep up. It was over 10, and that's how it helped it just get back down again to just be a smidge over 10 and over needed now. But that's going to give Raquel a really good bit of confidence now. Swings hard, connects well, and gets a boundary for her trouble there. So well done indeed.
All right, here goes Raghunath hiding the ball behind her back. That's her trademark. It's a better delivery, and she's unlucky that this has not gone through onto the stumps. So just missing that leg stick. It's a good comeback from the bowler.
That was close, wasn't it? Watch this one more time. Goes across, misses leg stump by, well, probably in the end, probably about 1 centimetre.
That one's going to be a no ball. Doesn't get it on the pitch at all. Slightly different action sometimes that we see from Prabha Raghunath. So that time, you see she's really tried. I think she tried to just fire in it a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
It just loses her shape. That one also is too wide, so another wide delivery. But you can see I'm liking the way that, I'm liking the intent from Raquel Pavlikova. She wants to go after this. She wants to play the attacking shots. She's got Nandivada out there with her as well, who's going just about to run a ball. It's a bit of bad on this. Nandivada now is going to have to get going. Was wanting to find the ball and watch it rather than take lead from her partner. And that's where Nandivada sometimes can get herself into a bit of a problem. She's kind of ball watching rather than listening to the call. All right, here she is on strike. She'd love to get a nice juicy one down the leg side. And she will, but she misses out on it. Well, I even told her it was coming. She swings and misses. We'll get a wide for it. But that's her shot, and she misses it.
Rico, she's placed her order. The delivery guy's knocked on the door, and she's not home. That's disappointing. Dear, oh dear.
And now it's too wide. So just Raghunath, maybe it is a little bit of fatigue and tiredness. Just hasn't been at her clinical best in this spell, in this match. It's a little bit expensive in the first, which went for, I think in the end, went for 14.
Indeed, yeah.
And that's going to be a no ball. And good calling, good running.
Yeah. Hits the edge. I think it's hit the edge of the pitch, and it's sort of done the keeper with that deviation. Watch this. Clunk, and just gets away from Sally there. Can't get down to it, but her backstop does. Hey, shout out to John Gray in the chat. Thanks for joining us, John. Always a pleasure to see
John.
you in the chat.
Yeah.
And everyone else in the chat too as well. Always good to see you all there. Thanks for hanging out with us today. 35 for 1, halfway through the 4th. I just had a thought about the answer to your question.
Okay. It's played away, and it will be smothered by the fielder out there. Nicely done.
I'm probably going to say it off air because I don't want to give people hints who maybe are still looking for it. I don't remember his surname, but I remember the first name. Oh,
Ah.
I shoot, I score.
Ah.
Oh, Phil G doing well.
You're on the ball today.
Oh, I'm having a good day.
You are as sharp as your shirt today. I must say.
Nice.
I'm glad we managed to sort out the comms cam today, because it
Yeah,
would be
you like that?
criminal if we couldn't have got that shirt on camera. It'd be criminal.
Maybe get it on
It's
one more
a very
time.
nice shirt.
We should get it one more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that player's surname though, but I remember that very famous first name.
Yeah, well done.
Or nickname, I guess.
Well done.
I'm sure his parents didn't call him that.
How are people? Kumble, it's good guess, but it's not Kumble. No, up in the air, because we're talking about 10 wickets in an innings. The last player to do it at Lords. Okay, so at Lords, very good guess.
Lords. That's the thing then. Not just anywhere, not just anywhere in the world, but Lords
At
specifically.
Lords, yeah,
and
the
the
last to do
last player, yes. Yeah, for some reason that name stuck in my head. Obviously for reasons that might become evident when you hear the name. 4 overs gone, 38 for 1 on the board. The run chase seems to be in hand at the moment in terms of run rates at the moment for the Czech women. However, these two need to keep it going, and it's about consistency. And they're doing quite well so far.
Yeah, they're doing well so far. You've still got, of course, the beauty, I suppose, for Jib is they've still got good bowlers to come back. They're not wasting too much time here, are they? Well, look who's arrived.
Oh, look at that.
And, Vinny Sandhu is here. They're just exchanging phone numbers there with Prabhath.
Prakash.
Oh, Prakash.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
Prakash. Yeah, president
It's
of Czech
Prakash
cricket.
there, yeah.
Probably just, yep.
Probably
sharing
organising
WhatsApp
everybody
numbers.
transport.
They're
He's
probably calling
always
Ubers.
doing something, you know.
He is.
Always
Prakash
doing
is
something.
He's a good egg. He's president of Czech cricket, a good friend of mine. Know him very well. Been working with him for many years now here in the federation, the local fed here.
Flag. Oh, that's that delivery again. That's really well bowled. A little shake of the head on the umpire. This probably is pretty close actually, because when she does go for the stump, she's pretty much there or thereabout. Let's have a look if this just strays perhaps down the leg side. Probably it does. We'll have a look at it again, maybe.
There we
Here
go.
it is. Oh, maybe. Let's try again. Third time lucky. Yeah, it was going down leg side. But to almost place it back onto the stumps.
Yeah.
Off the pads there. There's Raquel. Good little battle this between two young players. Oh, that's hit well. It's sort of stopped, but I don't think that Mumford knew too much about that. That's Helen. And nice shades, Helen, as well. The mirror shades seem to be catching on. That was hit really well. Helen Mumford. And once again, uses. We should find out the size of a shoe size, because those shoes have stopped a lot of balls. Maybe she does have those special shoes you were talking about.
She might have them actually. You're absolutely right. She's done well with the foot field.
They'll be called the Mumfords.
That's a great name for a
The
shoe.
Mumfords,
Yeah. Can I have a pair of Mumfords, please? Size 11. That works.
The Mumfords. Here comes Black again. Well bowled, but well played as well. Nicely watched. And we'll get just a single. I suppose you're almost here, if you check here, saying partnerships are key. We saw that, of course, from Gibraltar in their innings. And what a good partnership that was between the two youngsters. But you're almost like saying, see out Black. Don't give your wicket away. We know she's a top bowler. See her out. A bit of discussion here with the two umpires about something. Not sure what this is about here. And not sure if anything's going to be communicated our way. Doesn't look like. So we're all right at the moment. I'm not sure what that could have been about. But anyway, yeah, I think it's almost like, see out Black, don't lose your wicket to her. And then we can, if we keep our wickets intact, we can go after some of the other bowlers.
Yeah. See, Af Naseem jumping in the chat, giving a big shout out to the Czech women players. Thank you for that, Af.
To the fielder. And no run. And that's where that close fielding position comes into play. And I think, you know, one thing that you notice when you're watching, not just the women's game, but also the men's game, how other teams learn from what other teams do. And I think you can see here that the three teams in this series have all learned something from the others, whether it's running between the wickets,
I agree.
whether it's field placement. In this case, I think Gibraltar certainly have learned from Croatia about the field position. There's that field there, so close fielders in either side, works a treat, end of the over. The pitch also looks marvellous. Do you know who's the groundsman here? Who's responsible for doing all of the excellent work around the ground? Because they need a shout-out.
The coordination for the groundwork here, That's Raj, who's our league administrator / operations manager, but he's ably assisted by that man, Venkatesh Magasharam.
Venki.
He has done so much here at the ground last few years. Last year and the year before that, I was the league administrator. So Venki and I spent so much time on this pitch and the neighbouring pitch getting ready for all the weekend action. There's probably enough sweat and blood of mine in that pitch for me to call that pitch one of my relatives. That's how much there was there. We would spend hours and hours on Thursdays and Fridays painting the crease, making sure the run-up was fine, making sure that there was any damage was repaired, the cleaning up of the ground, the preparing it for the weekend games, and we coordinate the cutting with the ground staff at the neighbouring golf course. Milan Ruck, I'm going to give his name a bit of a shout out. He helps us with that. And he comes over here with a massive grass cutting tool, and he looks after that for us. So we discovered that our ride-on lawnmowers it would take 4.5 hours to do just 1 gram with a ride-on lawnmower. It was way too long. And we'd be out there in very hot temperatures, moving the rope, cutting it, put the rope back again, cutting around it again. Yeah, bit of a pain. Stumps gone. Rico, that's a big wicket.
Well, you said bit of a pain. Well, that's a bit of a pain because that's a pain for Czechia. Nandivada goes. And once again, it's the lack of footwork here. She does want, it's probably the right shot to play, but you've got to get your feet involved. And Hannah Mumford, using the Mumfords, gets the wicket, tosses it up, no footwork. And it's very similar. We said this about Nandivada before. Well, if you're going to swing and go for those shots, you better not miss, because if you do, you're going to be gone. She got away with one earlier, but not this time. Mumford gets another wicket. Hasn't she been crucial? She seems to come on and get the breakthrough for Gibraltar every time they need it. And that's a big wicket to get. And it's a wicket that falls at the wrong time. Sharisha Navida will go for 16 of 18.
Yeah, she really is. I sing her praise as well. I thought she was terrific in the T20s last week as well. She came on, she picked up wickets here and there, and she just gave that little bit of variety. Not afraid to loop the ball up is exactly what you saw there as well. Give it some flight and let the batter make up their mind what they want to do. And if the batters are playing that cross-bat style, you're exactly right, Rico. Yeah. You better hit that ball because it's going to go on and collect your stumps. If you're not going to hit through the line, you're going to play a cross swipe. You could be in trouble.
Yeah, you're going to be in trouble, and that's one thing that I think Nandivada, she'll learn from this as well. As I said to a lot of the players, go back and watch, and they will go back and watch. And I know that the coaches will go through things with them as well. But it's all about watching and say, right, one thing I'm learning from my performances, I've got to try and play straight as well.
Yes.
Especially to those deliveries. If it's on the pegs, don't go across the line. Try and play straight. Don't give the opportunity to the bowler to get the wicket or get you LBW. That's why I was struck on the offside. They will take a single. See Vinny Sandhu's talking to Diana Orris, who also arrived yesterday. So we'll see some nice pictures of this beautiful ground. But look, I just want to say, just to finish up what we're talking about, well done to everybody involved here. Yourself as well. I know, blood and guts you've spilled out there, as you've said. All the ground staff, Venki, you mentioned there. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot. Well, the one before didn't go to the boundary. This time it does. That's a beautiful shot, beautifully played. And Raquel Barvikova, she's been joined out there now by Erika Konkova. These two now really do need to keep the momentum going, because that rate has just gone past that 13 runs per over mark. Boundaries like that will certainly help.
Yeah, notice that as well. You're absolutely right. The thing about Raquel is she swings hard. She'll always swing hard at the ball. She doesn't tend to nurdle the ball or try to look to just sort of push it on the side. And you know what? Even if she's only got one shot, she'll swing hard every time. If she edges, she connects, there's runs. Always going to be runs. That's why she's batting up the order. Yeah.
So just to finish off, everybody involved with the cricket here in Czechia, and particularly this ground.
Yeah.
Well done, because it is beautiful. The setting is beautiful. And I like the fact that you've got this ground, of course, the Scott Page. Mm-hmm. You've got the ground that we saw the juniors that were training in yesterday.
That's right. That's the Hugo Banks field.
Hugo Banks, which looks absolutely fantastic. I saw some of the youngsters there earlier today, but maybe they're just taking a bit of time out of the heat for the moment.
Yep,
but,
that's right.
And the other thing I love about this ground is that the number of people, of course, you've got the brilliant golf club, a golf course to our right here, but it attracts a lot of people to come just did a walk by, cycle by, walking the dogs to come, to sit, to watch. It's fantastic. It's got a lovely feel about it.
It really does. It's in a lovely part of the outskirts of Prague. There's dog walking tracks. There's a little sort of playground area at the top of the driveway as you come into the ground, where it's sort of a dog walking track. You know, where they take dogs through their paces at shows where they do the obstacle course.
Yeah.
Well, there's one just at the end of the dirt road over there.
All right.
There's bicycle tracks that go along the border of the golf course and our property here. And
yeah, there we go.
Constant walkers.
We just saw a bit of that. We can
Yeah.
go back to that at some point as Ariana comes on to bowl. Now, Ariana, I like the fact that they're sticking with her. I like this. This is good captaincy from, I know the captain for this one is Lizzie Ferrari. Ariana, we keep saying that the more she bowls, the better she'll get, and the more that she'll start to get her line right.
Yep.
So, and she, fair play to Ariana, so she doesn't change what she does. She's saying, no, I want to stick to left arm over. She's sticking to try and get the ball outside and right across to the right-handers. In she comes again. And, yeah, well bowled. Beautiful. Excellent. All about playing.
Perfect.
The more you play it, the better you'll get.
Perfect. Couldn't have done it better. That's exactly where you want it. The left arm coming over the wicket, as you say, pushing it across the right-hander. That was a really good length.
Yeah, well bowled from the youngster. The other thing we saw was Alex. I'm sure Alex will show us some more of the scenery from behind it. That's been hit pretty well. And caught! What a great catch! What a lovely moment for Ariana Niani. Well, she gets a wicket thanks to a brilliant catch taken there by Yunara Blag. Well, she's not just a bowler. She's not just a hard-hitting batter. She's a terrific fielder as well. What a beautiful moment that is. And two quality youngsters combining together to get a wicket. Sensational catch from Blag. And Ariana gets a wicket that she thoroughly deserved.
That Grizzly came in hot. They really did come to her with a bit of pace on it. I said just a few moments ago that Raquel Pavlichkova, she loves to get a real bit of an oomph behind the ball. She loves to hit the ball hard. She's cracked that one almost out, I would say out of the middle.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite elevate it. And the relief on the face of the bowler, the ecstasy on the face of the fielder, she holds it aloft and she gives it a little bit of two-step dance, maybe just saying, oh, you know what, that actually did sting, but she held it. That's a great catch. Yanira Blag, take a bow.
Yeah, and you got to feel a little bit there also for Pavlikova, because she's thumped it. She thinks, right, I've got runs here, I've got a 4 here. Never expected that to be caught. And Ariana just lets herself down here with that one down leg side. Yeah, one thing I was saying is, as we had a look at what's around this ground, so
yeah,
we've got the golf course, and at the back there we did see sort of like that, the sort of dog agility park. But also, I like the fact you got the road there. I know when we were looking at some of the cricket at Hornchurch, we were saying, look, there's the golfers. And the umbrellas are out today because it is going to be hot. That's just a little bit too far wide. One thing that Ariana can also work on, I know that Ariana, when I was talking to her earlier, she does go back and watch her. When she bowls, she jumps across. If you have a look, watch her, but she almost bowls and jumps across rather than, again, the key, rather than follow through. So if you watch here, so as she bowls, she's very quick to get away from the action. And it's probably a good idea if she just tries to follow through a little bit rather than come to a halt straight away. But go back to what I was talking about. So I like the fact that here, like Hornchurch, we can see the traffic, and you got your own buses here that go in the background.
You do see the occasional bus going past there, going from Letnani Metro, the end of the red line, going across to Vinoj, the village, which is just over there. And it goes past on weekends once every hour. And sometimes when you're playing here on the weekend and you see the bus go past, you immediately think, all right, there's 5 overs left. That much, 20 minutes back up. I'll make the next bus. You actually, you do calculate in your head, okay, and it takes 15 minutes to walk to the bus stop from here because it's actually just a bit down the road there. So you do think about that. It's that funny mindset, if you're not driving here, of course.
Well bowled. Oh, well bowled. Good delivery. Very well bowled. Look at the difference. Every time she's bowled, she's got tidier and tidier. This is a great delivery.
What a cracker.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, batter just not sure about that one. Kuntseva just tries to play something delicate. And I think, you know what, she needs to get the word from her coach and captain, and that is swing. We're on a hiding to nothing if we don't win this one. Well, there you go. Helps that one on its way.
That's the way to do it. Hello to Viking Bay, who says he just tuned in, and the first thing he sees is a great catch. Well, Viking Bay, you're a lucky chappy, and maybe you brought a bit of luck to Gibraltar because they did need that breakthrough. But that's nicely played. It's 4 more runs. It's an interesting match. I mean, the rate is climbing. I mean, it's getting to close to that 15 and over mark. But you just feel that if they can get the one big over in and bring it back down a tad, and if they stay with it, then it could go to that last over where they'll need something like 14 or 15 to get the win. This is what's coming up. Next, Croatia back in action. They're unchanged, and they're taking on Czechia, who also are unchanged for that match number 8.
Interesting. Croatia will be very hungry for a win there. Try to notch up their first win of the tournament, and it could be the Czechs who fall under their spell. We'll find out after the conclusion of this game. Let's hit around the corner. Just a single there.
Yeah, just around the corner. That's another plane does fly in. So one more time, the question that we're asking this time is who was the last bowler to take all 10 wickets in an innings at Lord's? Okay, and the man next to me has already got the answer. Well done.
Thank you. Bit of a fluke, that one. But no, it's a name that sticks in my head for exactly that reason. And there's one other thing here at the ground, which I'll get to in a second. Something unique. Sit down the ground just for a single here. There's a structure on the other side of the road, the building, which is a sort of a very triangular roof over there. That's part of a farm.
All right.
And in that farm, they have peacocks.
That really?
I've heard the peacocks. I heard them last year. I haven't heard them this year, funny enough. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they've been...
So you're talking about there?
Yeah, that place there.
There's peacocks
behind there. They have peacocks. Yeah, they've got sheep there now, but I've heard peacocks there in the last couple of years. That loud squawk, very distinctive squawk. And I've always thought, well, Peacock Friday, you need to hear a shout of a peacock, don't you?
I'm actually day off on Friday. Otherwise, I was going to suggest we go down there and... trying to ruffle some of the feathers of the peacock. Oh, look at that. That's bonus points. You get 10 for that. You get 10 for that. You get 10 for that. What a shot this is from Josephine. Josephine, you're not getting 4. You're getting 10. Look at this. It's right on the water bottle. And I keep saying we've got to have this. We've got to put like little things on the boundary. Look at this. What are the chances? And down it goes. Bonus point. And then the cap comes off as well from Maggie. Oh, Josephine, lovely shot. They need a big over. Could this be the one? Hannah Mumford, though, she is good. She always finds a way to get the wicket. There's Vinny Sandhu lurking this time. Well, there's Teletubby. Who's the green Teletubby? Is there a green Teletubby?
There is a green Teletubby.
The Teletubby is out. Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu is the Maximo Teletubby. Oh, let's get that shot again of Vinny. Who's the... Oh, he's gone.
Where's he gone?
He's heard us. He's probably... Wouldn't it be great if he just popped up from behind the banner there and in proper Teletubby style?
If Vinny was a character in Teletubbies, what would his name be? Without getting to, without getting stuck in here. I was thinking something like Vinny Winnie or something like that.
Oh, that's
good. Something like that.
I was thinking the Winnie something. Yeah, Vinny Winnie. That's a good one.
Or Vin.
And, what a dangerous shot that is. It's risky. But Josephine gets back onto it. We'll take the single. Oh, this one, again, was right on the money. And it's well backed up. Have a look at this. This is going right onto middle stump.
Oh, my goodness.
And she's gone right across and played it. It's risky. But if you get bat on ball, and that works well. Yeah, Vinny Winnie.
Vinny Winnie. Or Vin. Well, there's many combinations. Yeah, well, I'll see what he says when he comes onto the comms later on. See if he can give himself a name.
Listen, there's a job for you. Remember, you recently did that thing of all of us in the rock band.
Oh yes. Oh no, I think I see where you're going.
You're going to do one with all the Teletubbies with us, and we're going to put it on the background on that hill.
Okay.
How about that?
That would be awesome. Okay.
And Vinny's got to be in green, obviously.
Okay.
Mind you, he was an all red yesterday, so he's got all the Teletubby colours as well. Now they're going to go to here. They and ah about it. Oh, this could be risky. And I think they're going to make this.
She's home.
How do they make this? It's quite incredible running, actually. So let's have a look at this again. I mean, look how late she goes. So they run one, and then she's waiting for a partner. Says, you come in or what? All right, come on then. You get here, then I'll go. Come on. And, yeah, they make it. Excellent stuff.
Very good stuff indeed. So a bit of a flurry here, but yeah, you got to wonder if they left the run too late. There's only 2 overs to get 32 runs. That's going to be to last. They need a massive over here to try to take the pressure off what's going to happen in the final over. You do feel that the Gibraltar women, they've probably done enough now. They've taken wickets regularly along the way as well. This partnership is going along nicely, but they need runs. They need a lot of runs. And so far, this partnership's worth 18 runs off only a handful of overs, but they need a big over here.
They need, yeah, exactly. One good over. They're needing 32 runs here. So if they can get an over where you're going sort of 16, 18, that certainly keeps it exciting for the last one. Let's see who's going to bowl this one. They're going to go back to Ariana again. I like that. That's good captaincy. It's showing faith in the bowler, and Ariana starts with a good delivery. Dot ball to start.
That's a great start to the over. I was going to say the pressure on the youngster must be quite immense, but she started that with that first ball. That is a really good first delivery. So 32 off 11 now. This is getting incredibly steep now for the Czech women.
Yeah, Ariana with the ball. And good delivery again. Excellent. I like the way she just, every time, that little look back to the umpire. That's all right, umps, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, have I done okay?
Have I done all right? Is it okay?
You're not going to call something on me there?
Super delivery. Look at that. You can't, if you're bowling left arm, that's where you want it to be.
Yeah, that turn of the head very quickly whips the head around to say, please tell me that's inside the tram line. And it certainly was. It's a great ball. Two really good dots there.
Do you make it this time down the leg side? And that's been well hit. And it will go to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Nicely struck. It just strays down the leg side a little bit, but he's still got to put it away. And Josephine, it's well struck. Good hit. Fielder comes across, but just doesn't get in the right place. I think in two minds here, Phil. First thinking about maybe taking on the catch, but before she realises that the catch is not on and she's got to try and save the boundary, the ball's already whizzed past her.
Yeah, I saw that too. Just, yeah, do I take a catch? Do I get a wicket? Or I go economy? At this stage, you got to think economy. You got to think protect the boundaries. Wickets, I don't think wickets matter at this point in the game. For me, wickets are important at the start of an innings. Yeah. And I think there's a certain point of the game where it suddenly becomes, it's all about economy. Save runs, save runs.
And that struck well. Here's the fielder there. It will be Elizabeth Wright. We're taking it on.
Oh,
that's
trouble.
a bit suicidal, actually. Oh, she's going to get lucky. The edge of the pitch saves the batter. So Elizabeth Ferrari does exactly the right thing. But watch the throw. Hits the edge of the pitch. And poor Sally Barton couldn't get there. Well, she was doing the Macarena in the bus yesterday. Well, now she was doing the Macarena in the middle there, trying to get to that ball, but couldn't do so. Oh, how close was that? It's brave running. Gone. Brilliantly bowled. Thoroughly deserved. And look at the joy. Ariana. She's flat out on her back. Fantastic. You know, she's a little bit of a movie star. She says she makes her own movie.
Oh, does she?
She's made her own movie for the BBC equivalent there in Gibraltar. She was telling me about it.
Yeah.
And, well, she'll maybe make a little movie about herself here, taking her second wicket. This time she knocks the stumps over and enjoy. She goes to the ground. Look at this, how it's absolutely sensational. That's what it's all about, isn't it? That's what it's all about. Just the passion, the joy, the love of the game. And when you get a little bit of success, there we go again. You got to just have the moment. And she has her moment. That's a moment that she'll cherish for a long time. Beautiful to see.
That may be just the expression of relief to know that she's bowled her team to a victory. And that would also mean the tournament victory. Yeah. So well done to Ariana.
And
oh, look at that.
Well, she's done it again. 2 in 2. Oh, Ariana. Absolutely fantastic. They're coming from all over, and Blag is the first to come over to congratulate her. Superb. And there's Lizzie Ferrari, the captain, also. Wonderful.
Awesome.
What a way to finish her spell. She finishes with 3 for 16. And to all the youngsters out there that are watching, and I know plenty are, being that it is the weekend.
Yep.
I mean, remember Ariana when she started a couple of days ago? She's bowling. There was wides. There was no balls. There was control issues. The story is stick with it. If you love the game and if you love playing the sport and if you have teammates around you to encourage you, stick with it. Keep practicing. Keep working. because your time and your moment will come. And Ariana's has come here today.
Everyone got over to her to give her a bit of a get around there, and that is tantamount to exactly what you're saying. It's a team sport, and when one of your teammates does well, you want to have a get around. And you want to get over to them.
Brilliant. Let's have the answer to the question. So it was And, well, you got it right. Go on, you can give the answer.
Gubby Allen, who took all 10 wickets for 40 in 25.3 overs. I didn't know you did that quickly.
Yeah.
The last time a bowler took 10 wickets in an innings at Lords. Nice one.
Oh, well, Bob, but you know the story about it. Let me tell you about the story about this.
Yeah.
So, Gubby Allen, he arrived late for Middlesex Championship match against Lancashire. We've got another wicket here.
Yeah.
And I'll talk about this after we see this again. And more joy. How about this? As this is now Megan Mumford, who is hugging Sally Barton. Is hugs all around for Gibraltar. They are solid as a rock, aren't they? Have a look at this. So plays away. And here's the fielding. Well done. Good pick-up. Underarm throw. And wait for it. Sally Barton is there and says, this time I am going to get the wicket. And good work from her as well, because she just knew she had to be pretty quick. Relies on her aim. Says, how's that, umpire? And the umpire says, that is out. So another wicket goes as Gibraltar certainly getting ready to celebrate. 71, now 5 wickets down.
Hey, well done to Megan as well to get around and field that ball, get it back nice and smart. Well done, Megan Mumford, to effect that run out with Sally Barton.
Yeah, so going back to Gubby Allen, he arrived late for Middlesex Championship match against Lancashire at Lords, having to work at a London department store that morning. When he came onto bowl, he then took all the 10 wickets for 40 runs in 25.3. That was quite incredible. And it was the last occasion the bowler took all 10 wickets at Lords.
That is quite amazing. 1929, wow. Yeah, the name Gubby Allen, I couldn't remember his surname, but I knew it was Gubby. It bouncing around my head as soon as you asked the question. I thought, oh, hang on, I might have this. Well done. Nice question there, Rico.
And they will run and take goodbye. As it is now Liz Ferrari, who's bowling the last over. Captaining this match, she'll love to pick up a wicket or two herself. Well, how about that? And it's Helen. It's Helen again, isn't it?
I tell you what,
with the Mumfords on.
She'd be a great salesperson for shoes.
What?
I mean, poor Ariana was there just ready to take the ball, and Helen's just like, no, I got this. Boot. Bang. Oh, dear.
And umpire thought about this. There was movement away at the last moment. I feel that still probably caught a bit of the line, actually, but I suppose in the context of the game, probably, yeah, I think that's not a wide. In fact, I'm 100% sure that's not a wide. But I tell you, Ferrari on this occasion is probably thinking, I don't mind bowling that again because I want to try and get some wickets.
Fair enough, yep.
Well struck, and that'll be 4 runs. That's a good shot from Talamala, the captain who's in there. It's another one that's probably, again, going to be testing the umpire. But on this occasion, Talamala says, I'm going to test my bat instead. 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely connected with there. Just a little bit too little too late, unfortunately, for the Czech women. They are going to go down here, it looks like, to the Gibraltar women who've put up a really good fight in this match. Well, need to be careful on those deliveries because while it's indicated wide, and it is indeed a wide because it goes behind the legs, watch how far this swings. Watch this swing in. That has not actually... It misses probably by about, I'll say, 2 or 3 inches, but that cut in quite a long way.
It came back a long way,
yeah.
Right.
Someone's going to get bowled around their legs in this tournament.
It's up in the air. Will just bounce before the fielder gets there and gently underarms it back to the captain, Ferrari.
So still a couple more to come in the innings, Rico. We're almost there. But hats off to Gibraltar. They have fought really hard. And was yesterday they had a clean sweep of their games. So congratulations for yesterday's effort. And congratulations today because they're going to go top of the table and clear.
And
now
then. I'd like to see this a little bit closer because it looked like a catching chance. Let's have a look at this. What do you think here?
It's a collision.
And, it's accident. You can't do anything about it. It's the way that happens.
Call it incidental?
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
It's played away. That's just going to be a single. So just going through the motions here. There'll be some celebrations now for sure. just gets back in time. There's not going to be a sneaky extra. That is going to be the end of the contest. And Gibraltar, they continue with their 100% record. They get the win over Czechia. And that basically now means that Gibraltar, I don't think they can be toppled. They will be the winners of this European Cricket International Women's Series. And that was the crunch match in Czechia. Well, they know going down in that one, that really it's all about now trying to make sure that they finish in that second spot. But Gibraltar, they get the win. Remember, they were 5 points ahead of Czechia before the start of this match. Czechia will get 1, but Gibraltar will get the 3, and they will be celebrating. That's for sure.
They will indeed. They had a bit of a confab at the top of the pitch there, just to have a bit of a congratulations. They waited for their injured counterpart to join them for a bit of a gathering to say well done. And that is going to be a big win for them as the Czechs march out to the ground to give a handshake. Congratulations. The Gibraltar women, they're still celebrating there. They are ecstatic about this win. They put together 2 sensational games in a row.
Yeah, it's a really good celebration. Yeah, okay, go. Yeah, it's a really good finish, good match. You see, getting together, a lot of joy, handshakes all around. But Gibraltar, they played well, and of course, what we're going to see here is some sensational highlights. And for me, and I hope that the young lady, Ariana, does get the player of the match. She thoroughly deserves it. I think it's been a tremendous effort. And it just goes to show that what you can achieve if you put your mind to it. Blag was brilliant as usual. There were a few people that were saying that it would probably be, a Blag that will maybe pick up a 5-wicket haul. Well, it wasn't Blag, even though she bowled very well. So did Helen Mumford as well. But it was Ariana Gianni. She was just absolutely fantastic, and I think there's a lot of people here. There's the first. Look, a great catch taken, and Blag of all people to hold on to the catch to get her first. But it wouldn't be just one. She'd just keep on going, and it's a day that she will never forget. It is the day that water bottle will never forget as well. They never got the 10 for that, did they?
They never got the 10, Rico. No, it was a good attempt for us to try to push that one, but it didn't happen, unfortunately. Yeah, Ariana Giannani, how about that? She goes to ground. That was the second wicket. This was the third. Straight after that other wicket, couldn't believe her luck, jumping out of her skin, and she gets a proper get around from her teammates, which I love to see. Megan Mumford here with the underarm, doesn't like much, but it affects a run out. How about that? Megan will be absolutely ecstatic about that as well. Ariana, let me just say, Ariana, 3 for 16 from 2, sensational performance from her. I loved her the way she went about her business. That excitement, that genuine excitement jumping out of her skin. I love that. That is awesome.
It is awesome. And I suppose we have to say, Ariana, grande, because it was a grande day, a grande match for you.
Indeed.
Absolutely brilliant. And you know what I like about that? She's a young girl, a lot of young players here, and all of these young players will give the drive to a lot of other youngsters around the world that are watching and say, you know what? Yeah, I want to play. I want to be there as well. I want my moment. I want a celebration of the wicket. I want to get my moment and maybe get myself in the ECN Hall of Fame as well, but why not? But what a lovely moment. Quick look at that scorecard. I think the effort from Czechia was there, but one thing they never managed to do is what Gibraltar did. They never managed to get that good partnership clicking.
It's so true. And the partnerships are everything. You can see there, 4 scores in the teens. Well, actually 3 scores in teens. Erica gets a 10. But apart from that, yeah, you're right. The partnerships. So, 2 people who get together and they put on 30 runs in, 4 overs, 3.5 overs, 4 overs. And on the flip side of the coin, Gibraltar, that partnership of the third wicket partnership, 50 runs, undefeated in less than 5 overs, and that's the match-winning partnership.
Yeah,
a sensational partnership between the 2 players there.
Yeah, it was. It's those little pockets of play where you have the right momentum. And Gibraltar had that momentum. As you said, it came on late. It came when they lost some key wickets.
Yep.
But that partnership you mentioned, the 50 runs, they had the right momentum. They went a few overs where they were scoring 16s and 17s and 16s, and that made a big difference. And that's where this game did change. But Look, Czechia, they know that, okay, they can't get their hands on the silverware here, but they still got some more cricket to play. The next match is up against Croatia, and they'll be looking to make it 3 wins out of 3 against Croatia.
That's right. So they can restore something here, try to get a win today against Croatia. But Croatia, I'm telling you, they will be red hot to pick up a win. They're going to be hungry for a win because they don't want to go home without something in that W column, I guarantee you, Rico. So I think we're going to see a bit of a feisty contest come up between the Czech women and the Croatian women. I'm looking forward to that one coming your way in, how long have we got there? Probably not too far away. Maybe 15 minutes, maybe a bit less.
Maybe about 15, which means that I've got to pack up and get out of here because you've got to move over here. Ben's got to set up over there. But yeah, before I go, it's been an absolute pleasure. It always is.
You too, Rico.
And enjoy the rest of the afternoon of cricket. I will be tuning in, but I also will be taking up some of your advice. I'm going to have a nice cold glass of lemonade that you told me about.
The homemade.
And I'm going to have some, what are those pastries again?
Kolache.
Yeah, I'm going to have a few
kolache.
kolache as well. I don't care about my diet today. Today's my day to spoil myself. Anyway, folks, I will catch up with you tomorrow, and I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Phil G and Biddy Sandhu. Ciao for now.
and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome to match number 8 where Croatia are taking on Czechia. The thing is though, I won't actually be commentating this match. You can see that the plane is arriving and Vinny Sandu will be on that plane to talk you through the action with Phil G. Well Vinny, good to have you back, but let's see what happens at the coin toss first.
Good afternoon and thanks Rico. Welcome to the toss for match 8, Croatia and Czechia to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
All bat.
Czechia have won the toss. They'll have a bat.
Talimala, the captain of Team Czechia, winning the toss and deciding that she will have a bat. Batting has probably been the issue for Team Czechia. I know Nandivada has been very good for them and some of the youngsters have started to perform there as well. I think Teresa has been very good there. I think Raquel has been scoring runs when they've needed, but they need some good, strong partnerships. That's what's going to help them get those runs on the board. On the bowling front, I think Talimala has been very good herself. Mansi Palmer has been bowling good. But what about the bowling there of Shaka? She bowled brilliantly yesterday in a player match of performance in the last match of the day. And then earlier in the match, the last match, she once again picked up 2 wickets and gave away just a handful of runs. So she is in very good form, so keep an eye on her. What can we say about the Croatian side? One thing for sure is that they need to up the game in the field. It's very unlike them when we've seen some of the errors that they made in the field. So that's what Lydia will be saying to her players. Come on, let's be better in the field. But Lydia herself and Helen, we saw them both put a good partnership in the last match that they played. The only thing was that their strike rate was a little bit low. So though they did stay there a long time and did get runs on the board, they weren't able to get big runs on the board. And that's what allowed Gibraltar to pick up all 4 points in that match. Somebody who needs to come good for them and somebody who can certainly give them the boost that they need is Pavla. So let's hope that Pablo can come in and score some runs and give us an exciting match here. Like I say, I am off for this one. Vinny Sandu and Phil G will be talking you through the action. But before I go, I want to say happy Father's Day to all the fathers around the world that are celebrating. I know it's a big celebration in the UK, and well, the fathers in the UK are going to be happy today, because not only will they be celebrating Father's Day, it is also National Beer Day in the UK. So enjoy your celebrations, enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Let's go straight over to the commentary bunker for Phil G and Vinny Sandu to talk you through the action.
Thanks very much, Rico, and enjoy your Sunday afternoon in Prague. It's nice we've been able to work it this way. Yeah, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, in the box for the first time here on day 2 of this ECI-W. What I will say is that I've been really enjoying the action this morning, but had a leisurely Sunday morning. I wandered in. Phil G, he's just popped off for a little bit of lunch, and he certainly has earned it. It's great to hear him on the call as well. We're blessed with plenty of commentary talent here in this series. Of course, quite a few Prague-based commentators. Rico isn't one of them, so I hope he enjoys his time. And I'm sure you heard him discussing a few things that he might want to get up to with Prague. A beautiful place to spend a Sunday afternoon. Having a look at the two teams then. Looks like they're both unchanged here from their last match. And, Rico mentioned Sharka Kolchunova and how good she's been over the last 2 matches with the ball, getting the kind of key player out each of the last 2 games as well. So, yeah, she'll be hoping that she can continue her good form. Haven't seen as much of Turka, her big sister, with the ball. That's another option they could go to if they wanted to. Czechia 60-40. Well, it's kind of the edge of the Goldilocks zone, if you like. But let's see if we get a competitive game. Of course, these two played in the last game yesterday, and the result was a 3-run victory to the Czechs. But certainly a very entertaining game. They had plenty of twos and fro's, and I hope we get another one just like that. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Still kind of setting everything up. So we had to do a quick changeover in the bunker. Also great to see that we've got the old Comcam on today as well, so we're able to see inside the bunker, so to speak. But I can tell you, it's a bit of a scorcher. I think it's probably as far as I'm concerned, it's the hottest day we've had of the Prague summer so far. I know we're almost touching 30 degrees. I think we're up to 29. I think the mercury is still rising. We're almost ready to go. It'll be Helen Leko to start us off. Czechia, man, want to be busy. They'll be looking 100 plus here. I think last night we had 2 scores in the 90, so that's probably the par between these two teams. Time to shake, rattle, and let's roll. Erika Kuncheva gets the nod at the top of the order. Watches that first one pass harmlessly for a wide. Hello to all our viewers on Fan Code, of course, as well as everyone on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. There's the first run off the bat. Erika pushes for a single. And Gibraltar, let's just sewn up the series now, haven't they? But still, I think there's plenty to play for. Especially with these two teams, they do seem very evenly matched. Leko, again, slowly getting there with the bat. We know she's probably a bit better than what we've seen so far with the stick. But she's known for accuracy with the ball. That's a nice bit of running. Thinking of a second, but it's not quite there in the end. Kuncheva, good young player, still in her teens. Was probably just okay, probably cuts over the line. Leko getting that away break, but it wasn't too much. Checking out the replay. Remember, when it passes the creases at over the line, I think that's a very good piece of umpiring. Here's one from the reverse angle. Kuncheva hits it pretty hard. She'll get one, comes back for 2. Bit of a tight one. That'll be run out. Oh, well. Ambitious too, and Raquel's going to pay the price. I'd be curious to see whose idea this was to go for a second run. But that's a very good piece of team fielding from Team Croatia. Let's check it out in the replay. I mean, it was stopped firstly. It's well done, Sveben. She's been excellent in the field. And I think Erica, she kind of says, you want to go? To be honest, Raquel, she's the one that makes the call, and it comes in. Lydia, very kind of innovative back flick onto the stumps. So Raquel is going to be the one that has to go. She's run out for a golden one, and Czechia 6 for 1 in the first over. What a clever piece of work from Lydia. She kind of spotted the throw wasn't going to get all the way to the bowler. So it's just a heads-up play from the captain, Kavaric. She says, all right, I see it, and I'm going to just help it on its way. Kuncheva does survive, though. Misses the last ball of the over, so end of that one. And it is 6. Well, pardon me. It is, I was going to say 5 for 1, 6 for 2. Eventually we'll catch up. Yeah, 5 for 1 at the moment. Still last ball to go. Down the leg side, it will be 6. Swat across the line to finish the over. Eventually it will be fielded, and that'll take us to the end of the first over. It'll be 7 for 1 after 1. Very entertaining first over, that's for sure. Happy Sunday, everyone. Sunday vibes. Of course, these two teams will get to know each other a lot better there. Both going to be in the emerging division of the ECI-W, which is our last tournament of the year. They're actually in the first week, so the 1st to the 6th of December. That's 5 days of round robin, and then 6th day, Super Saturday of finals. Sunday off, which I think is pretty nice in December. We can get a bit social before we head off to the Challenger Division, then the Premier Division, 5 teams in each. And like I said, both these two teams will be there, and Croatia making their debut on the Cartermore Oval stage this year. Looking forward to that. Here is Lydia Kavaric bowling over number 2, and a big hand in that run out. Oh, hello. We've had some awesome 4-legged characters on the network in the last week in both the locations. But yeah, no real wind to speak of at the moment. And that's one reason I think the heat's in. Bit of a hold up here, maybe a technical hold up. Don't know if there's any issue with the scoring in that last over. Looks like we haven't quite ticked over, maybe a connectivity issue, but also the heat can kind of get in and cause a few gremlins from a technical point of view. Of course, we had that big issue yesterday when we had the double ambulance that held things up here. Good news is both those players are out of hospital pretty quickly. Well bowled by Kvajic. This pushes the batter onto the back foot. It's well bowled once again. It's good length. I was talking at length, about length actually, to some of the bowlers and saying, look, there's some real clear correlations between pitching it up and having success, especially against good players. It's a nice shot though, little whip away. It's going to probably go for 4. It does, despite the best efforts of the fielder, Pavlo Senjog out there. It's a brilliant effort, but it was just hit too well. Outstanding piece of timing from Erika Kuntseva. And check it out here in the replay. It wasn't a terrible ball. Okay, it was slightly outside leg. Erika kind of makes it an even more difficult shot by backing away. And now gone. The ultimate comeback from Lydia. It'll be 4 and out for Kuntseva. And once again, that length. I said it was a more difficult shot last ball. That's because she does back away to the leg side, leaves the stumps exposed. And Lydia makes her pay for the miss. Check it out in the replay. Just coming in a little bit, crashes into middle and off. So probably something Erica can still work on, even though she did get the boundary with that shot. Just think trying to get that body weight, either kind of staying where it is or maybe even going across to the offside because she falls off that shot. Despite that, she does provide a few runs here at the top of the order. See, look, the little shuffle away made that ball difficult to deal with. A little bit of the old tongue-out celebration from Lydia. And she gets Helen Lecco over there to provide the congratulations. 11 for 2 then. So Janya Talamala comes out to bat. Pretty good ball first up, but Talamala hits it really well. There's no chance of stopping that. It's an outstanding start from the Czech skipper. Captain-to-captain action here in the second over. Again, ball's probably hitting the stumps, but Talamala, a bit of a pocket rocket, isn't she? Led the side really well. I talked at length about the fact that she doesn't really give too much away emotion-wise. But it's the end of the over. It's 15 for 2. I feel like this is a bit of a key partnership now. Okay, now I'm into the chat. Let me say hello to Johnny Heesum. Hello to Chris Smith as well and Paul Kempen. Hello to Tim Harmer, to Sim. John Gray's in there. Hello to Lorraine from watching from Gibraltar. And Alex as well. Hi, how do you? You can see now that Czechia, the highest they could get would be 13, and Gibraltar already have that covered. So Gibraltar will be the winners of the ECI. I suppose there's still the MVP up for grabs. And for Croatia, I mean, they just love to grab a win. This is probably their best chance. Again, takes a bit of a chance hitting that off the stumps. Well fielded out there by Dora Pavelic. And for Croatia, we'll say that they're probably their best chance here of a win. Having said that, I mean, Gibraltar have sewn it up. I think we might see a slightly different combination from them in a different order in the last game. I just think with the series sewn up, that from a strategic point of view, long-term strategic point of view, that'd be the way to go. Oh, huge swing and a miss this time. See Talamala. She's another one. She kind of does stay leg side of the stumps and backs herself to hit it. But if she misses, obviously she's going to be in jeopardy. Too short that time. It doesn't make a swing on it. That's one to step and hit. Again, just another sign she might be batting a little bit too far outside the leg stump. She wasn't able to turn that into a scoring opportunity. This time she does. And again, she's going to go on the hit. Oh, now on the fumble, where they go, she's determined to go. So, wrong end. Well, this is a kind of an error upon an error here. I mean, Talamala, she wanted the run, and you could see, got no eye contact or anything from Nandivada at the other end. Eventually, she's convinced to go. Probably thought she was running to her own demise, but the throw came to the wrong end, went to the bowler. Little bit of a scratch on here, and lucky there was. It'll be 4 runs, but again, accurate bowling from Senjog. I feel a bit aggrieved. That ends up in the boundary. That looked like it was heading for an LBW or a bowled. You got to credit the batter. She was able to get the bat on the ball. It made all the difference. One will be called. To me, it was maybe a bit of a harsh call. Remember anything on the line? Yeah, I think that's partly on the line. But I also understand umpires, they tend to lean the batter's way with those calls. He's a bit of bat on this. Otherwise, I think she would have been in a bit of trouble once again, but it will be the end of the 3-over power play, and Czechia noses in front at the moment, but not by much. It's 23 for 2 after 3. And a pretty good over. I don't think the 8 runs tells the whole story. Yeah, happy Father's Day to everyone as well. That is Europe-based. Got to say, it was a bit of news that I wasn't aware of, that in Australia it used to be this date. In the 1930s, they changed it, so it was better. So it was, yeah, just better weather. Something I wasn't aware of before. So Dora Pavlich to bowl over number 4. Well, the Goldilocks zone here. First one down the leg side. It's definitely a wide. I think they just checking where it is height wise. Probably just below. Unless maybe she hit it. If she hit it, it's going to be nothing. Yeah, a little bit of bat on it is what the umpire's saying. So that's why it's actually not a no ball, not a wide either. So it's actually not ball. And Pavlich pretty lucky to get away with that. And now gets this one a lot more in the zone she's looking for. Good comeback. Actually starts with 2 dots then. Nandavada, she's been a breakout star in this series for Czechia. Goes and gets this on the full. But this is one thing Croatia have done that I think Czechia could learn from. I think having the tight mid on mid wicket, having the tight cover, just stops a lot of runs. It probably makes the batter feel a bit claustrophobic as well. You can always cover with outfielders behind them as well. Well bowled. Excellent piece of bowling from Dora. Against that length that draws the batter forward and into an error. Again, not comfortable. Talamar's looking for the run, won't get there. Shot a maiden here, Pavlich. It won't be a maiden. Because it will pitch just in front of the fielder. That's Lada Sveben again. She's been outstanding, as I've said, all weekend in the field. Watch this. Awkward, just get something behind it. So it wasn't a maiden, but not far off it. Just 1 run. That's to an informed player, Nandavada. So well bowled by Dora Pavlich. And it's a 50-50 game at the end of 4 overs. It's 24 for 2. Well, I'm 50% of your commentary team for the afternoon. The other 50% is Phil G. And Phil G, welcome back from lunch, and it's nice to be in the box with you for the first time today.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Good to be back in the box with you as well. And hello to all viewers around the world watching on the YouTube channel, possibly. Or maybe watching from Vancouver or India. Hey, welcome anyway. It's good to be back in the commentary bunker with you too, Vinny.
Yeah, it's nice, and I've enjoyed the morning. Nice weather as well. I mean, we're talking kind of hottest day of the year so far, I feel, anyway, here in Prague. And it's only going to get hotter. That's the thing. Here is Sveben, who's going to get the ball in the 5th over. Little pop-up catch. Oh, well, lets it bounce. But how far was this from a catching opportunity?
Very close.
Maybe the camera lies, but you feel that was worth the dive, Phil?
Well, the view out the door told me that I reckon that was maybe 2 metres in front of her where it bounced. It wasn't far. A couple of steps forward, could have pouched it.
Would have been. Here it is, just out of camera there, but yeah, bowlers, sometimes you got to do your own work. And Lara, she has been fielding so well. Also, it wasn't coming that quickly, so it wasn't really one she should have hurt herself on if she dived for it, maybe on the ground, but maybe that's a practice thing about how to dive and be confident doing it.
Maybe just misread it, thought it was in the air for a bit longer.
This one will get over that that short infielder. But this is what I'm talking about. If you've got the in close fielder, you can still have outfielders covering the boundaries behind them. So, like I said, that's something I just noticed with the Czech field. Sometimes they all go back onto the ring and there's too many easy singles.
Yeah, I like the short fielder there. Disturbs the batter, gets in their eyesight.
Well, it's in the air and caught. Well, this time it's Talamala that's going to have to go. Svibin with the wicket after all. And Czechia finding it tough going, playing back-to-back here on a very hot day too. It's well taken as well by Helena Bosnic at point. Made it look very easy, and Czechia now are 25 for 3.
Yeah, it is difficult now for them. That is third wicket down. We're now down to the middle order, and it is a very warm day there in the centre, and it is their second match on the trot. Hey, but the Gibraltarian women, they had 2 on the trot as well, albeit they did start the first match today in slightly cooler conditions, but it was kind of warm from the moment the players got here to the ground. But I can tell you, out in the centre, add another 5 degrees to whatever the thermometer's saying, because it does feel like a real punch out there in the centre.
Yeah, Talamala will be disappointed. Goes for running ball 5. Just took her chances hitting in the air. You can see she read it pretty quickly there. See the early step forward and right and takes it at a comfortable height. So 25 for 3. Then they will stop and take drinks. And that gives us a chance to welcome you into the comedy box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Phil G with me, looking fantastic today.
Thank you very much.
Bit hot for the suit, but I've still rocked it out because it is the last day of the internationals.
You got to
We've
do
had
it right.
Day 8 of the internationals. So, Phil, great job so far. And just as I've come in,
What's happened there?
I've broken the background. That's the energy that I'm bringing.
That's it. Stand back. Stand back. That's what it's all
If
about.
I go here, you can still look in the background.
No,
Hey,
stand taller.
but yeah, I loved hearing Rico and his questions about what to do on the Sunday afternoon in Prague.
No, yeah.
He
Gave me
said
few
maybe it was a
ideas.
bit early for a beer. That was the bit that kind of didn't ring true to me.
I think
maybe I've been here too long.
I think a few of us sort of turned our nose up and said, really? Hang on. Hold my beer. I'm sure it is. Not too early for that. But yeah, I think I gave him a few tips on what to look for. A Domatzi Limonada is the one that I think.
The Lemonada is a good one. I love that you were honest about never having tried Koffola.
Hands in the air. I've never had it. It's just one of those drinks I've never done. But well, maybe one day in the very near future I'll have to try that.
Well done to our maintenance team as well. Paolo and the gang doing a great job with getting the background on for the first half of the days. As soon as I've come on, couldn't have timed it better.
Honestly, that was brilliant.
Peeking behind the curtain.
And we even went early on Comcam too.
Yeah, I even went at the drinks break. It's Palmer, by the way, who is the new batter.
Just getting set here after that wicket fell a few minutes ago.
44. Do you have one or not really?
Oh, swing and a miss there. Oohs and ahs around from the fielders there. I think they've sort of lost where the ball is. It's right in front of the batter. And they finally find it there. So Lada bowling really well in this over. Picked up a wicket. Only going for a couple of runs. So tough going here, but 26 for 3. 2 to come in the 5th.
Rico's come back from lunch at the time. It's having a good laugh about the fact that the background almost landed on me. I mean, if that's the worst fail you can have in the bunker. And I heard your conversation as well with Rico about how we thought he just had to trust us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And we will definitely appreciate that we have this cube because it's keeping us reasonably cool. Everyone that's coming from inside is looking like they've just been put through an oven.
Well, the breeze has completely dropped out
yeah,
there.
that's what I'm saying. It's windless.
Then that breeze was helping everybody here at the ground. 5 overs gone, 27 for 3 on the board. Czech women doing it the hard way.
Rico's off. Maybe we can get some footage of Rico walking away to his Sunday afternoon in Prague.
And maybe with that piano tune that comes at the end of The Incredible Hulk. Remember that piano tune? The walking away music?
Well, the other thing is, I loved his sports coat this morning.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't that something else?
Fantastic. But
Yeah.
I've noticed he's abandoned it for the walk home. There he is. Bye, Rico. See you tomorrow.
See you, mate.
You're with me for the start of European Cricket Series tomorrow. Day 1 of the Challenger Division, as this is Dora Pavlich, who is bowling over number 6.
She's indeed. And there's a bit of trouble here for the Czech women. 27 for 3 after 5. Just not getting fluidity into their innings here. Unfortunately for them, Nandivada needs to get going here.
Nice looking shot straight into the ground. Yeah, this is a real opportunity for Croatia.
Yeah.
At the moment, Czechia expected 65, but they're going to have to up their rate to do that as well.
Remembering, of course, that Croatia haven't won a game yet, and they're on for a red-hot chance to pick up their first.
They've actually never beaten Czechia in T10s.
Yeah,
I think now, from memory, it's 9-0 to Czechia, which is quite amazing when you consider Czechia have never won a T20I.
That is quite amazing, yeah. I think Croatia, this is their red-hot chance. This really is a big, big chance for them. They've got them on the ropes, I feel. Another couple of wickets. If they can remove either Palmer or Nandavada, they're going to feel like they're in a red-hot chance to chase a small total here in this third match of the day.
That one comes down just in time, so it won't be no ball. But a bit of a miss out from Nandavada. Maybe a bit of fatigue creeping in, potentially. Croatia, by the way, they've played 10 T20Is. They've won 3 and lost 7. So they have had some wins along the way, of course, including the CE Cup last year. They do have a player, Aaron Vukovic, who qualifies, but finds it hard to get out of domestic club. Well, that could be out, you know, if they want to appeal.
Ooh, now.
This is something that we saw earlier, actually.
We did.
And I know it was mentioned, but just not staying in.
Yeah, she just goes for a walk.
Oh, I think that's out. I think it's soon enough if it's appealed for.
Well, I think just in front of us here, there is an appeal from...
The keeper's...
Helen appeals.
The keeper appealed. I saw it. Put a hand up in the air. But again, it's a lesson that maybe needs to be learned for the batter. I think the fact they're talking about it means this is going to be given out.
Yep.
Or unless they've withdrawn the appeal. I don't think you can make a case the ball's dead because the keeper's always watching and looking for it.
Yep.
So I don't think you can say the ball's dead. And see there, the hand goes up in the air. How's that?
I think Nandavada's in trouble here.
I don't see how it could not be out.
Yeah.
It's not. I know you had the issue earlier where maybe over was called, but I don't think this is one of those occasions. And it'll be out. Yeah.
Yep.
And lessons to be learned there. It's a mistake you should only ever make once, but you got to stay behind the white line. The keepers will lurk. They'll wait for you to step out. And if you do, it's good night. And that will create an unexpected wicket.
Well, I can tell you now, Vinny, that's the third time she's done it today. Just to sort of do the practice shot, but immediately after just to step out. And, yeah, she has been caught napping, and she will, as you say, she'll learn from that and know, get back in your crease and play the practice shot there. Play it walking away, but not away in that direction.
Yeah, I'll flip the script as well and say there's probably a good bit of awareness from Majdancic behind the stumps to look for it. She's always looking. She's looking, and she's ready to pounce.
Yep.
And so I'm going to say it's good keeping. It's kind of tired bit of cricket, isn't it? You know, the other thing is Nandavada, for whatever reason, just couldn't get going in that innings. She's 8 off 13.
Yeah.
You know, she's probably a retired out risk, even though you wouldn't imagine you'd retiring out the performance she's in this weekend. But
that's also true.
Probably worth trying to inject something different, and you'll get a bit of life here, a bit of energy from Turka Kolchunova, who comes out at number 6.
Well, I think it's a good move. I mean, let's face it, the Gibraltar women look like they're going to be finishing top of the table. So for the Czech women, you know, they need to see a little bit of action from the middle order, see if Turka can get amongst some runs. Turka Kolchunova got herself a golden duck in the previous game, which was obviously disappointing for her, being the talent that she is, but she went for a first bowler. So she gets a bit of chance in the middle now. It's still one more ball to come to the end of the 6. So there's time there. Play yourself in, get a few runs on the board.
Yeah, let's see. Pavlich, what a spell. Oh. She almost caught up with that. I thought for a second she might have had a little scratch on it down the leg side, but it will be a wide. Just have a look at it here.
Yeah, that's almost.
I mean, no, obviously no appeals. It wasn't anything, but it looked very, very close. We'll get the wide. Last ball, take 2. That's a pretty good-looking shot this time from Turkin. That'll test the fielder. And fielder doesn't have a play on it. Excellent on drive there. She's been working on trying to hit straighter, and that's a good example of a genuine on drive all the way along the carpet. So Turka will be off the mark with 4 runs. Take nothing away, though. I think that's the end of the over from Dora. I've got her at 1 for 7 off 2.
Yep, so do I.
Are we going to get a 7-ball over? Are we going to get clarified? So this ball may or may not count. Be a wide for now.
Interesting to see if they're going to get onto that.
It was called a wide. Maybe the scorer didn't see it that way. The one down the leg side. but I don't know. Remember, if there is a 7th ball bowled, it will be cancelled. So that wide could be cancelled. Now here it comes.
There we go.
So actually, because of the miscount, I think the score, I can't remember if it was already 32 or 33, but that wide won't count. That'll save her 1 run at least. Pat Dora bowled a fantastic 2 overs. Maybe we're going to the recount. 2000 US election style. Check out for the hanging shards.
It could go back to that kind of level. I have to have a look at that one.
Only time I've ever seen a wide to finish an over as well.
Yeah, exactly. If that was on your bingo card, you'd feel hard done by unless you're watching that game and you'd go, hey, tick that one. Thank you very much. Very unusual, that one, but a wicket in that over nonetheless in unusual circumstances, but really clever work behind the stumps there. I agree with you, Vinny. That was just the keeper been awake to a batter who was just thinking otherwise. So well done to Ines to affect the stumping there. And Czechs are really struggling to put a score on the board here. Still 4 overs to go, only 33 on the board. That run rate currently at 5.5 and over. Just well below what you'd expect from the Czech women. Just getting reset now for the start of the 7th. Just keep your eyes on seeing who's going to get the pill.
Oh, there we go. Coates back on. Full out.
There he goes.
Going up to the golf club.
He is.
Yeah, it's a smart move.
That's
where I'd be going.
We told him to do that. We said, don't go down to the car park. Go to the golf course. Get yourself a Damazzi Limonada or a Coffola.
I feel like you need to have the opera music over it.
Yeah, totally agree. Yep. So there he goes. He's just going to go and have a bit of a just find a nice little cool room as he's that's Rico done for the day. Rico's back tomorrow, though, don't forget, for the start of the European Cricket Series, and that's the important thing. He'll be back tomorrow with Vinny Sandu to start off the Challenger Division tomorrow morning. Make sure you're tuning in for that. We'll see him again.
Yeah.
He cuts a forlorn figure, but believe me, he's not.
Yeah, it's one man walking into an amazing expanse of a cultural experience, which is Czechia on a Sunday afternoon.
That's actually a good way of putting it.
Mid-June.
Yep. And I got to say, watching him walking up that hill, though, I'm thinking there's going to be a nice cool drink for at the end of that walk, so I kind of envy him a little bit. Well, we are here in the cool box, which has got, this is actually insulated.
The cool box.
This is insulated, so that's why I like to call it the cool box.
I love the cool box as a name.
You know, people were sitting on the doorstep here when Danny and I were commentating a couple of days ago, and they were saying, look, it's actually cooler sitting on the step here than it is out there. And I think Shreya Reddy was one of the ones who was just camped here on the step, just close to us, enjoying the coolness. I always think that Danny's a bit cool, so maybe he was exuding coolness too.
He's a cool cat.
And I had a good shirt on, so it was all good.
All right. So just to confirm, this is probably the last thing you need when it's 30 degrees and hot. I like your real feel temperature chat this morning as well. But
isn't it incredible?
Yeah, because they will cancel the wide.
Yeah.
Because it was bowled in error, which is a good common sense regulation that we've adopted. Maybe it doesn't matter so much in like a test match when you have unlimited overs. If there's a wicket off 7th ball, we're just like, okay, well, ball's a ball. But here, when there's only 60 balls per team, and we actually had an incident, and it doesn't happen very often, but umpires are human. They might miscount. Sometimes they bowl the ball before it's picked up by the scorers or someone else. But we had an issue that a 7th ball went for 6 in a pretty low-scoring game in Rome.
Yes, I remember that.
And that kind of prompted us to say it's not very fair because then one team gets it, the other team get it as well.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. Yep. So that wide will come off the total, and it looks like it should trip back then to 32 for 4. I make it after 6. That run rate is going to drop slightly. Just waiting for the technical boffins to sort of just bring that back by 1. In the meantime, hello to everyone in the chat. Hello there to John Gray and Wayne. Dave B in the chat. Thank you for the little tips on the volume as well. Glad we got that figured out. Chris Smith as well. And I saw Paul Kempen in there earlier. So thank you for joining us, everybody. Whether you got a blue spinner or not, it's good to see you. David Swan joining as well. Hello to everybody. Les Hallett as well. Thanks for hanging out with us today on this lovely, sunny, warm Sunday afternoon.
My theory is that the computer has blown up on trying to cancel a ball that isn't actually really a ball because it's not even a legal ball. But anyway, we'll see how that goes. Let's talk Shobit's birthday party last night. I know you had some questions.
Yes.
So we went to a beautiful rooftop kind of bar and eatery in Carlin just to grab something to eat with some of the crew. And then we did go to a cool little jazz bar, but I got to admit, the piano was there. It looked straight at me, and I know to be honest, they weren't playing a lot of jazz. Like, I assumed that maybe there'd be a band there or something.
Sure.
There was kind of just elevator music in the background.
Okay.
That's Rico heading into the city.
Thanks for coming, Rico.
It's Rico Airlines.
Safe landings.
To downtown Prague. Enjoy your afternoon.
He's going to land right in the middle of Vatsalskena Misty.
But
No doubt.
I would, we had a bit of, you might have seen on social media, I think a few people were sharing stuff. I think the one that got shared on the Instagram was Piano Man.
Oh.
I did a bit of Piano Man.
Gee, I wonder who that is.
Did a bit of everything, though, to be honest, last night. It was quite fun. And, quite a few of the Vinarati guys were there. Just some of the Czech cricket community, of course, Shobit, associated with Vinarati.
That's right.
That's a good look at the distance. That's the Zamek end, isn't it? The Zamek.
That's the Zamek end.
Yeah.
Shobit was he was captain of Vinarati's T20 team last year. The second team, which is we'll get this right, Phil, the Biancos, as opposed to the Rossos, which is the Vinarati Cricket Club firsts. And he's not playing this year. I think he's going to be helping out with the scoring and this year and helping out around the ground. Also, of course, he's part of that documentary crew.
Yeah, of course. This is going to be a no ball, but Palmer misses out. She'll be annoyed, actually, because it could have really given that a crack, but she just kind of got done by the lack of pace in the end.
Did indeed. Watch this one again. 1, 2, and doesn't get to put that anywhere at all on the park. Alada looking to get a breakthrough here.
Free hit then. Be a wide, so it'll be another free hit. Have a look at Turka Kolchunova really trying to push. Just ideal kind of person to be there. Last 4 overs will run hard.
Yeah.
With Speedman, with her bowling, I mean, sometimes gets it right. Still, just the confidence at release. When she loses it, then she loses her velocity, and that's why she had the double bounce early in the over. That's better, though. This is still a free hit. And Turka, she's not going to take no for an answer. Would have created a run out, but the throw doesn't hit, and Palmer will get to the other end. And look, Palmer, she's trying to help her out.
Yeah.
Well, Kolchunova's trying to help out Palmer, who's 2 off 7, getting her off strike, getting her away from the action. Look, even if they lose a wicket at this stage, there's more batting to come. I think that they pinched one there very intelligently.
I think they did as well. Yeah, Turco very quickly to take the run. Mansi almost got caught sleeping at the wheel going for the second run. Oh, sorry, the first run.
I think that's probably a no ball as well.
Indeed, it's signalled.
But I will say.
So, yeah, that's fair enough. Watch this one. And then a second one. There you go. No ball called.
Free hit then. Be wide. And there'll be another free hit. See if Turka can cash this one in.
Tim Harmer asking about the ground. Is it near Prague or the middle of nowhere? It's about 15 kilometres as the crow flies from the centre of Prague. So it's not far from the city centre.
So free hit anyway, I think, here.
Yep, I believe it was. That's why the umpire is completely unmoved. And, Turka's walking off.
I'm sure.
I thought that was still a free hit.
I thought it was too, actually.
Yeah, because we had the no ball, then a wide. We had no ball.
Second bounces after the line, but again, I don't have my live scoring working, so I can't tell.
Yeah, she's been sent back.
Yeah.
There we go. The words come in from the banjo line. Get back out there, Turkey. You're not done.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good that sanity prevails and Turkey gets to face another one. Let's see how she goes on this.
It might be a wide, but only just. Almost shaves the leg stump.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So, yeah, Tim Harmer, so the ground is not far. It's right on the outskirts. You can take the metro line to the end, then a short bus ride to the ground. Easy to get here. Now, that almost bounces a second time.
I think it does.
Do you think she just got on half volley on the second bounce?
I think she did. We'll check it out here.
Yeah, watch side on. There.
Yeah, that'll be another no ball.
Yeah, indeed.
Wait, Charles.
So yeah, it looks like unfortunately for Lada, she's just not getting the
no ball.
They're getting the complete distance there. Bit of a worry. Just struggling with a little bit of energy in the bowling because the ball's falling a little bit short. I think the umpire's just going to get the communication from tournament referee to confirm. You'll see that in just a moment. We'll see that again. Look at that. And yeah, half volley. And that, to me, looks like that's the second bounce. So she doesn't get it on the full after the first bounce. She gets it on the half volley after the second bounce. I think that's to be confirmed. We'll see that in a moment. We'll have a look at that. I think they just go through the replay a couple of times. Yep, that is indeed the second bounce. And no ball signal by the umpire. Good work there. And thank you for Two Circles for getting the good replay on that. You can see nice and clearly. And the free hit coming.
The old 8th umpire doing the job. There'll be a free hit, and it will stay a free hit. So there's been more free hits than no free hits at the moment. And Sveben's just kind of got the heebie-jeebies a little bit with her bowling.
Just a little bit, yeah. We've had 2 legal deliveries, so this over. You haven't got deja vu if you're watching anywhere from around the world, wherever you're watching from. There's no deja vu. We'll get there.
Better ball.
Much better.
Can't be out anyway because there's a free hit. So I think with Palmer, I think maybe you'd be giving her the hook here and maybe get Sharker out there or just a different option. Yeah. Just obviously it hasn't been happening for her off the bat. I will say also some of the balls that she's been credited as dots have been off the pitch. So
yeah,
it looks a lot worse than it was. But yeah, she'd like to maybe hit a boundary, break the shackles. That time she'll at least get one.
She get one, yeah. I was going to say, if she gets dots to the end of the over, I'd be looking at Mimi, maybe Josephine Suchkova, and asking her to make sure she's ready to go in. Just a thought.
Oh, this is almost a return catch. It's one that Kolchunova probably needs to go sideways. It's in her zone to do that.
Yeah.
When it's short, it's still a shot that's on. If it's pitched up, maybe you're looking to go a bit straighter. In the air. Ooh. And, well, that could be out. That's bold. That's an amazing dismissal.
How on earth can you play on like that?
I don't think anyone's realised, but this never gets touched again. And that is one of the most amazing bold dismissals I have ever seen. And Lara will end up with a wicket in the end. How about this? It's taken as long as it's not a free hit, which I don't think it is, then where does it bounce next? I think it bounced fully on the pitch. No one touches it, and it comes back.
They haven't realised.
As long as it's not a free hit, again, I don't have a live scoring up, so I'm not sure. But hits it with backspin, slices under it, hits towards the edge of the pitch, but not actually close. It's not touched by the keeper.
She's just been told now.
So she's bowled, and honestly, she had no idea that was a possibility.
Yeah.
She did have the right to hit it again, but that's out. It's never hit a fielder. It's never hit a person.
No, that's just backspin, Vinny. That's just backspin. Keeper's glove does not get on it at all.
That is freakish.
Vinny, that's the first for me.
Well, she's bowled off a double bouncer in the over, and she's been bowled via the air and the ground as well in the same over. And Czechia 44 for 5. Note that one down. I don't think you'll see that again in a long, long time.
No, you could watch 100 years of cricket. You'll struggle to see this ever again. That's incredible. Wicketkeeper just looks and says, well, I think that's got to be out. And we all concurred that, yeah, that's it. No one. That's it. Nothing.
Yeah, that's it. Now, you actually still have to appeal. If you didn't notice, it wouldn't be out.
Yeah.
But it's kind of viciously spun back and hit the stumps at pace. So she's been bowled around her legs by herself.
Yes.
It's Shane Warne-esque.
You could describe this one of many, many ways. It's the best way to describe it. Never would I think I'd see something like that. And the thing is, after that, the batters came together to say, yeah, good over that one. Let's continue. Let's have a bit of a chat mid-pitch. Suddenly, the umpires had to intervene and say, I'm sorry, but you've been bowled.
I've come and I've basically broken the cricket. I've broken the background. So it's 44 for 5 after 7 overs. And... yeah, have a look at it one more time. And she's like, yeah, what are you talking about? She's like, I hit it, so how can I be out? Hit it forwards. That's in the air. They're going to take off straight away. Chance to run out. Bowlers in. That'll be out. Oh, it's an excellent piece of fielding. The direct hit comes.
Wow.
And it will be the end of Palmer. What a great bit of fielding. The Croatians red hot here in match number 8. It'll be 44 for 6. And it was Ladis Wieben again, I think, that has done the work. So this time, she will enjoy full credit for the run out. And it was always a little shot put, wasn't it? Quick throw is better than a fast throw.
Yep.
If that makes sense. Quick throw is better than a powerful throw, maybe the way I should say it. And it was good enough. So Czechia finding it hard going here, 44 for 6.
Yeah, incredible. Some people in the chat talking about Turka dismissal, saying she'd be really good on that par 3 17th. Getting the back spin on the ball, get it nice and elevated, try to get it back to the hole. And then that one is Lada hitting the stumps from side on. Well done.
Lecco gets another opportunity here if she can pick it up. That's good running, though. Able to hustle through. And that's Mimi. Gee, she hit a really good boundary in the last game. That's Josephine Suchkova, of course, that we're talking about. She's off the marks. I mean, yeah, certainly you've got two pretty industrious batters still there at the crease.
That's right.
She's running out of time.
She really could, yeah. So struggling a bit here, but look, these two, there's no reason they can't put on a good 30-run partnership over the next couple of balls if they can get into a bit of a run here. But I've got to say, thoroughly impressed with Croatia women in the field and with the ball. Doing a great job.
Right, a bit of an enterprising back flick from Helen.
That's right. So 45 for 6. Still a couple to come in the over. Helen Lecco here bowling her second over. Trying to really get another wicket here just to make sure that Croatia are chasing a small target.
Well, another chance here. Oh, it's fumbled. Had two fielders at the stump, so double the fun for Croatia. But unfortunately, Stephen, he was kind of late on the scene. Wasn't able to grab it. Having said that, even if she did, I think she was a long way from the stumps.
Yeah, that was the problem. That the fielder further away couldn't get it.
Ooh, I think she's just back there.
I think so too. We'll see that again from side on, possibly.
Worth a look.
Yeah, worth a look. Have a look.
Yeah. So keeper backs off. The keeper stays at the stumps. I think it's a pretty regulation stumping. You still got to take it. Having said that, she's been pretty clever back there. Majdancic, that'll be the end of the 8th over. It's 46 for 6.
Yeah, and this innings just not going anywhere close to how the Czech women would have liked it to unfold. They've just struggled to get partnerships. Players have struggled to get runs on the board. It's been a real hard task for them. No one's gotten into double-digit figures yet, unless you, of course, count the extras. But we're not counting the extras right now. The best score so far is only 8, and that was from Srisha Nandivada. And have a look at that run rate graph. It is not a good sight. Losing wickets regularly, except for the 3rd and 4th over. But apart from that, it's wicket almost every over.
You know, the Czech side as well, if they bowl well, they'll feel 60 something they might be able to defend if they can get some of those key batters and keep the wides down.
Possible. Very possible indeed. It's going to be tough, though.
So here we go with over number, I'm going to say 8, 9.
I think it's over number 9. Yep, we
So
finished
look,
8.
now we've got the clock floating by itself. Oh, what have I done?
Oh, it just sunk into the ground.
Yeah, okay, over number 9.
What's happened?
I do rely on the on screen sometimes, especially when my computer's not working. It's overheating.
Okay.
All right, well, that's in the air momentarily. Lecco has a shy. Oh, she's gone. Oh, Mimi, what have you done? She was a spectator. She didn't think the throw was going to come to her end. I think you got to give credit to Lecco. She fires it in. Majdancic does the rest. But it's a little bit of a face palm moment for Suchkova as she's run out. In baseball, you can be out looking. Well, she's run out looking.
She was indeed. Watch this. Helen, good throw from Helen as well. Gets it right to the stumps. Good work by the keeper. Just look at this. She stops and turns. Josephine turns to have a conversation with her batting partner as they went past.
She's checking to make sure her partner's not run out. That's what happened. She was looking at you. I mean, that's unselfishness in the extreme. I mean, full empathy points, but unfortunately no score is recorded except for a wicket there. It's 47 for 7. So what have we had? We've had the wide that apparently wasn't a wide, but then I think the scorers missed a wide earlier in that over. So it wasn't actually a 7th ball.
That's right.
So they have to work out how to handle that. We've had the backdrop fall. We've had Turka run out by a crazy physics bowled.
It was a Turka hit wicket. Or not hit wicket, it was a chopped on almost. Yeah, that's just astonishing the way she's empathetically looked over her shoulder to say, are you okay? Are you okay to get back Sharka? And Sharka made her grand no problem.
There's also the issue there about whether the ball hits the stumps, but it seemed like it did.
Okay.
Again, now it'll be counted as run out because now the ball's been bowled. Geez, plenty happening.
Well, losing count of the of everything we've got to clip and snip and put on social media. There's been a few highlights, and maybe for the Czech ladies, maybe not so many highlights, but they've been amongst a few interesting dismissals.
This is what happens when you've got the whole attention of the ECN universe on us today, of course.
True.
Because we're back to one venue, which is kind of bizarre. Well bowled there by Senjuk. Pretty good bowl to be able to come back and bowl the ninth. And Shaka, player of the match in match 5 last night. But got to say, the ball that she got to get Elizabeth Ferrari was an absolute peach. Just drew her forward, left her a little bit.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Shaka's bowling in this tournament. I think she's getting better and better every time I see her play.
Just misses the mark though. Senjuk's had a good series as well. I mean, she'd like to finish with some good performances, no doubt about that. They do play both the games this afternoon, Croatia and Czechia. Let's be honest, they've had a huge week of cricket in T20 and T10. This is their last game.
Yep.
I think a few players feeling it. They were lucky enough to get some reinforcements for the T10, of course, with the qualification criteria a little bit looser. Nice shot, this one, actually. Shaka will get one. He thinks about 2, decides against it. It's also a bit of a skill to know your opponents, and the more you play them, know who's got the strong throwing arms and who you might be able to pinch a second on.
That's true. That's true. In the morning games, we saw a couple of situations of, well, we saw one great situation of a player hand the ball to someone who had a better arm, offload it to someone with a better arm.
We even saw a steal when Rico. Yesterday, or it might have been the day before actually.
Soljana.
Yeah.
Yep, she had the steal, the theft straight out of the hand.
Yeah, it's credited with the steal. All right, I'm back. I have connection. I can chat a bit more with our fantastic chat community.
Yeah, Senjag is
the
very
aeroplane.
good player.
See the aeroplane come over the shadow?
Yeah, occasionally you do see the shadow. Yeah, exactly.
That's just stopping for a low-flying aeroplane, stopping up play. Oh. It's a tough one to call. It will be a run, probably a leg by, I imagine. See, she's not happy she misses it. I think. Well, the thing is, she edges it, so she edges it onto herself. Is that if she's standing? It's probably just okay. It's a tough call because she's crouched there. But anyway, they will get through. She should get a run for that because there was bad on it. That'll be the end of 9, and the score is 51 for 7. Czechia looking to go 60 plus here. What I will say is we might be a chance if Czechia were to defend this.
Yeah.
It would be one of the lowest totals defended.
It would indeed. That would be quite an effort for them.
We've only ever seen one total defended in the 50s. That was in Croatia, funnily enough, but by a Slovenian side, Ljubljana.
Oh.
Well, Shaka's hesitated. She might get away with it. Don't think she will.
Trouble. Trouble at the mill.
Well, that's if she had the ball. I feel like she had enough time to pick it up. Shaka's already walking. Let's have a look. Shaka just needs to know the situation at this stage. Where is the ball?
Exactly. Hang on, where's the ball gone?
Yeah,
there it is.
Doesn't have the ball, so it won't be out after all.
Okay.
But, I mean, Shaka, she's probably played enough now. I know she's still only young, but last over, you hit, you go. This is 10th over cricket. You're 7 down. Maybe the only exception is if it goes to the keeper or if it goes straight back to the bowler, but I think she'll be annoyed. She had much more time than she realised.
Yeah, Desi needs to be backing up here as well, looking for the quick singles, looking for the call from her counterpart, and also looking to call it when it goes behind the stumps as well for a quick single.
Lydia's back to bowl the last over here. It's a funny old innings. Now look, because that earlier what we thought was the 7th ball actually wasn't. The scorers actually missed a wide earlier in the over. So the umpires were actually right. In the air and gone. Well taken by Leko. Kolchinova, she's hit some balls pretty well in this area, but that one offered an opportunity to Helen, who held on to it. Kramaric with a second wicket. And in the 10th over, Czechia, 53 for 8.
Yeah, hits it straight down her throat, and 8th wicket falls. So only 2 wickets left in hand. They've still got 5 deliveries to try to mount some sort of score here. And Croatia haven't exactly set the tournament on fire with big scores, either chased or made. But there's every chance here that they are going to get a win. But the Czechs need to put more runs on the board, give their bowlers something to work with. And you never know. You never know until it's done and dusted. So there's still an open door here for both teams to try to pull something out of the fire here.
Shaka's going to be really important in this defence.
Big time.
I still think, it's not out of the realms of possibility 56. There you go. It's the lowest score defended.
56.
And then look at it. We'll bring that up again in a second. This shouldn't be a run. Go straight back to the bowler. Prague Tigers are still on that list. They're still second. So you remember that? It was the first day they'd ever played in the ECS.
Yes, I remember that.
Against Barbarians. Had defended 60, keeping Barbarians to only 34. 34 for 8 off their 10 overs. So there's a bit of form here. If they'll get 54. So now I kind of hope they make 55 or less.
Just
to see if we're a chance of a record.
Yeah.
Probably just as likely with 55 as 57.
True.
So they're 54 with 2 balls remaining. Des into the side today. I noticed the earrings were mentioned. I wonder if she bats in them. How do they go with the helmet?
Surely she couldn't.
Well, offers a bit of a chance. Well blocked, actually. Still think you probably go for a run there at this stage.
I think you got to try, right? Just, I mean, everything in this last over, as you said at the top there, Vinny, everything's important.
If you're out, you're out. I mean, just your chance of a run at least. All right, last ball coming up. It's a pretty good one. So it will be 54 for 8, and we're on world record watch. Having said that, Croatia, they would feel that they should be chasing this down. There's about 70% chance to do that.
Yeah.
So they are pretty firm favourites. But Czechia, with an opportunity to do something that's never been done, defending a score of 54. So, yeah, plenty to keep us interested in the second innings, Phil.
Indeed. Look, that is a terrific bowling and fielding display from Croatia. They put themselves in the box seat here, and as you said, Vinny, they got it, according to the supercomputer, the win indicator. 70% chance of picking up the win here. Let's see what happens if they can do that, though.
Late chat.
Yeah.
It won't be 54. It'll be 55. Because they will add that wide back because it wasn't a 7th ball of the over. It was a 6. So actually they had 1 ball less than they should have had, but that does seem like the fair thing to do. You'll never know what would have happened with that extra ball in that over. So it will be 55, but that still would be a record. It's been a funny old game, like I said. It's a good shot, so I like some of the hits off the pads. You can see Kucheva had a good boundary in there. Nevada just kind of struggled to get her mojo going on batting 3. She ended up with 8 off 13. We saw Talavala with the 1 boundary as well. But I think Croatia, their fielding was a bit of a standout here. I broke the background. Rico said, yeah, I don't care. I'm out of here. Rico Airways.
There he goes.
Departing right now. Simon Tahiti. Anyway, I'd say this was a bizarre dismissal, but it just felt like maybe it was time for a change. Anyway, Turka came out after that. That dismissal, stumping, was just kind of snoozing at the wheel. And then there's this dismissal. Let's not forget, one of the most vicious pieces of spin on a cricket field I've ever seen to cause the end of Turka Kolchunova. It's probably good the keeper doesn't touch that.
It's a blessing in disguise the keeper missed that one because she was going for it and clearly missed it, and that is the wildest chop on you'll ever see.
Looked down her foot and was like, hey, I'm in. Which is true. This one wasn't in either. That was a good piece of fielding to cause a run out. And then the old run out looking with poor Mimi, just too concerned for her partner, saying, look, are you okay? You'll be okay. Your end, my end. And this was out, even though it wasn't handled 100% cleanly by Majdancic. Neko with a catch late in the piece. This was one of those innings for the Czechs where no one really was able to put a decent score individually on the board. I think their top score was 8 from Mandavada, and even she used 13 balls for that. So 18 extras, the highest score. And even then, okay, it's a bit on the high side. It's 18 in 10 overs, but I often think if you're beating 2 and over in the emerging division, then you're probably holding your own as far as that goes. But let's have a look.
Fair comment.
Pretty disappointing scorecard for the Czechs, but still, they could create a bit of history. See, that extra run's gone on now, so 55 for 8 will be the adjusted total, and 56 the target for Croatia. But a chance for Czechia to create a world record. This is 1 run below the best defence we've ever seen.
This would be incredible if that could happen, and they're going to have to bowl out of their skins to try to contain Croatia. Croatia are going to be so hungry for a win here. It's going to be not ridiculous. It's going to be absolutely sublime to see what happens when they come out and try to do this. We're going to have a look at the bowling card in just a moment, have a look and see how it all unfolded for the Croatian bowlers.
They had their ups and downs, didn't they? Kvaric, steady as she goes, as she always is, 2 for 11, 2 for 13. So even she lost it for a little bit, but didn't really get hurt. Pavlic, I thought, was outstanding. Went for
Terrific.
4 last ball, actually.
Yeah.
1 for 8.
Good to note.
Was brilliant. Leko with 9. Look, all those economy rates between 4 and 6.5, and that's what you call a good team bowling performance.
Incredible stuff, Vinny. I totally agree with you. So the game hangs in the balance here. Match number 8 is up for grabs. Czech women have got a task on their hands to defend 55. Croatia women, they've got a task on their hands to get 56 to snatch the win.
Look, it's definitely still game on here. Croatia, though, best chance yet for sure to bring up their first win of the Czech tour. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. We'll take a break and see you when we return for the exciting conclusion of match 8 here in the ECI-W Czechia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And it's a warm welcome back to cricket fans from around the world joining us again for the resumption of match number 8. It's the Croatian women taking on the Czech women here in this European Cricket International for women. It's the final day of these ECI-Ws. We're not far away from the conclusion of this tournament. It's been a fantastic tournament. This is actually halfway through, pretty much exactly halfway through the ECN tour of Czech Republic, and it's been a fantastic tour. We've had 2 T20I tournaments, the 2 CE Cups, one for men, one for women. This is obviously the women's ECI is happening right before your eyes. Czech women put on 55 for 8 in their 10 overs. 55 was the score. There was a bit of an issue there with an over which people thought, and the scorers thought, may have been a 7-ball over. It turns out it actually wasn't, and so the wide that was bowled was added to the score. Just so you're familiar with that, it was the 6-ball, the over, and it was a wide. So 55 is the score, the confirmed score from the first innings for the Czechs there, 55 for 8. So the score to be chased down for Croatia is going to be 56. If they can chase it down in 7 overs, they get themselves a bonus point. If the Czechs can restrict this team to 38 or less, well, they get themselves a bonus point. And as Vinny Sandhu mentioned early on, if this can be defended, this will be the lowest defense, the lowest score defended in any ECI, and that will be massive. Basically, we're on world record watch is what we're trying to say. And how about that? Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. I will soon be joined by Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, as he's just coming back from a few little duties around the ground, just checking things out, making sure he's happy. Of course he's happy. He's always happy. That's why I love commentating with Vinny, and that's why we love the European Cricket Network. So, we're about to restart. Run chase starting now. It's a high ball. It's a no ball indicator straight away, and it's been smacked for 4. Well, Croatia are searching for their first win of the tournament, and that is about as good a start as you can get in terms of looking for that win. So it's a beamer, it's a high ball, it's a no ball. It's been smacked around the corner for 4. It's now a free hit coming. So this first delivery of the innings is so far worth 5 plus whatever comes next. And it is Shaka Kutsanova, who is a sensational bowler, but she hasn't started well there. That is not a great delivery first up. That has been punished. Helen Lecco is very strong on the leg side. She will take a swipe at anything wide on leg or just outside her legs, even around the midriff. She loves to hit them around the corner. Here we go. Free hit. Has been punched into the covers and through the gap. Boundary rider has to get down and stop this one. Oh, a bit of a fumble there. Almost got through the legs. Gets a throw back. Lucky. Just for a moment, hearts in the mouths there. I wasn't sure whether that was going to be successfully stopped or not. It is indeed stopped. So well done there. That's Bosala, Shreya Bosala on the boundary line there, patrolling the extra cover boundary. Oh, and I call it cover actually. She's a bit more front on than that, a bit straighter. It's another full delivery. It's picked up on the full as well. This is going to test deep mid wicket, who does well. Good throw back, just a single. So ticking over the runs here already. This over is only a couple of deliveries old and already got 7 on the board. Croatia women need 49 from 58. 49 required from 58. And they're looking red hot to pick up their first win in this tournament. How happy will the Croatian women be? I know there's a lot of support in the chat for the Croatian women as well. So make sure you make yourself known. Make sure you're loud. Make sure that we all know that you're supporting both the Czech women and, of course, the Croatian women. But if you're supporting the Croatian women, please give us a bit of a shout out. Let me know where you're tuning in from. And let me give you a chance to give you a shout out as well. I hope you're all enjoying it. I hope you're all having a good Father's Day as well, wherever you are in the world. Unless, of course, you're from Australia or New Zealand, in which case you've got to wait till September for your Father's Day. I was talking to Rico before about Father's Day, that in Australia, Father's Day is the first weekend in spring, the first weekend of September otherwise. Just so it's not going to share its date with the start of the rotten weather in that part of the world. Edged, high, couple of bounces. Oh, just gets away from the blue-booted fielder there. Cannot stop it. Every chance to stop it and overhaul it. And unfortunately, the Desica has run over that one. Earrings jangling, blue boots running, and cannot get the hand down to knock that one back. And this is an expensive start. You're defending a very small total, and Shaka's over is gone and pretty much blown out. Now look at this. Fingertips away, literally fingertips away. And it gets away. this over's gone for 13 from 4 deliveries. Not a good start for the Czech girls. Tries to bang it in short. She's lofted up in the air. Fielder's running back. They should protect the boundary and do. Good pickup. So the idea of a world record defence here is slipping away before our eyes, as that is now going to be, well, that's now 14 off the over. So 14 off 5 deliveries. One more to come in this over. It's been a bit tough going here for Šárka Kucinova. She's been hit around a little bit here. Hit down the ground. That's going to go to the boundary line. Well, nobody was going to get to that. It went through the cover fielder, who just basically watched it go past. And that's, well, Talamara, the captain, who couldn't get anything on this one. This is a great strike. Look at that. Really good strike. Holds the bat close to the body of the bat and just gives it the flick of the wrist all the way along the ground and across the boundary as fast as you like. That's 18 off the first over. That is a massive over for Croatia. Not a great over for the Czech women, and that is maybe them just showing a little bit of fatigue. They've been out in the sun for a few days now. I'm not going to give them any sort of respite in terms of excuses, nothing like that. No, because every team is the same. Every team's been out there for quite a long time. Although the Croatia women, they didn't play in the CE Cup, which we finished just last Friday, but the Czech women did. They had to play a few games. It was 4 games in the Central Europe Cup, plus they're playing 6 games here in this tournament. So a fair bit of cricket here. They played 4 games yesterday, and it was quite warm as well. Today, the breeze has dropped. It is quite warm indeed. There's a lot of people sort of drinking a lot of water here at the ground, I've got to say, from what I can see. That's lofted as well. So the Croatian women, they're not just on their way to a win here, they're on their way to a win in very quick time. This has been a fantastic lightning start for them. And that shot goes quite a long way as well. What a cracking shot that is. What a great blow. Helen Leko has got a lot of power on the leg side. It can be square, it can be behind square, or even in front of square. She just gives it a real oomph to it. Pavla Senjuk, who's belted the ball around in the start of this over, she is having an absolute terrific tournament. She helps herself to a 50 early on. She hasn't really sort of set the world on fire since that 50. Had a few low scores, but it just shows her quality. And she's quite a handy bowler as well at the top. It's a wide ball there. So 24 for no loss. We've only started the second. And as Vinny and I were talking about at the end of the previous innings, you know, we could be on world record watch for the lowest score defended. And not looking like it's going to get it. That's another boundary. So it's looking like Croatia are really helping themselves to a nice little bit of fluid moment here for the two batters. No wickets fallen, and they're suddenly finding a bit of form. And don't forget, this is the one team in this tournament, this ECI tournament, who have yet to put a little number 1 in their win column. And they're looking very good to do that now. Looking really strong. Unfortunately for the Czech women, they don't have a lot of runs to defend, and not a lot of runs for the bowlers to work with. Swing and a miss there. Erica bowling in distinctively, always bowls in her cap more often than not. Erica Kuntsova, who's pretty handy with both bat and ball. Going back on a little bit of a longer run up there. Crunch down the ground. That's going to get through the fielder. Just gets a bit of body on that one, knocks it down, and just inside the rope there, I think. Yes, indeed. Good stuff. Have a look at this one again. Just off the shin maybe. And it gets close, but no cigar for the boundary line. Sorry, boundary line, you don't win on that occasion. So 30 without loss. Still 2 balls to come in this second over. It's a better delivery from Erica there. It draws the dot ball at the non-strikers end. Helen Leko saying, how about it? How about a single? And no, Pavel at the other end says, no, you're right there, Helen. No, you're right. Just one more to do. Let's see out this last delivery. And then we can say we've done 2 overs. We've got 30 on the board. They're well over halfway there now. They've got plenty of deliveries left. Crash, bang, wallop, 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and across the rope. It skips across the rope in quick style. 34 off the first 2 overs. That is an emphatic start. Absolutely sensational. Pavla freeing the shoulders and belting 1 down the ground. That's a lovely strike. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, rejoins me here in the cool room in the commentary box. And Vinny, it's looking like it's going to be a tough order for the Czechs to pull this one back.
Yeah, think it's all gone now. You think, look, maybe they could defend the point. I was just looking at the stats and the table.
Yeah.
You know, if the Croatians could get 4 points here and then beat Gibraltar, they'd take second. And you might go, well, hold on. Let's see it here, because they could go up. It could be 9-7 after this game.
Yep.
Czechia are done. Then Croatia take 3 points against Gibraltar. Now, you might say, well, based on form, that's not going to happen, is it? But they were pretty competitive against them earlier. And I just think Gibraltar are going to use this last game to experiment. So I just think that the Czechs might be playing to hold on to second. They don't want to be bottom of the table.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that 100%, especially with regards to what you said about Gibraltar. I think they may sort of look to say, well, you didn't get a bat, so how about we put you up the order? Didn't get a bowl, how about we bowl you maybe in the middle overs?
And they'll probably have to play short-handed again as well, with the injuries and unavailabilities kind of stacking up.
True.
Anyway, it's going to be Nancy Palmer to bowl over number 3. But yeah, you can see what they need for the bonus point is only about 4.5 and over.
Yeah. It's really not much at all, is it? So they could definitely get all 4 points here. They've had this has been a terrific start. I mean, Helen and Pavla have been striking the ball beautifully. The Czechs haven't helped themselves with the bowling and no besmirch on the fielding. Just the bowling hasn't been great.
Nice shot. Just seems to be coming into her own a little bit more now, Leko. She's very good at working the ball away on the offside. At times the ball. Then if she's get an opportunity to free her arm, she can crack at leg side as well, as we've seen. But she's gotten off to a rocket of a start, and so's Pavla at the other end.
I like Helen's leg side game. She's not afraid to have a swing at the leg side wide.
Thick edge this time. That's going to run away to the boundary as well. So the runs just keep on flowing. That'll be 4 more to Pavla Senjug.
Yeah, you sort of just get the feeling, don't you, that it's simply just not going the Czech women's way in this match. And everything going right and flying in the right direction for the Croatian women. They're looking very strong here in this game. It's hard to think this is a team that hasn't yet pulled up a victory in this tournament. Loving their work. They'll be ecstatic. They'll be out of their skins if they can pull this victory in, especially if they can pull a 4-pointer.
That one goes wrong. In fact, bounced off the pit. So it looks like we've got another free hit coming up. I've seen a few of those in this game.
Have indeed. Yep, it's only 16 runs away now. We're including that no ball. Make that 15 runs away now, the victory. And we're still in the power play. Can you believe that?
Yeah, true. And Croatia looking strong. Look how she's going to attack this by really coming down. It's innovative batting there. Might actually get 4 for a trouble. Does. Once again, that's the old Czech vortex, isn't it? Runs down the hill. But Senjug knows she can't be stumped. So she says, look, I'm not going to wait for the ball to come to me. I'm going to start. It's a good 2 metres out of her crease, and then came at it again, knowing she can't be stumped as long as she makes an immediate attempt to get back. And Raquel wasn't able to chase it down. Okay, maybe a metre out of the crease. That's good bold batting.
But she ends up a good 1.5 metres, maybe even all close to 2 when she actually strikes the ball. You're right, Vinny. Just saying, yep, I'm not going to wait for you. How about I come down and meet you and try and get it on half volley?
Yeah, it's good location that time
Yeah.
from Palmer, but also good awareness from Pavla. Just keep that back foot back in the crease.
Nice that, yep. 45 for no loss. Still, I'm thinking the Czechs are going to struggle to find a wicket here. Although I'm famous for the comms curse.
That's well bowled, but even better shot, that one from Senjug. It's a classical cover drive. And once again, that'll make all the coaches kind of breathe a sigh of relief watching the outcome. Have a look at this. Just holds back the shot, and at the right moment just breaks the wrist. Just a push, really, but that flew to the boundary.
Yeah, you're right about holding the shot. There's that split second as she's watching it float through the air. Connects beautifully.
Full toss. That's going to be 4 more. Well, it brings up the 50.
Wow.
And really, Czechia, they've had a bit of a horror show here in match 8. It's a shame that their week is going to finish this way because they have had so many bright spots.
True.
And also, the wins yesterday. But really, 53 without loss after 3. And Croatia are in for a big win here and a chance to lift themselves off the bottom of the table in the last game.
That's so true, Vinny. We looked at the standings before, and you called it. They pick up a 4-pointer here. Suddenly, they're looking like they're going to send the Czechs down. Have a look at that power play. 53 off the power play. That's right. You heard us right. 53, 18, 16, and 19. These two with absolute purpose. And I know yesterday was International Bath Day, according to Rico Full, but I tell you, he's getting a bath now, and that's the Czech women. They're getting absolutely schooled here by these two at the top. And Croatia are going to march to an absolutely emphatic victory here. I can't see anything else happening apart from that. Let's see if they can change a bit of fortune now.
Well, Paul's come in right in the nick of time to try and improve my pronunciation of Shenyug. Oh, I'll do my best.
Okay.
All right, I've still got another game to work on it. It's actually pretty close, you know. I think it's pad first.
Oh.
And I'll get through for one. I guess there's Puja who's come on to bowl, but he's got a feeling here. Is it just missing leg? Probably. This is probably a very good decision, actually. That's where he hits the pad before it comes up. Maybe took some of the bat on the way through.
So Paul from Zagreb says it's Pavla Shenyug. Thank you, Paul.
Shenyug's on strike.
I think we got that right now,
He's been
Paul.
spending so much time trying to get the Czech names right.
True.
All right, 2 to win then. Oh, up in the air, catching opportunity, and it goes down. And that's a disappointing one for Puja, who might have had a wicket after all. Gone pretty close a couple of times, but it'll tie the scores at 55.
He's going to go on a limb here. I'm going to say that she might have dropped the game right there. It's probably a bit harsh, but there you go. 55 apiece. So just 1 run to claim the win. Otherwise, you need a lot of dot balls to force a golden ball. Not sure that's going to happen. Could be the last ball of the game coming up.
Not yet. We'll
Not
keep
yet.
going.
Oh, the suspense builds.
At least it makes it a live game in match number 9. In Croatia.
Yes.
Probably knew realistically it's going to be tough to win the whole weekend. But Croatia and Czechia are going to have a bit of a rivalry that's going to extend into December for the ECI-W.
True.
That will be the end. It'll be a single, and Leko will hit the winning runs. She'll finish on 12 not out. And Pavla Shenyug with 37 not out. Again, potential player of the match performance. But I just got a feeling it might be going to one of the bowl, more for the bowling than anything else, because Shenyug herself took none for 13, but Kavaric with 2 for 11 was great. Sveben took 2 wickets. But it was a good team performance, I think, with the ball. It sets up a fairly cruisy win for Croatia. Their first win of the weekend.
Yeah, congratulations, Croatian women, for a big win. The dugout going to the ground, holding the flag aloft as well. There's some very happy Croatian women out there right now. They're having a bit of a get-around, and so they should as well. This has been an absolutely emphatic, one-sided win for them. And what a way to get your first win in the ECI tournament. They must be ecstatic.
Yeah, and actually breaks a bit of a hoodoo. I think they were 0-9 against the Czechs in T10.
Yep.
And so they certainly, they've been more competitive than that statistic would suggest.
True,
There's Alan
true.
coming in as well. He's thrilled. I'm sure veterans not far away. But yeah, the Croatian flag flying. Also a lot of mutual respect for these two developing cricket nations. And, well, it means we've got a slight break, don't we? We're about 40 minutes from the first ball of match number 9, and we'll see Croatia taking on Gibraltar. And I just think there's a golden opportunity there for an upset. The other thing they do, they help themselves out, Croatia, with a bit of an extended break, because you know it's a hot afternoon. They'll actually get probably a good half an hour in the shade before they get out there and try and grab second place in the series. That is to come. News from the toss, by the way, with Gibraltar winning the toss and electing to bat. They will be back with Lauren Shepherd coming back. That's really nice to see as well. And she had that knee injury yesterday, obviously, as a precaution. We haven't seen her back since then, but she feels she's able to take part. In what capacity, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's good to see. Gibraltar will field the 11 in match 9. Coming up at 3:15 local time, 6:45 in India. Let's have a look. And it was a crash bang wallet start, wasn't it, for Croatia, as they take only a shade over 3 overs to chase down this target of 56.
Yeah, if anybody was watching from the living room on their big TV set and they said, hang on a minute, I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee and I'll come back and see how it all goes, you may have missed most of these highlights, because it was an absolute blistering effort there from Pavla Shenjuk and Helen Ileko, who put together unbeaten partnership to overhaul these runs. It was a terrific display from them, not helped by a little bit of slot bowling early on, especially in the first over. The bowlers getting taken apart, hit all parts of the ground. But yeah, credit to Helen and Pavla for just putting their head down and saying, you know what, we're going to take all 4 points. And guess what? We want to play this last game for our ECI championship to make sure we don't end up on the bottom of the standings. And they've done themselves every bit of favour there. And there's the final get around with the flag held high. Wonderful to see. Very happy Croatian women there.
Yeah, they are extremely happy. They take all 4 and they've got something very realistic to play for. They would love to kind of just stay above Czechia, and they'd love it to stay that way with the ECI-W, of course, which will be the final stanza of this European cricket season. Let's have a look at the scorecard then. 37 off 16 for Shenyuk, and Helen Leko with 12 not out. Just a 7 extras, so okay, that's okay, I suppose, given they're only 3.4 overs bowled. But sure. I think for Czechia, it's a bit of a tired performance. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. Yep. It's never clicked with them with the bat. And look, if they'd had a good start and maybe taken a couple of wickets, they would have perhaps found that extra gear. As it was, I think they knew that this 55 was never going to be enough.
Yeah, I sort of get the feeling that was a team who's playing their 10th game in 5 days in quite warm conditions. I wouldn't say it's blistering hot out there, but it is quite warm. And if you want to hark back to the players' comfort level, which was something that was talked about on the chat a couple of days ago, it would be a little bit uncomfortable out there in the centre. And in the end, good win for Croatia. Everything to play for in the next game. And you're right, Vinny, they've done themselves all sorts of favours, given themselves a bit of a breather before they face the Gibraltarian women in the next game, so a bit to do there. Just so you know that the Czech women on the standings, there are 9 points. The Croatian women will go up to 7 points with this good win by 10 wickets in the end. So you're right, Vinny, this next match, there's a bit in that.
Yeah, especially for Croatia. They'd love to go back to back to finish things off. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Phil G. We'll take a break and then we'll bring the international action home with the last match of the day around the corner. We're about 35 minutes away from the first ball. Get your random questions in nice and early, maybe even a little bit of food chat. So we'll take a break. See you at the other side of it for match 9 in this ECI-W Czechia.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we roll into the final international match of our Czech tour. But don't worry, there is more cricket on the way. We have ECS action starting tomorrow right here at the Vinoj cricket facility just outside of Prague. So match 9 will see the two touring teams go head to head once again with Croatia to take on Gibraltar. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with the Sheriff, Charles Croucher.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the toss for match 9, Croatia with Gibraltar to call. Tails is the call, and it is a tail.
We'll bat first.
Gibraltar won the toss. They'll have a bat.
So the Gibs win the toss. Lizzie Frey says we will have a bat. She's been a workhorse for Gibraltar. I think she's played every single game along the way. Big responsibility with the bat and the ball. She has to be one of the MVP favourites. Yanira Blagg's another one that I think could be in the race as well. With Gibraltar having sewn up the series, I think they probably will give a few different opportunities, play players a bit out of position and see what they come up with. I think that's probably what we're going to see here in match 9. So maybe an opportunity for Croatia to pounce. No, they've had their ups, they've had their downs this weekend, probably more downs than ups really, but an opportunity for them, I think, to grab a bit of an upset win in the last game of this ECI-W. Phil G is in the chat. We'll have a slightly early finish, won't we? Because only the 4 games today, but the 4th is on the way, match 9 of the series with Gibraltar winning the toss and electing to bat. Phil, over to you in the commentary bunker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sandhu there with a great introduction there into this final match in this wonderful ECI-W competition, and just want to pass on my congratulations to all 3 teams for the competition they've brought here to Vinoj over the last couple of days of this contest, and I guess you could also say the last couple of days of especially the Central Europe Cup that finished on Friday, but this competition as well. It's the final match here. Phil G here in the lovely cool-ish commentary box here on the side of the pitch in Vinoj. Enjoyed this competition thoroughly. I think we've seen a great display from all 3 teams. Unfortunately for the Czechs, in the last game they played, they came undone to a very fierce and strong Croatian team. Have a look at the fantasy dashboard there. Unchanged teams, except for one shout out on the Gibraltar side, and that is the return of Lauren Shepherd, who we saw her get injured quite badly last night, but she's assured us that she's good to go. She's given us the thumbs up, and she said, let me play in this game. I want to get up there for my team, and her team had a bit of a get around with her when she was chosen. So that's going to give them a little bit of a push and a shove in the right direction here. It's going to be interesting to see exactly, as Vinny suggests, how this game is going to be played by Gibraltar and Croatia. Croatia with a real red-hot chance here to sneak into 2nd place on the standings, which will be a massive win for them, considering they started the day without a win. They had the first game of the day. They didn't win that one either. Then they bounced back in that last match in emphatic style, overhauling the target set to them, albeit a small target-ish, I guess you could say 55, but they chased it down with so many balls to spare, and it was a fantastic victory. It was 53 off the power play. How about that for a power play? So we're almost set to go here. It's going to be Helen Lecko to start bowling. She's going to bowl to the striker, which is Raghunath. And it's good to see Rosie Riley has been bumped up the order. She's going to be at the non-strikers end. So just a slight little change to the batting lineup there for Gibraltar. Not a bad idea. Give a couple of different ladies maybe a chance to get the feel of the bat, the willow on leather. We have a look in the field. There's a deep player in the extra cover boundary, deep extra cover. And the other deep fielder is the boundary rider on the leg side, almost identically other side of the ground. We're almost set to go. In fact, we are ready to go. And that is indicated as no ball. Hesitating on a possible extra one there. Not to be though, so just misses the pitch here, does Helen. Watch this one more time. Just completely gets that wrong. Hits the side of the pitch and cannons away. So this is the final game. It's match number 9. Almost set to go here. Swivel on this one, gets it past the fielder. That's going to run to the boundary rider, who I just called out before, who's back there. I think that's Pavla, who's doing the boundary riding. Judy's over on the leg side. So just the one. Croatia fresh off a big win over the Czech women, where they also happy to chase down a total. So it looks like they'll be chasing now. Just a reminder, Gibraltar won the toss, selected to bat first. You saw Vinny introduction talking you through that, about that. That's not a bad idea. Maybe they'll change a few things around. We'll see how they go. So Rosie Riley gets to face the first, just pushes that one back. And good afternoon to everyone watching from around the world. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday wherever you are. Happy Father's Day too, if you're celebrating Father's Day. Not everyone in the world does, but most countries are celebrating Father's Day today, the 3rd June, the 3rd Sunday in June. Clipped around the corner nicely, got every bit of that. Doesn't try to elevate, just helps it around the corner with a nice little hit. Could have maybe accepted a wide ball there, but nope, goes after it. Nice shot for 4. Watch this again from the reverse angle, just into a good position. You see Helen Lecco doing this all the time. Likes to chase that wide ball and likes to really sort of set up for that kind of shot as well. So Rosie Riley taking a leaf out of Helen's book there. Playing that quite nicely. So Croatia here with a bit to do. Try to contain a score to something reasonable they can chase after. They chased down 55 in very quick time in the previous match. Full ball. That's quite a full toss. I think it's going to be okay though. Might have a look at it again from side on. It looks like it's okay. Ooh. And yeah, dipping. She's on the line. And another wide there for Helen. Score is up to 8 now. Watch this one again. Well outside the tram lines there. Remember, it's quite warm conditions out there. So I think some of the players could be forgiven for playing a few games on the trot this weekend, and a few of the teams, well, specifically Gibraltar and Czech, who played the CE Cup just recently finished on Friday under warm conditions. It got very, very warm as the week went on last week, and it's culminated in today, which is probably the warmest day of the year here in Czech Republic. Through the fielder. Now they get turn look for a second. No. Well, I got to say, I think Ragonuth was just jogging to the other end, wasn't even looking at her counterpart there. Probably could have been second. And that is going to be the end of the first over. It's going to be 9 runs off the first over. So a couple of wides involved in that as well. And a boundary. And have a look at some stats here for the ECI-W Czechia series. So 1,365. This is up until the end of the previous match as well. You can see only 9 Maximos. Been a bit starved with the Maximos. 54 wickets, 142 fours. So the 4 rate's not too bad. The pass score is around about 95. You can see there 9.5 runs per over. But 1,365 is the total runs. You know, with a good score here, maybe a couple of scores in the 80s, and suddenly we're pushing 1,500 runs in this ECI for women. Second over starts. Nice bowling is the call I heard around the ground. Pavlet comes on to bowl her first over. Hello there, John Gray in the chat. I thought I saw you pop in there before. John, good to see you again. Dave B still with us. Hello there, Paul Kempen as well. And Shrug as well. Helix. Actually, Helix had a question I need to throw towards Vinny when I see him again next. So nicely tucked around the corner. Oh, a bit of fancy foot fielding on the boundary rope. That's not bad work at all. Maybe they might think you'd have a second look at that. Oh, there's a border collie. They're having it. Oh, no. Oh. I thought for a minute there the dog was going to use the flag for something else, but no, walks away. What a good looking animal that is. Continue now with this over. Just a moment. I think the fielders are all set. Yep, good to go. Oh, it's no ball indicated straight away, but punished as well. Not a good delivery, that one. Maybe just showing a little bit, maybe possibly fatigue coming in for the bowlers here. A few loose deliveries in these first 2 overs, and that one is really quite loose, but connected beautifully from Rosie, who doesn't let that one get away from her. Rosie Riley absolutely smacks that one. Border Collie still in the background there, looking after our European cricket banner. A lot of dog walkers in the area. Rico noted that earlier in this morning's games. He was asking me about that. There's a lot of dog owners in Prague. I can't remember what the number is. Danny told me what the number was. There's apparently like such high percentage of dogs and owners here in the city. There's plenty of places for them to walk their dogs, and there's places around Vinoj, especially out here. We're not that far out of the city centre, so it's pretty easy to get to. And there's a lot of little villages also in the area as well. Obviously, you've got the Zarmak in the background as a bit of a focal point here in Vinoj, and of course the golf course nearby. And the boundaries between the golf course and this ground, popular for cyclists and walkers and dog walkers alike. Goes to play straight ball there. Well bowled. Good comeback there from Pavla. So yeah, not surprised that people like to come up here with their dogs. There's also, actually, a little curious thing as well, is occasionally we get the Vinoj Archery Club up here practicing on the ground. Obviously, they're usually well away from us. But very often during ECS over the last few years, they've always just sort of pitched their camp up on the top end of the property. Sit nicely back to the bowl. So good bowling here, good comeback here. Yeah, the Vinoj Archery Club, they usually set up their, closer to the car park usually they are, and they set up their targets and ping away. Haven't seen him yet in this last week, but I get the feeling I may see him next week. Seven from the over so far. Well, there you go. I always knew that was going to happen eventually. You just saw this kind of dismissal coming closer and closer over the last couple of days. And this is going to be an interesting one to watch here one more time as Pavla gets a wicket on her last ball. Gets a little well bowled from the batter as they go past. Watch this one again. Thinks it's going down leg and crashes in the top of leg stump. I've been waiting for a few days now to see a batter get bowled around her legs, and there it is. Boom, done. So there's the breakthrough. So it's Pavla who gets the breakthrough there, and it's Prabha Raghunath who has to go for a 3 from 9. Chewed up a few dot balls there. Didn't really get going. And Helen Mumford gets a boost up the order. She gets a chance to open her account. She is at the non-striker's end though. And Rosie Riley facing. As that was, of course, the end of the second over as well, by the way. 16 for the loss of 1 wicket after 2. So skipper Lydia comes on now and see how she goes. Again, another one who likes to bowl in the cap. Nothing wrong with that. Just hit down. Helen with a bit of the old backhand throw to the stumps in a hurry. The lone fielder there in the covers is Helen Lecco. He's been an absolute stalwart for this side. Bit of a barometer as well. If she's having a good game, you can be guaranteed Croatia's having a good game as well. Just tantalisingly close to finding an edge on that one. Doesn't get it though. Misses the lot. Good over so far. Nothing but dots. Muffled appeal for LB. Umpire saying nothing doing there. Probably a little bit high, and I think pitching outside the line as well. So yeah, this ground in Vinoj, there's a lot of discussion about it over the last couple of days. We're more than happy to show it off to the world. It's a nice property. We've been playing cricket here for many years now, and we've got 2 grounds here. This is the Scott Page field, and of course we've got the Hugo Banks field on the neighbouring side, just as you look down the screen way to the right-hand side. And that's gone very fine. That's going to run away. He's got every bit of that. That's a nice shot. So yeah, Czech cricket have called this home now for quite a while here in the Czech Republic. We don't have a lot of grounds here to play on, unfortunately, but we've got these 2, which are real quality fields. We play most of the game, well, play pretty much all the games on the European Cricket Network here on the Scott Page field. The Hugo Banks field next door is great to train on, and it's our second ground here. So during the domestic season, these 2 pitches are being used pretty much on Saturday, Sunday, all day. We have another ground in Brno, but unfortunately it looks like we'll be losing that one at the end of the year. due to the local government in Moravia stepping in and requiring it back, so they didn't renew the lease. There's another ground we sometimes used to use called in a place called Velvara, which is just to the north of here, a bit further out of the city. But unfortunately, that has got a little bit overgrown. Unfortunately, we're having a few issues with the owners, but that's okay. Maybe we can make something of that over the next few months, maybe next year. We'll see. And thumps into the pad on the full outside the line. And that is going to be the end of the third. So 20 for 1 after 3. Riley is doing well. She's on 14 from 11, scoring quite briskly. They have lost a wicket though. And we're looking at Mumford. She's going to get her chance to face the first delivery. See if she can get some runs on the board. Gets her chance to step up. She has done quite well in the bowling. I've been very impressed when she comes on a bowl. The surprise package that comes on and picks up a wicket just out of the blue. Doesn't mind fielding with her feet. Marika and I were jokingly referring to her shoes as the Mumfords because I reckon she could pattern those and sell them with maybe a little bit of a reinforced instep from where she's stopping the cricket ball. Not that we would encourage people to do foot fielding. That's full. Picked up on the full as well. That's hit really hard. That's going to go to the boundary. Oh, how about listen to that cheer coming from around the ground. There's a genuine cheer from the dugout and a few people around the scorer's hut as well, sort of giving her a cheer. And she's collected that one and gone smack straight through deep mid-wicket. Have a look at the height from side on. I think that's okay. It looks like it's dipping. So moving the score along nicely here. Picked the gap perfectly too, by the way. So 24 for 1, just started the fourth over now. So Dora Pavlets coming in. Oh, brings a bit of a miss hit though, just out of the reach of the extended hands. And a pretty easy single in the end, shy at the stumps, nothing doing. Turning the scoreboard over, that's good to see. Brings out Rosie Riley back on strike. But good to see Helen Mumford getting a chance up the order as well with that really good strike towards deep mid-wicket. Remember, this is the last game you're watching of this ECI-W series. It's been another successful series. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. And that'll be a dot ball. Yeah, quite warm conditions out there at the moment. It's probably pushing about 31 degrees right now. I think out in the centre it's a little bit warm. You know, the weather apps always have the real feel. I'm sure the real feel is quite something. Let's take it around the corner. Good work from the fielder. Gets down to that one. Doesn't allow it to get past. Nicely done. The breeze has dropped. We'd be sort of entertained with warm weather and cool breezes here in Vinorish since we had the apocalyptic 5-minute storm from last Sunday. Oh, hit very nicely. Hit with a bit of strength down the ground. Long off gets down to cover that one off. Make sure it doesn't get past her into the boundary. That's good work in the field there. Mumford moves to 5. Sorry, to 6. Rosie Riley 15 from 12. Oh, now that is going to be called no ball. Of course it is. That is a really, really bit of a rotten beam of that one. So they get the 1, they get the no ball, and they'll get a free hit for their trouble as well. So Mumford now gets to see what she can do with a free hit here. She's got everything to go for here. Scores 28 for 1. So we'll jump up now. I think I'm getting ahead of the scoring there. 30 for 1. Here we go. Clubs it back to the bowler, unfortunately. Goes for the straight smash, and unfortunately it was too straight and wasn't a smash. And well fielded off her own bowling by Dora. Gets that one on the half volley, punches that one down this time. Just the 1. Every run being cheered here by the Gibraltar women. It's end of the 4th. That's 31 for 1 after 4. And the Croatia women who, well, they're going to be looking to chase a bit of a target here. They chased down a target of 55 with ease in the previous match, albeit against a side that had probably looked like they were feeling maybe a little bit of fatigue as well, having played a number of games over the last 5 days, both T20s and these T10 matches. Had 4 T10 matches yesterday. Have a look at the run rate situation there. It's up to 7.75, just losing that 1 wicket in the second over. So a fair bit of work to do here. But the Croatian women, they're building confidence. So Gibraltar will want to get a decent score on the board here. Looks like it's going to be Lada Sviben, who's going to come on to bowl the next over. Helen goes up in the air, and just tantalisingly halfway between the bowler and the fielder coming in off the boundary line. Could have easily gone to hand. As another light aircraft goes overhead, banks slightly to the left, begins its final approach to Letnani Airport. Surrounded by airports we are here. Swings into this one, goes out to the leg side. Yeah, we've got, effectively it's 3 airports. We've got Letnani Airport, which is not used that often, mainly used for concerts. Then we've got Kabeli Airport, which is pretty much the one where the light aircraft go to. Then we've got a military airport, which is close by as well. Often see a lot of very formal looking aircraft flying into there. No ball called. That ball bounced a couple of times before it got to the other end. Look at the side on the replay. That is... Well, that's the second bounce right there. That's why that's called no ball. So Lada in again. That's hit straight to the fielder who's right there for that stop. And that turns around and affects the runner, and Helen Mumford going for the run is done. All ends up there. Good fielding. Quickly got the throw into the field to the bowler, and Lada just completes it by taking the bails off. That's a good wicket there for Croatia. Watch this again. Clubs it pretty hard, albeit hard. Good work though for the captain to get down there onto the knee, stop the getting past, and effect a good throw back to the bowler, who had a few moments just to gather the ball, gather herself, break the stumps, and get another wicket. That's the second wicket that falls. So good work there in the field from Gibraltar. Apologies from Croatia, but still good scoring there from Gibraltar. They're going on with a nice little rate as well. They won the toss, remember, the Gibraltar, when they wanted to have a bat first. Can you get a score on the board? I reckon if you ask Croatia what they want to do at the toss, I wouldn't be surprised if they might have said, look, we'd like to have a bowl first. That's quite possible, you know. Be interesting to get into the year if the captain say, well, what would you have done? As a bus passes leisurely in the background. So, new battery now, just taking her stance. It's going to be Sally Barton getting a chance now. Oh, sorry, Sally Barton's at the non-striker's end. It's Rosie Riley who's just collecting herself at the striker's end. Getting ready for the next delivery. And no run there, nicely clubbed. So it's good to see wicketkeeper Sally Barton out there, who has had a terrific couple of days here in Prague during the CE Cup and now during the ECI-Ws. My God, made a lot of fans, made a lot of friends. Tucked around the corner, that is a bit of work to do. Good work though to get down and stop there getting past. That's really fantastic there in the outfield. Good cheers from the dugouts. You might hear them coming through the effects mic. The ladies here have had no shortage of enthusiasm all week. It's been an absolute pleasure for the Czech Federation to host these teams in these competitions. And Sally is getting a real rev up from the dugout, and good support from all around the ground. It's great to see. So it is going to be, though, then the end of the over. So she'll have to wait her opportunity to get off the mark, maybe for another time. It's 5 overs gone. It's 35 for 2 on the board, and the Gibraltar women just moving along nice. It's going to be a bit of a drinks break. It is very warm conditions out there. The breeze that we keep talking about, it is dropping ever so slightly. So it is very warm conditions out there. So the ladies well-deserved drinks break for them. We have a look there at the calendar for 2025, and you can see there we're getting down towards the bottom of that left-hand column. So it's Czechia now. We're going to be here. We're going to be pretty much the only ECS running next week, and we've had a few crossovers, haven't we? We've had a few events that have, we've had 2 venues going at the one time and things like that. And I think today is the first day for quite a couple of weeks. So I think we've had just 1 venue running at one time. So then this will take us through to Sunday the 22nd, and that will be the final day of the European Cricket Series in Prague. Obviously, that'll be split into 2, the Premier and Challenger, and then Finland on the 23rd of June, and then Bulgaria on the 30th of June. So that's the next ECS is coming your way. And then Belgium, the start of July, 7th of July. And then Germany, Sweden, England, back to England for Wimbledon. And then it's Croatia, back to Germany, but this time to Kiel. A Romania encore, Hungary, Switzerland. And after Switzerland, guess what? Medal Shield and Western Shield. And then ECC action in Khartoum. I can't believe we're already talking about that. I feel like this year has gone so fast. And we've still got so much more to do. It's an exciting summer coming up. And I hope you're strapped in and ready for it as well, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's wonderful to have your company as always. 35 for 2. We'll start the 6th over in just a moment. Back here we go. Tossed up, just hit straight back to the bowler. Good delivery that one. So Dora's going to bowl her second. Dora Pavlitz looking to maybe try to pick up a quick wicket here, maybe a couple of wickets, get a breakthrough. Nice soft hands there from Rosie. Rosie's doing a good job there. Rosie Riley turns the strike over. Happy to give the strike over to Sally Barton. All right, Sally, let's see what you can do. There's you got a lot of fans and friends in the chat and around the ground who are cheering you on here. See if she can get a few runs off this delivery. 36 for 2 is the score. Good hit down the ground. She's going to get off the mark here as well. That's really well done. And a bit of a cheer also from the dugout as well. So nicely done. So we continue. It's all good. Sorry, a few people practicing just in front of me here. I just had to ask them just to take a couple of steps to the left, please, just so I can see the action. It's all good. So back to Dora there with the ball. 3 balls old this over. She went for 14 so far. Looking to maybe pick up a wicket if she can there. Rosie Riley batting really well, 19 from 18. Sit around the corner nicely. It's going to be a chase on. Fielder gets down, and now, was there a situation of maybe a foot over the line? I think we're going to have a look at that one more time just to double check. I think the umpires are going straight to the microphones as well. One more time. Let's have a look. And just watching that back foot. Tapping it now. Ooh, it's a photo finish, that one. I think it looks good. I think the time that she was tapping the ball, her foot was not on the line, so we're all good. Oh, Sally gets one around the corner. Nice shot. Good cheer from the dugout again. Good support here from for the Gibraltarian women. So one more ball to come. 40 for 2 is on the board. And Rosie Riley, she's on 20 from 19. Getting a chance here with the bat. Good delivery, that one. That's just really good line and length. Well bowled. And that is going to conclude the 6th over. It's 40 for 2 on the board after 6. Well done. And just a bit of news coming in that Sally Barton's previous high score in the European Cricket Network was 2. She's never hit a boundary either, so she's equaled that high score. Congratulations, Sally. I tell you what, if she has a boundary, this place is going to absolutely lose its mind. I'll be one of them as well. So there's a bit of cheering going on for Sally. We'd love to see her do that. She's been a bit of a character, a real character. Rico was telling me that she was doing all sorts of dancing in the bus going back to the hotel yesterday. So she's an entertainer as well. She's done a sterling job behind the stumps, you'd have to agree. And I think that everyone here at the grounds really enjoyed her performance, just her smile, the way she gets around, the way she carries herself. She is an absolute wonder to be around. Gets a bit of bat on that. No run though. Just sort of almost slices it a little bit sort of upishly in the air, but well done. Lorraine Blake in the chat saying, well batted, Rosie. I agree with that, Lorraine. Good to give her a shout out. I think she's batting really well in this match, getting some well-deserved runs. Now, Sally gets one through the opposition skipper. They're going to just take the single. And no buzzers. So there you go. So Sally Barton now, this is her high score on the European Cricket Network. Congratulations to Sally. I'm not too sure. When the innings finish, I have to get over and just make sure she knows that that's what she's achieved. I'm sure that'll make a big smile erupt on her face when we tell her that. Imagine if she does hit a boundary though. Oh boy. Oh, there you go. Rosie goes down the ground just for the one. Do it in singles. The boundary is drying up a bit. It seems that if the bowlers are going to sort of get a bit lax and go down leg side, and they're being helped on their way, that's where most of the boundaries have come in this innings. Not too many anywhere else. I think we've seen one cover drive and one straight drive for 4 as well. Oh, Sally shapes up for a huge smash. Tries to pull that shot towards the fine leg, and fine leg is just on that 45, just hunting around, just waiting for that ball to come to them and saying, "Come on, Sally, you think you're good enough? Hit it to me. Hit it to me." Almost. Swing and a miss there. Doesn't connect with that one. So 43 for 2. That's only halfway through the 7th. That run rate though at 6.8. I reckon the Croatian batters might feel that the bowlers are doing a good their job. If they can keep the score under 80, I think Croatia might feel that they're on here. I think the umpires are just double checking that one. Yep, it's indeed called a wide. I think they were debating between a wide and a no ball, and the wide is indeed the correct call. Just making sure we get that absolutely spot on correct. Larder continues. Gets this one leg side. Going to probably just be the one. Fielder rushes in from backward square. Good throw to the stumps. Really fast throw. Larder has to do a bit of work to stop that getting past her as well, and does indeed. Sally Barton up to 4 from 6. Rosie Riley, she's running on a runner ball at the moment, 21 from 21. Very impressive this. I got to say, I think the Croatian women have bowled really well too. They've picked up 2 wickets. They kept the run rate below 7 per over, given their batters every chance to come out in about 20-25 minutes time and chase down a score that may not be out of their realms of possibility. Done themselves every favour as a massive shadow goes across the ground, and that is, I think, a very small helicopter. It was like, sounded like a giant bug, and its shadow went across the clubhouse roof as well. There you go. It's all happening out there. So 7 overs gone, 46 for 2 on the board. Riley 22 from 23, and Sally Barton 4 from 6. Hey, look, let's see what's happening tomorrow. The ECS men here in Czechia starts tomorrow. It's the Challenger Division. We're going to kick off with the Prague Spartans. They got 2 matches in a row. First against the Praha Dominators, then against Vinohrady. Praha Dominators back against Moravian Cricket Club. Then Vinohrady take on Ostrava. And Ostrava, who have to make the long trip, the 4-hour drive from Ostrava here, they will then take on Moravian here. Looks to me that Sally has retired herself out. I think she's saying, look, I've got my top score here on the European Cricket Network. I'm done. I've had enough. Thank you very much. I'm going to go grab myself a nice drink of something cool. Sit down, because I've got to come out and do wicket-keeping duties a little bit later on. And I think that's not a bad idea. But hats off to her. She gets a generous little high five and a bit of a round of applause from dugout as well, as she should. And a generous bottle of water run out to her by one of the youngsters here at the ground. Good to see. So I think the scorers will just catch up with that, but I feel that's why she's just retired herself out at that time. And we'll just get that in the book and make sure we're almost good to go. Yeah, 4 from 6 for Sally Barton, but she has eclipsed her previous high score of 2. So well done. Oh, hit nicely around the corner. That's straight to the fielder, though, who's there for that shot, though, on the boundary line. Just the 1 run. Now, back from a bit of an injury that was suffered yesterday, Lauren Shepherd faced her first ball. It goes up in the air. It's going to be a couple of bounces. It's a nice straight hit. 2 fielders converge. Well, she's moving pretty smoothly. She's run that first one pretty well. So that's not bad. She's celebrating too, the run. So there you go. Lauren Shepherd is back. She's back, baby. Don't you worry about that. Oh, what on earth is going on there? There was a hesitation on the run. Crazy. It was always there. And now they're going to run again. Well, this is testing out the injured leg. And she is in just. Okay. That was a bit of a test, all right. Oh, boy. That's one way to test an injury to your leg, isn't it? Oh, dear. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, she's in. Okay. Gets the bat down. Bit of sort of plonked it over the line. Didn't slide it in. Let's see how she goes now. So people who were tuning in yesterday to match 4 will remember that Lauren went down a little bit heavily there in the outfield. Got the ball trapped under her leg and came down pretty hard. Nice ball, that one. Well bowled. Yeah, it's not often, as my director's telling me, how often does someone get taken away in an ambulance one day and back to play ECI action the next. It's very much a rare thing, that. So Helen Lecco with a couple more balls to come. No, one more ball to come in this, her final over of her bowling spell. And hits straight to the captain of Croatia, accepts the catch nicely and says, Lauren, it's great to see you out here. We thought you were in trouble yesterday, but that's it. Your innings is done. We thank you for that 1 run you've added to the score. So Lauren Shepherd, she faces 4 balls. She gets a single, and that's it for her. It's the last ball of the 8th, 49 for 3 after 8. Just remember that Gibraltar won the toss and elected to have a bat first. And the Croatian women are looking at this game unfold and thinking, you know what, we are looking pretty good here for, for keeping them to a score that our batters can really pick off nicely. They chased down 56 in the previous game. They're going to be chasing a score which is not going to be a long way beyond that at this rate. So that's not too bad at all. So 49 for 4 after 8. 49 for 4 after 8. Here's the score for the manual scoreboard to get updated as well. I'm going to have a look and see. Have a look at that graph. Yeah, the run rate graph is just ticking down slowly, but inevitably. Good stop in the outfield there. She did have protection right behind her, though. Sort of almost like 2 fielders almost directly in a line there on the offside. So Elizabeth Ferrari is the new batter who comes out to the crease with that dismissal at the end of the previous over. And Lydia, the captain of Croatia, is bowling this 9th over. Crunches it, goes straight to the player who's there for that now. They could almost raffle it. And in the end, the fielder who was actually put in that position where Lydia has been fielding the whole time, that's really quite funny. It's Lada Sviben. She comes in and she's basically got the ball. And she's saying, I could have thrown it to your skip, but instead I decided to pick it up and just get there to the stumps myself. Watch this one more time. Runs in, stops it, crawls, stops it. I got it. No, I've got it. I've got it. And she affects the run out really, really well. So well done to Lada. She gets a good, generous high five as well.
I think that's a touch. I think it's a 2-person.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at that. And crunch go the stumps. Bosh, any way you call it. Well, this one's skewed up in the air. Just goes up there, just goes to ground.
Judgment call. Just saying. He's given 1 fielder. You think he'll change it if need be?
So it's
wait for the query to come in. Would have been easier because it looks
Ravich. Lydia now just line up to bowl, continue bowling this over. It's Yanira Blagg is new to the crease as well. Good to see Yanira out there. This is high up in the air. Who wants it? It's probably going to land safely between 2 fielders. Slapped back expertly by the fielder running backwards. Let's just see if she infringed the line. I think she's done well there. That's Smotara, who's gotten around. Let's have a look again. Let's make sure she didn't get a foot over the line. Watch number 17, Smotara. She hits there, and the ball's released, and then she touches the rope. That's a good save. Well done. Good work. Got on her bike really quickly, saw it in the air, and kept to the boundary line, knowing she had to protect the boundary. Good work. So 51 for 5 is the score on the board. 8.5 overs in. So it goes up to 53 for 5. 2 balls to come in the 9th. That's also hit in the air. Just goes straight to Lada, who again tries to effect a run out. And I think Lydia has spilled this at the vital second. Breaks the stumps well after the batter's run past and gives the umpire a little bit of cleaning up to do. Nicely done. But no wicket there. Have a look at this. Breaks the stumps anyway, just to show that she knew exactly what had to be done. The stumps, I think, actually even fell on her head after that too. That was a bit comical. I think she's all right. There you go. Watch the stumps landing. And bomb. Oh, almost lands on her head. That was close. Oh, dear. So we're going to miss. There was a bit of a whoop out there, but I think I thought there was an edge. I didn't think there was an edge. No one appealed. That is the end of the 9th over. Watch this again. Great delivery, though. That's a terrific ball. 54 for 5 after 9. So well done to Lydia. She's 0 for 9 from her 2 overs. Nicely bowled for her. And that run rate is exactly on 6 runs per over. So the last over coming up in the innings. Gibraltar women who won the toss and wanted to have a bat first. You sort of wonder what sort of score on the board they're going to have now, what they're aiming for. Have a look at the bowling attack there. It's pretty good bowling all around. 1 wicket to Helen Leko and 1 wicket there to Pavla Shenyag. And that is not bad. Not bad at all. 54 for 5. So a couple of run-outs in there as well. Now we go to the final. Ducked around the corner nicely. Just the one. That's going to get Yanira on strike. Oh, apologies, that was Yanira hit that on a corner. It's going to get Elizabeth Ferrari on strike. Croatia will be thinking, this is a score. At the moment, this is a score they can definitely chase in 10. If they chase it down, they'll go to 2nd place in the standings. It won't be the top, but they'll take a bit of pride away from getting a couple of wins here in this game. They're still got to win the match, though, of course. That's hit high up in the air. That's going to land just inside the rope, I believe, for 4 runs. Fielder running around from one direction, put out the arms in just the hope that it may fall into their hands, and nowhere near that one. Have a look at this. She really did wallop that one. So close to a Maximo. It's, yeah, probably about a foot inside the rope. Good strike, though. So these two are recognised batters here coming in the middle order. They gave a chance for a couple other batters higher up in the order, which I think is not a bad idea for Gibraltar women to do that. Maybe just try a few things out, get a few of their players a chance to throw the bat around for a few overs. That's a good strike as well. A bit of work here for the fielder. Does very well. That's Matara again. Good work. Raises her hands and says thank you for the round of applause from her teammates. A little bit cheeky there as she goes back to her fielding position. So Pavla sizing things up again. Still 3 more balls to come in the innings. Score is currently 60 for 5. Tries to go for a short ball, maybe with a bit extra pace. Ends up being a no ball as it gets stuck in the hand. And only manages to drag it down. So no ball, free hit coming. It's all gravy if you're a Gibraltar supporter, because you know that this free hit could go anywhere. You've got one of the set one of the recognised batters there, Yanira Blag, who's facing. Let's see where she can put this. Goes straight, connects with it really well. Has she bisected the field? She has indeed. That is a very nice shot indeed. She's placed that perfectly. Straight drive, as straight as you like, down the ground. And a good shot there off the free hit. All the way along the deck. Nice shot. And Yanira's had a fair bit of love in the chat, not just from her mum, but from a lot of the fans who have really enjoyed her cricket, enjoyed her bowling, her fielding, everything she's done, including the batting as well. So I think there's a few of us, as Vinny terms it, who are going to be braggers. So now it looks to me that Elizabeth Ferrari is subbing herself out, retiring herself out hurt, with only a couple of balls to spare. But she was at the non-striker's end. So with two balls left, Elizabeth Ferrari says, "Yep, I'm gonna go off and get myself a little drink of something cool and get ready for the defence." Thank you for that, Vinny. Vinny just calling out to me as he passes by. That's the first time batting. You know, she's going to get to face a ball, I think, too, unless they run for 2, which they very well might. No, emphatic style. That is really quite funny. That is a big swing there. And that is going to go for all the way to the boundary. Just for a moment there, I could see. The reason I was giggling was because that was Megan Mumford, who was her first time ever batting. See it at the non-striker's end, and she's running to the striker's end. She was thinking, I'm going to get my chance to face my first delivery. And the ball went for 4. So she misses out, but it was her body language. She realised she wasn't going to get a chance to face that delivery. Last ball of the innings. Goes high up in the air. Who wants it? 2 players come together, and it is, in the end, skipper Lydia, who holds her nerve, holds the ball. Pavla gives her a hug and says, I almost took you out, Skip. And skipper says, no, you didn't. I was always going to catch that. So Yanira Blade goes out just trying to elevate down the ground for a 12. That is the end of the innings. So Megan Mumford, unfortunately, she doesn't get to face the ball. It's her first time she's ever batted. As Vinny mentioned to me just in my ear, might have heard it just off camera there. That was absolutely great that they gave her a chance. Would have been awesome if she got to face one delivery. Doesn't happen though. 69 for 7, Gibraltar women. 69 for 7. Croatia are going to need 70 for a win. And they get the win. They jump into second place on the standings, which for them will be a big win. It won't get them a trophy. It won't get them anything apart from an acknowledgement that they came second. But oh boy, that will give them a lot of confidence. As we roll the videotape and have a look at the highlight reel, how it all unfolded here in this first innings of this last match, match number 9 here in this European Cricket International for women. Fantastic work here. And you see the batters just getting slightly warmed up there. Dog in the background. I'm glad our 2 circles guys managed to catch the Border Collie looking after our banner there in the background. I didn't miss that one. I'm not sure if anyone else saw it as well though. But a few wickets tumbled. It was pretty regular wickets falling, to be honest. But I need to give a shout out to Rosie Riley, who put together 25 of 26 and really did so well in the innings. I was so impressed with her as well. You know, Gibraltar, when they win the toss, they go out there. It's not a game they necessarily have to win, but you always expect to see some good competition as well, though. And that's what they've been giving us, and that's what they gave us this time around as well. So yeah, Rosie Riley, pick of the batters with that 25. She was eventually run out though. And it was great to see Sally Barton get out there. She retired herself out after 4, but that doubles her previous high score on the European Cricket Network, and that's cause for celebration as well. Well, Lauren Shepherd came in, the walking wounded as she was. Well, she went down pretty badly yesterday. We're all concerned about her. And as Alex, my director, got into my ear and he said, how often do you leave a ground in an ambulance? The next day you come back and you're playing in an ECI. It's a good point. Stumps almost fall on the head of the captain there as she effects a run out. Very close to getting knocked out by 3 wickets. And then there was a bit of rush of blood there towards the end there. That was from Yanira Blagg, who really has had a fantastic tournament. Really enjoyed what she's done so far. And she's still got a bit to do, so she's going to get a chance to have a bowl soon. This is her losing a wicket to a well-judged catch. Pavla probably thinking I could have had that. Captain Lydia saying, no, I'll get my name in the books, please, with another catch. And that's a well-taken catch. So that is the Gibraltar women done. That said, turnover's gone 69 for 7. As I said before, Rosie Riley at the top there, opening up the innings, getting it 25 of 26. And a couple of low scores, but people getting chances. Helen Mumford, Sally Barton, Lauren Shepherd, all getting a chance, and Megan Mumford as well, getting a chance to get out there and score some runs for the Gibraltar side. Wonderful to see. They put a score on the board. They're going to try and defend now. This will test the bowling a bit now, this score, and maybe that's going to be really good for Gibraltar as well. Just a chance for them to sort of try a few things out with the bowling, see how they go defending a low total. Now remember, Croatia women chased a score of 56, and they chased the previous match quite easily in the end. They still had a good, almost all 6 overs, 6 and a bit overs to spare there. Pavlo Shenjuk there with 2 for 22, Richie Beno, 1 for 12 to Helen Lecco, and the rest of the bowlers economic, but wicketless, unfortunately. And again, no real big partnership there for the team, the Gibraltar team. Gibraltarian team. Got to get that word in my head and lock it in there. 69 for 7 after 10, and that's match number 9. We're halfway through match number 9. That means the Croatian women have to come out and score 70 off their 10 overs. It's all for them to play for. If they can get that second win, they go in a second place in the standings, and they'll feel good about that to be able to leave Prague sometime probably tomorrow and say, well, look what we did. We came, we saw, we came second in the ECIs. How good are we? And that will really boost them for the rest of the year as well. And the Czechs, well, they've already finished their tournament. They got skittled in the previous game. And most of them have pretty much gone home to enjoy themselves, a bit of a cold bath or a cold shower, just while they can sort of relax and unwind after some games here in the hot sun. But this game still hangs in the balance. So we're going to take a break now. I'll be back in about 6 or 7 minutes' time. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying I'll see you back here shortly. Myself and Vinny will be on station to take you through the final innings in this ECI tournament here in Prague. It's been a fantastic tournament. Please stick around and see us right the way through to the end. And let's see if the Croatian women can cause a bit of an upset here and claim a win over the Gibraltar women, or whether Gibraltar women are going to finish on a high. Join us shortly. We'll see how it goes. See you then.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Warm welcome back to the Vinoch Cricket Ground here, just on the outskirts of Prague. Phil G here in the commentary position for the European Cricket Network in the cool room, as I like to call it, because it's a nicely insulated commentator's box that we've got set up here for us. And it's wonderful to have you back here for the run chase in this final match of this ECI contest between Gibraltar and Croatia, unfolding before our eyes as Gibraltar get the score on the board, 69 for 7 in their 10, and the bonus point equation tells us that the fielding team, that's of course going to be Gibraltar, they need to try to restrict the batting team Croatia to 48 runs or less to pick up a bonus point. Not sure the bonus point is going to be maybe something for people to think about here. I'll tell you what's the interesting to think about is going to be the Croatian women trying to get a win and get themselves into second place on the standings and knock the Czech team down to third place. How about if that happens? Wow. So every chance here for a team that struggled to get a win on the board on day one. They've come out here today. They picked up one win. They had a loss in the first match today, but you know what? It's not a massive score on the board. Needs 70 for the win. Every chance for them to get a win here in this final innings of this terrific European Cricket International competition we've had running this weekend at the lovely Vinoch Cricket Ground here. Big thanks, big shout out to the Czech Cricket Federation for turning it on for us and presenting us with a pretty good ground. It's been looking pretty good, Nick. It's played well, the pitch has played well, the ground's played well, and they've looked after us. So shout out to Prakash, Mike, Venki, Raj, and all the gang for looking after the European Cricket Network. And I can say that because obviously sometimes I wear two hats when we're here in Prague. Anyway, for the next few overs, I'll be wearing just one hat, and that's going to be, of course, the one with the big ECN on the bonnet as we get into the run chase here. It's going to be Elizabeth Ferrari. Oh, shouts of catch it. Now, that was an interesting one. I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, Lecco just completely lost sight of this. Does it actually get a little bit of something on it? I think she's hit it down into the ground. It sort of just bounced up a little bit there. But, yeah, it just gets away. And let's see what happens here. So, it is 70 is the target. Croatia women needs 70 runs off 59 balls. You see at the bottom of your screen there. Keep your eye on that and see how it all gets paced there. Good start there from Lizzie. Lizzie Ferraro just keeping it outside off. Getting Helen just to sort of flirt a little bit, trying to get her to push. One thing about Helen I'll say is that what I've noticed from her yesterday and today was middle stump and outside leg. Middle leg and outside leg, it's where she really likes it. Has a lot of strength and a lot of capability turning the ball around the corner if it's there to be hit. And she plays that one really nicely into the gap, into the square point region, and that's gone all the way. Does not have to overhit that, just uses the pace of the ball and guides it between the players. This is a gentle caress. That is a lovely strike. That is off the mark for that captain there. Helen Lecco gets things going. And how good did she look there with that shot? So Ferrari in again. Top ball there. Apologies to Lydia. I called Helen the captain. Of course, she's not the captain, but she's a very experienced campaigner in the Croatian team, bit of a stalwart. And as I said earlier, I find her a bit like the barometer of the team. She has a good game. You can be pretty sure that Croatia's having a good game. And so far, I think she's had a pretty good game. Elizabeth Ferrari trying to do something about that. Just a bit more pace on that one. Just completely beaten. Helen plays the shot after the ball's gone past. Nicely gloved, though. Good work behind the stumps there from Rosie Riley, who's standing in behind the stumps. Had a good innings, did Rosie Riley. Very impressed with her. Put together a 25 before she was run out. Good score on the board, though. Again, carbon copy of the Prius delivery. Just a really good line and a really good length, this one. Just gets Helen in 2 frames of mind. Like I said, I think Helen's strength is more towards the leg side. And they're coming together, having a bit of a chat because it's the end of the over. 4 off the first over. It's 4 for no loss after the first over. And that is going to be 59 matches since a golden ball. So that number's starting to tick up. It's funny how fast that number can tick up. Obviously, when you have a couple of series going on concurrently in different locations, the number sort of just goes, up twice as fast as you'd expect. And 59 already. It seems like only a couple of weeks ago that the golden ball was broken. The number was broken from 111 back down to 0 in the remaining ECS. Anyway, we now try to reset that one sometime, maybe next week in the Czech ECS. Let's see how we go. That's a nice shot into the covers, and that has gotten past the fielder, who sort of makes a bit of a meal. That goes to ground, but doesn't really get anything near the ball, as Raghunath sort of goes to ground, but unfortunately forgets to get something on it to pull it back, and that's a good shot for 4. This is Pavla now, who's getting into the runs. That's a nice shot. Look at this. Goes to ground, and yeah, it's a long way down in the heat, and unfortunately for Raghunath, she's completely missed that one. Wide ball, that one. So Yanira Blagg, who's been a bit of a highlight for the ECIs, I have to say. I think she's done exceptionally well since she's come onto the scene. She turned up during the Central Europe Cup on the second day, and she's had a pretty good tournament here as well. Very impressed with her. And I think she's getting some proper support from the chat as well. It's nicely struck from Pavlov. That's going to run away from the fielder as well. So that is another boundary. Tried a bit of fancy footwork there and just came undone. And that was Ferrari there, who thought she could maybe just kick it into touch, and in the end she doesn't get anything on it, and it goes all the way across the boundary line for another 4. 13 without loss. Chasing 70 early on in the second. Watch that. Just try to get a toe end on it to try to deflect it, and doesn't get anything on it. So Inira's getting a bit expensive here in this over. See what we can do here. That one goes leg side. That's missed everyone. And that has literally missed everybody and gone all the way down the back there into the pea patch down the back there where the peas are growing. And they'll be harvested sometime in the next couple of months. Watch this. Yeah, Rosie just couldn't get across to get that one. And Sally Barton also couldn't get across to get that one. Sally's having a break with the gloves, fielding more a bit of a backstop there at a very fine leg. Giving able support to Rosie with the gloves. But I think Rosie's, I think she kept in the previous match, gave a really good account of herself. So let's see how she goes here. Pavla's up to 9. The score is 18 without loss. And Croatia looking good. As I said, the win here doesn't change who takes home the title of ECI champion. But this match could determine who ends up in second place. Strike the stumps. Well, the ball goes all the way to the striker's end and almost affects a run out at the other end as well. So misses at the non-striker's end. Almost could have affected a run out at the striker's end. Watch how close this might have been. Yeah, could possibly be. See, the one thing though is the batter didn't really get the bat down in an awful hurry, but I think in the end she was fine. No problem at all. Look down to the chat and I can see Dave B giving Yanira a good rev up as well. Good on you, Dave. Bit of a stalwart in the chat is Dave B, giving everyone, all the players, a good rev up and a good cheer as well. So this time this also gets past Rosie, but fielded there on the boundary line. Well done there. That time that is going to be Sally Barton, who stops it getting past. Byes indicated as well. So Croatia still need 49 from 51 to take the win here. Sort of likely think they would do it, especially on the back of what we saw in the previous match where they stormed home. 53 in the power play. Oh, I get straight through the fielder who's inside the circle, almost in a catching position. Unfortunately, I think that's Lauren Shepherd, who couldn't quite get down to that. Lauren Shepherd, who was taken away from the ground yesterday in all sorts of trouble, but she came back today and got herself a game. So it's wonderful to see her back on the field as well. That must give her team a bit of a lift to see her back on the field. She was back there. She had a bat as well and picked up the 1 run, but it's good to see her back. Hopefully that injury isn't too bad for her. Good ball, that one. Nira Blagg had a couple of boundaries hit off this over. She's had 5 wides, 2 wides, a couple of boundaries, a few ones and a dot. So it's a little bit of a Cadbury's all sorts going on here in this over. Let's see if she can finish nice and strong. Last ball of her over coming up. Nicely guided there. It goes straight to point. Finish the over with just a single there. So 23 for no loss. Croatian women chasing a score of 70 for the win, which will put them into 2nd place in the standings, which will give them a bit of a thrill, bit of a buzz. I'm sure if they get that, that would be really, really good. So going to go for over number 3 coming up shortly. Let's have a look and see who's going to bowl over number 3. As Helen Lecco is going to face the first ball of this one. She's on 5 from 8. Pavla's sort of overtaken a bit of the scoring there. She's on to 10 from 4. A few extras in there as well. So this is what it means. If Croatia women can pick up 3 points here, they go above the Czech women and go straight to 2nd place. That would be massive for them. For the Gibraltar team, well, they are already on 16. Already can be told that they are going to be the champions of this ECI. They've played a terrific tournament. So Croatia with a little bit of something here to gain if they can get the win. And that will make them feel a lot better when they head home, possibly sometime tomorrow. And Ferrari has got the chance to bowl her 2nd over now. That's hit very nicely through the gap. That's cut beautifully for 4. It was 4 straight off the bat. Lovely strike. That's the 2nd time we've seen Helen play that shot. And so she does have an offside game, and that is case in point right there. Just guides it. Doesn't have to lean too much into it. Doesn't have to overhit it, and just places it perfectly. Side on will give her the best view. Watch this. Crash. Keeps it low down to the ground as well. There's point, and there's extra cover. Turning around to chase it, and no chance. Still inside the power play, so they can't drop somebody back yet. Well, they can drop someone back, and at the expense of bringing someone up into the inner circle. It's a good return from Ferrari. Thinking, yep, you're going to be hitting 4s off me. I need to get some dot balls back on you. Does well with that one. 28 for no loss currently. Lecco and Shenjag looking good here. Oh, goes to place that again. This time, the point fielder does sort of just run a bit backward a point to stop that one. And good back up there for Rosie as well. No buzzers. So nicely done. Dave B giving the ground a bit of a thumbs up. Good on you, Dave. Yes, the ground staff here have done a great job. I know them very well, and they have done some great preparation here. We've still got 7 days to go after this for this ground to be used. It's hit up in the air and over the top of the infield. It's going to run away, and that's going to be another boundary. So Croatia are looking good here. Boundaries coming. A few extras chiming in to help out with the score as well. And this score is already now up to 33, chasing 70. Still got 2 more balls to come in the power play. Yeah, in case you missed it, I was talking before about the ground, about the work of people like Raj and Venki, Prakash, people like that who do a lot for Czech cricket. Mike as well. Good quick single there. And they need a proper thumbs up from everybody who's been watching to say well done for the work that's been done at the ground to get it all looking ship-shape and good. But yeah, 7 more days. Remember, the European Cricket Series Challenger Division starts tomorrow, and that's going to be 3 really, really busy days of ECS action. Can't wait for that. Just chops down on that one. Good calling, good quick run through there. Pavla very quick to call Helen through for a single, and it's going to be 35 after the power play. That's a really good power play for Croatia. So that's 2 good games in a row where they've started really positively. 53 off the first in the previous game of the power play. Now they get 35 off this first 3 overs in this run chase. So they're halfway there in terms of the runs. They still got 42 deliveries in which to pull in all those runs. So they need to go at 5 and over. One would say, yeah, they've got plenty of time. But we'll see what happens here. A couple of breakthroughs. You never know what can happen here. It's a lovely wide shot there. It is a good looking ground. The Zarmek in the background. Blue skies overhead, albeit just a slight little summer haze in the sky as well, but still lovely blue skies directly overhead. And we may get a little sprinkling of moisture overnight on the ground, but I don't think anything's going to stop action tomorrow starting on time. It's genuine foot fielding there. Could have gone down with the hand instead. Just said, "Nah, I'm okay. I'm just going to stop that with the boot." Puts down the big size 9 and says, "Boom! There we go." Nicely done. Need to watch out for that though. Hannah Trinidad wouldn't want that one to get under the boot when she does that next time. Good ball from Yera, nice and full. And Pavla can't get underneath that one. So yeah, just a reminder again that the ECS Men's European Cricket Series starts tomorrow, Challenger Division tomorrow. The Premier Division starts on Thursday, takes us right the way through to Sunday. And there's going to be amongst a couple of commentators looking after you. We'll get to that in just a second. Hit down the ground. Good strike, or good work to get all the body behind that. Raghunath takes one on the legs a little bit there, but she stops the boundary, so that's good work from her. So yes, we've got the European Cricket Series starting in earnest tomorrow, and of course it's going to be, well, Vinny and Rico will kick things off tomorrow. Danny Hudacek will be here, of course. I'll be here for, not the Challenger Division, but I'll be here for the Premier Division. I might pop in, though, during the Challenge and just say hello, because why not? I live in the area, so I should do that. Chop down nicely there. And of course, Shobi will be on as well. Good to see Shaban come back on and have call a couple of games in Ruth Rico during the week as well. So we've got a few commentators on. Give a little bit of variety for you guys out there. Hope you enjoy the cricket and a couple of different viewpoints as well. It's always good discussion points when we get different commentators coming from different angles, talking about what they see, what's going on out there, and keeping the action, keeping you all up to date on what's going on with the action as well, of course. Croatia women, they are on 38. No loss yet. And Gibraltar looking for a breakthrough. Yanira also. She's getting to the end of her over. She's got 2 balls to come. She's got none for 22 at the moment. Lofted. And that's going to be 1, 2 bounces and fielded on the boundary line there. Raghunath stops the additional run. That's really good work. So Inira's probably maybe just feeling a bit of fatigue here. She hasn't had too many deliveries that have troubled the batters in this innings. Last ball of her spell coming up. And a last ball of the 4th over. And just blocked out. Very defensive, very respectful there from Helen Lecco. Just says, no, I'm going to see that off. And that is indeed the end of the 4. So 40 on the board after 4 overs. And Croatia looking like they're having it all their way at the moment. They seem to have this chase well and truly in hand. And hey, just in case you're thinking about it, 30 off 18 for the bonus point. So just consider that 30 more runs off the next 3 overs. That will nab them all 4 points. That'd be quite an emphatic victory if they can pull that one off. Have a look at the run rate there. You can see the Croatian run rate there. That white line just tipping downwards from that good second over, just sort of slowly heading its way down towards the run rate graph line where they need to be at. As long as they stay above that yellow line, they're going to be in the gravy and they're going to be very happy about that. And clearly, Gibraltar searching for a breakthrough here. Turning now to Helen Mumford. She comes on to bowl. Oh, it's hit hard and it's going to go directly to the player who has, well, Elizabeth Ferrari just fumbles that one. Doesn't go close to the boundary line though. And the fielders are not actually at the stumps. They're actually a good 3-4 metres off the stumps to take the ball. And they try to effect a run out with a relayed throw to the stumps. Nothing doing. So Helen off the very short run up. Off literally a 4-step, no, maybe a 3-step run up. Guess you don't even call it a run up, really, do you? It's a walk up. But she's put exactly where she wants it, though. That's what's important. I had John in the chat saying if Gibraltar don't get a wicket before the 5th, you think the match is over. We'll see about that. You may be onto something there, though, Adrian. You might be indeed onto something there because I've got to say, it looks like Gibraltar are just struggling to find a wicket here. It's 43 for no loss. The two batters haven't really given too many opportunities away. There haven't been really any catches put down. They've played very sensibly. Yep, I reckon. Now I've said that, I've just had a little word in my ear from my director as well, so I think everyone in the chat will know exactly what that word may have been. Watch this. We will see. Chris Smith has already put the car emojis up as well. He thinks he's seen enough. He thinks that the Croatia women are going to notch their second win in this ECI. Nicely done there. So the score now is moves along now to 44 for no loss. Still one more to come in the fifth. And we're almost done here. So it's not many. 26 from 13 for the bonus point, but 26 an awful lot more as well. We'll see. So they're going to get one there. It's going to take them up to 45 after 5. So it's going to be Croatia need a further 25 from 12 for the bonus point. And things are going really nicely in their way, in their favour. And you can see here, up-and-coming events is coming up. Well, we've got Czechia here, takes you through to the 22nd, Sunday 22nd. Then 23rd, it's off to Finland, and then Bulgaria. And then we turn the corner of the year and go into July, and it's Belgium, Germany, and Sweden in the new year in July. As I turn around and I see Mr. Maximo Vinny Sando has rejoined me back in the commentary in the cool box. Vinny, where's this game going? I think I know.
Yeah, it seems that way. Yes. Not super cool in the cool box now, but still cooler than I think the alternative.
Yeah.
Before we talk about this game, have a look at what's just popped onto the bottom of the upcoming events. Because now, because we're finished with Hornchurch, Stockholm is on the bottom there. So 21st of July.
Indeed.
So that'll pretty much take us to the end of July. And I know you'll be in Belgium, right? And Shobi, he'll be here tomorrow. He'll be doing a bit of Bulgaria.
That's right.
And what else you got in there?
After that, I'm August, Croatia.
Yeah, well, there you go. You get to... you have a good chat with Vedran here, have a good chat with Alan, and of course the players as well.
Yeah.
And we always love our time in Croatia. Yeah, unfortunately, I'd like to be at every single one. Last year I wasn't at the ECS Croatia, but I was at the international series where Croatia hosted Spain.
Yep.
In T20Is and some T10Is, and that was also when we had our first ECI-W there. So I was lucky enough. I got 3 days there. It wasn't quite the full experience, but... obviously, we love all the places we get to go. I just wonder if there's one last twist in this game for Gibraltar to come back. Still think how many they need? About 20-something? 25?
Yeah, it's not many.
Right now, okay, the issue is they haven't taken any wickets. But if they can, who knows? Maybe they can give Croatia the heebie-jeebies a little bit. Let's see.
Raghunath she's been good. She bowls with the holding the ball behind her back. The old that old trick of
she gives a bit of a fake peek at it though. Look, she shows you a little bit of a tease at seeing the ball, and then she just bowls it. Yeah, then she delivers you something that maybe you're not ready for. It's a nice little thing she's got to her game. We enjoy watching her bowling when she's doing that, and giving the batter something to think about too, like what's going on back there. And you're right, just a little peek at something. So it's not the full hide behind here. It just comes like, ready. There it is.
Yep.
Actually, that was more of a full hide behind. I think it's worth just hiding it the whole time. It seems to be quite an effective tactic, and it's quite easy to learn. In fact, it's also good because it keeps your action a bit streamlined as well. So I've seen Asa Tribes, a guy from Jersey, who's kind of developed that in his game. He said, look, I was bowling off spin, but now I was doing it like everyone else. And then suddenly I'm like, you know what? I'm just not going to show you the ball.
Yep.
So you can't see my grip. You can't really see anything until the very last moment.
Yeah. Does he hold the ball in his hand sort of covered the whole thing as he bowls?
It's just behind his back.
Just behind.
Oh,
right. Yeah,
that's what I mean. So you never actually can see it.
Yeah. It's nice. He struck out towards deep mid-wicket. The race is on, and the ball will win that race. That goes across the boundary line for 4. So there's 4 more runs to go to the total, and that means Croatia need only 20 from 10 for the bonus point for all 4 points in this game. Hey, how about that? If Croatia, who can pretty much say, look, we didn't win a game until we won the last 2 games, and they were all both 4-point victories. They'd feel good about that. Yeah, big time. We'll see. They're looking like they could do that. There's still, as you say, Vinny, there could be a bit of a twist. This is the thing about T10 action. Often we see many twists in the tail, and things are not always what they seem. 50's up though with that shot as well. So nice scoring here. Croatia need 20 off 10. That's for the bonus point. Otherwise, they need 20 off a lot just to take the win. But they could get 20 off 10. They're striking the ball nicely, these two. And still no wicket. Tossed up. Can't do a lot with that. It bounced up actually quite high and ends up just almost pulling around the corner to just in front of square for a single.
Clever bowling and actually clever batting there.
Yeah.
I think Helen knows she wants to get down to this, doesn't quite, and then she kind of plan B's it, as I'd call it. She wanted to drive. This goes back and says, you know what? I know it's going to bounce a bit. I'm just going to turn around the corner for one. Good batting.
It was clever. Keep that scoreboard ticking. Oh, Pavla winds up there, and again, a good delivery from Raghunath and can't get put away. And that's a very good bowling.
You notice also Rosie Riley behind the stumps for Gibraltar here. So, yeah, nice to see her getting a little bit of a chance back there. I know Sally has it sewn up for seemingly forever. but I think it's also important they look into other options just in case Sally's not available.
Oh, launches this one. It goes up in the air. It's going to land in no man's land. A couple of bounces. Well, the cover fielder ends up going fairway backwards towards the boundary line to cover that one off, and it's going to be a couple to the score.
A quick load, everyone in the chat. I know I've been busy in the background trying to get a few things ready. Big week ahead. Hello to Alex. Hello to Paul. Hello to Richie Cunningham. Good to see you as well. Hopefully you're well. I know you've got Paul Kemp. You've got the other Paul as well in there as well. Paul Stubbs.
Ooh, good delivery there. Yeah, that length that she's bowling, and the ball is getting sort of around about sort of chest height, between midriff and chest height, and it's causing all sorts of trouble. So finishes the over on a bit of a high there. Does Prabha Raghunath. She finishes that over with 8 from it. So 53 for no loss, Croatia. Chasing 70 for the win after Gibraltar put on 69 on the board. 69 for 7 in their 10 overs.
Other thing is Yanira Blagg. It seemed like she has copped a bit of a hand injury in the game. Remember that catch she took? I think it was in the second game of the day, right? She took a good catch in the outfield. Apparently she's got a little bit of a hand injury, and that might keep her away from the bowling crease. As you'd imagine, she'd normally get her 2 overs. Having said that, I think she's bowled out anyway. So
she has bowled out.
Just noting, she obviously said, I feel fine, I'm just going to do it. But maybe not. Maybe that's the reason she wasn't quite herself in this game.
Yeah, no, you're right. She did go for a few, and she just seemed a bit out of sorts. Didn't really seem as threatening as the previous match. So this is Giannani?
Yeah, Ariana Giannani. Wasn't she great with her wickets earlier on? Scrambled through for a single here.
Yeah, been impressed with Ariana Giannani, young girl, and really held her own. Picked up 3 in the previous match and was quite, well, I wouldn't say she was emotional, but I think when she got the second wicket, she went to the ground, sort of hands splayed out, arms all over the place as though to say, I've done it, I've gotten my second wicket. And it was the wicket that pretty much said, that's it, Gibraltar are going to win this game, and that's going to take them out of any danger from not winning the top there. So she was absolutely ecstatic with that, getting a good, well-earned 3 for.
I told the audience earlier in the week, just like the look of her mechanics, she'll be better the more she bowls. At the moment, there's not quite that consistency there, but you can see that when she does get it right, she's a real threat.
Yeah. And
she's left-handed, which is an ungodly advantage.
That's good. We don't have enough, I have to say. And when the left arms come onto the right-handers, it can cause all sorts of troubles. You see that around Europe on the European Cricket Network so often. Up in the air, catching opportunity. It's going to be 1 bounce, and it takes a bit of a Tortuga bounce, and it eludes the fielder running in, chasing in to grab that one. Unfortunately, it's going to be Helen Mumford who was tricked there.
Classic day 5 fielding, though.
It is.
Do we have the Mumfords fielding next to each other, mother and daughter? That could cause a few issues. Helen couldn't quite get there on the full, and well done by Megan. Jumped all over it, hurled it back in straight away.
Good support there, mother and daughter combining in the field there. It's been clubbed towards the long-on fielder. Does well, gets down to that one, stops it getting past. Good work there from Ferrari, doing her best there in the outfield.
So a quick hello to Adi and Tesserande as well. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you in the chat. Yeah, I'll be here for tomorrow. Then I'm actually off for a few days. I'm attending a wedding in Venice. So as if my life couldn't get more exotic. That's where I'm heading. But I'll have a few days away from the cricket. I'll still try and pop in on the sneak.
Oh, nice one.
I have promised I'll kind of, out of respect to the the bride and the groom. I'll try and keep my live ECN watching down to a minimum at the key moments of the week, which they've very kindly invited me to take part in.
Is there any chance that during the ceremony we might be at the same time having a golden ball? Because that would be tough.
True story. I was walking into Charles's wedding reception a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
11 o'clock. Remember it so well. It might have been 12 o'clock, actually.
Okay.
Golden ball time.
Yeah.
Just that'll be 4, by the way. Nicely played by Shenyug, as she pulls it away to mid-wicket. She's had a good week. Well, she can go. Perfect week if she goes 6 here and brings up the 4-pointer. There's one ball to try and get those 6 runs.
True.
But I was going to say,
yeah,
the guy taking my coat, let's just say I made a chit-chat with him before I gave my coat over and made sure I was looking at my phone.
Yeah.
It was golden ball in Milan a couple of years ago. And it was a great one. Caught, but stepped on the rope.
Timing. That's incredible.
And then the exact reaction you'd expect. Someone just thinks they've won the game and then just thrown it away, kind of spiked into the ground in disgust.
No. Oh, dear.
That was Trentino Aquila versus Fresh Tropical. There you go.
That's good.
30th of April, 23.
Vinny with total recall there. Club down the ground. This is going to be a race on for the fielder. Well, the fielder was there, got down to it, straight through the fingertips for 4 runs. That makes the scores dead level. Croatia and Gibraltar both on 69 apiece, and not anything separating them except the fact that Croatia have a lot of deliveries left to try to get the win here.
Yeah, Gibraltar, as we thought, might not be quite their regulars, if you like, that are doing most of the heavy lifting. And credit to Croatia. I mean, they didn't win a game yesterday. They're going to finish with back-to-back wins. They've beaten both opponents, and that's something that I suppose only Gibraltar and Croatia can say.
Yeah, it's true. And would you believe they fall just shy of picking up all 4 points because it's now drawn level on this last ball of the 7th over. So Croatia look like they're going to take maybe 1, maybe 2 deliveries. Let's see what happens. It's just 1 for the win here. It's the last of the ECI weekend action. And there's the win for Croatia. A well-deserved win, a very good win. They get it with almost all 3 overs. It's 2 overs and 5 deliveries to spare, 17 balls to spare. It's a terrific win for Croatia. They batted so well. It's a 10-wicket victory as well. And you can see there Croatia beat Gibraltar by 10 wickets. Helen Leko and Pavla Shenyang has done a terrific job, especially with Pavla, that 35 that she's put together off 21 deliveries. Fantastic work from her. Good stuff indeed. And look, for Croatia, as I said earlier, look, they came here. They didn't get a win yesterday. They lost the first game this morning. And then the next 2 games, they had a 4-point win over Czech. And they've come up and they've basically bowled really well and now batted well. And they've got themselves a good victory. Vinny, that is a great ECI competition right there.
It really was. And credit to Croatia there. But on the balance of the whole weekend, Gibraltar were the best side, I think, no doubt. And they actually had to battle. They had battle injuries, unavailabilities when players had to go back and travel back to Gibraltar for work reasons as well. So, they end up kind of, let's just say, staggering to the finish line, Gibraltar. They had the points, and I think they knew already that they had the trophy sewn up. Speaking of the trophy, we should be presenting it reasonably shortly in just a few minutes. We can do it right here in the commentary bunker.
Yep.
But Croatia, they can be very buoyed by their finish. I mean, they beat Czechia for the first time. They beat Gibraltar for the first time in a T10. And, they can be pretty bullish about their prospects. Also, they've got plenty more cricket coming. They've got the whole summer ahead. They've even got matches in Croatia that we'll cover when we go there on the main tour.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that for sure. Hey, look, coming up tomorrow, in case you missed it, Czechia Challenger Division for the European Cricket Series for men. 5 big matches coming your way tomorrow, and it's going to be Rico Full along with Vinny. Now, Vinny, are you doing all tomorrow? You're not doing all day tomorrow?
I'm doing the first 3. Shobi's going to come in. He'll do match 3 with me, and then he's going to do match 4 and 5 with Rico. Because I've got a pack. It's not my regular pack either.
It's true,
I have to leave the suit. I have like 1 suit, but it's not an ECN suit. And we'll start a bit earlier as well tomorrow. So 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 in India. Hope you have a nice little break. I know you'll be watching. You might be down here anyway, I'm sure.
Might. Yep.
You're going to take the horns in the Premier Division starting on Thursday as well, right?
Can't wait for that.
All right, well, let's roll the videotape then with 70 to win. Croatia. It's a bit of a banana peel chase, really, when you know that Gibraltar, they've got some dangerous options.
Yeah.
But Helen Leko, I think She won't be too happy how she started with the bat in this series, but she certainly finished pretty well. She was a pretty key performer, along with Pavla, in knocking over these 70 runs.
They were indeed. They both of them together. Neither of them lost their wicket, and they really went into this run chase with a real good focus as well. It was such a joy to watch. And, you know, for the Gibraltar bowlers, they toiled away. They sought really hard for that wicket, but you know what? The runs were coming thick and heavy. The boundaries were coming along. Yet Helen Lecco and Pavla, I was so impressed with that partnership. Okay, unbroken. It's a 10-wicket victory. And look at this, striking around the ground, carried on playing as though they were chasing a score above 100, which is why they win this game with, 2 overs and 5 to live to spare. Almost got it inside the 7 overs to try to claim all 4 points. They do get the 3 points though, and that means that after this tournament, they're going to go up into second place on the standings. A terrific performance in that run chase, a really good run chase, and that's going to buoy them. And I can see both camps together. They're having a bit of a chat, bit of a debrief, both the Gibraltar and Croatia, and they're celebrating for different reasons, of course.
So, yeah, 70 without loss. Senjuk and Lecco, the undefeated batters there, and they knock it over with 17 balls to spare. So just trying to work out, maybe what we will do with the presentation is we will do it, a quick one very shortly. Quick look at the bowling figures there with no wickets, unfortunately, for Gibraltar. But I suppose they already had the points on the board. Ferrari and Black still bowling their hearts out, opening the bowling there. Mumford with an over. Raghunath got into her second. And I think Giannani was the real story of the day, Phil, with her 3 wickets. And they bowled decent over there enough. But yeah, Gibraltar, they lose their only game for the ECI in match 9, but we will, I think, try and do a bit of a presentation outside reasonably shortly. But really entertaining couple of days.
Been fantastic.
And we might as well come into the commentary box and come into this quickly, even though I know we lost the banner slightly. And it's always the banner that we lose it just before we're meant to go on. But it's a great attempt. Maybe we'll work it out. We'll get some pins or something up there. But that's something for you. That's a DIY project for the week. Hey,
true.
Love being in the not the cube now, is it? It's the cool box.
The bunker.
The bunker. The cool box with you,
the
Phil.
cool room.
And hey, I won't see you for a little while. I don't know when the next time we'll actually be commentating together. But I hope it's soon, and I always feel like I'm seeing you all the time because you're on the screen so much.
I try to get on the screen, and thanks very much to you for that as well. Well, I'll be back for, as you say, the Premier Division. I'm sure we'll catch up sometime in the next couple of weeks, as we always do.
Maybe
just one of those things.
Knock the top off a cold Prague beer on a day like this, because we did get above 30 degrees. 31 right now.
It was warm.
So stay tuned if you want to stick around. We'll have a short trophy ceremony in the fresh air and the sunshine very shortly. What we'll do, though, is take you to the end of the day highlights. Before you do, please like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. But it's time to get capital G-O-R-N-E. Let's get gone. Start the car. Trophy on the way, and then ECS action. Phil, I'll see you soon. Thanks again so much for your work. Love working with you.
Thank you, Vinny.
Love working with all of you out there. We'll see you soon for more action right here on ECN. Hasta pronto.
See you all.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my body back and forth.
The trophy ceremony for the ECI-W this weekend in Czechia. Really nice to be here in the sunshine. It feels like the first proper day of summer here. And we've really enjoyed the T10 action this weekend, of course, following on from the men's and the women's CE Cup. But this weekend we saw 3 teams go toe-to-toe. It was nice to see each team's having some success at one point or another during the weekend. Of course, this is still fairly early in the season, what's going to be a huge season of cricket, and especially on ECN. You know, we go all the way through to December. I just want to say a big thank you to all of our partners. Of course, we mentioned the other day, but we're always thrilled that we're able to do what we do. Thanks to Dream 11, to Fanco, to HCL Software, to Rado as well. Local Lifestyle have provided these trophies. They are also weapons, so be very careful with them. If someone intrudes into your house, it's good to have beside the bed. We have the winner's trophy, also have the MVP trophy to present. Also want to say a big thank you to 1xBet for coming on board recently, and to Bizaway for getting us around all of these places. And I know we will have cricket in Croatia pretty soon. We'll have cricket in Gibraltar. I'll be going there actually, and I'm really looking forward to that as well. Quick shout outs as well to all the Blue crew on a hot day, to all the local crew as well have made the week a real success, feeding everyone, getting everyone around. So let's hear it for them. Big thank you. Big thank you also to our wonderful TV crew, make my life an absolute dream. They're pretty good cricketers as well, watch out. Latvia, as soon as they're ICC, they're getting straight on the network. Don't you worry about that. Phil's with me today, but also to Rico, to Danny that have helped me with the commentary over the week. Big thank you to you. Phil's back here, looking magnificent. Got to say a big shout out goes to the umpires as well. I know we've got the last 2 left standing here, but to all the umpires this weekend, to Charles as well, everyone you see up here. We love what we do. Doesn't mean it's always easy. We've always got challenges, but we genuinely love it. And we hope you enjoy the opportunity to do something that's really a once in a lifetime. And I think I get that from this group. Czechia, unfortunately for them, finished in 3rd place, but they did have a couple of wins along the way. Tough week for them, but also I'm seeing improvement all the time. They've improved even since I last saw them in May. So wishing them all the best going forward. To the runners-up in the end, to Croatia. I mean, you came home with a wet sail. Maybe took you a little bit longer to get into it than some of the other teams that had been playing a bit more. But yeah, if it had gone another day, who knows where you would have ended up. But I've really noticed you improving so much, even since last time I saw you back in Croatia, and I was watching you in Malta as well. So nice to see a few new players coming in, to your coaches and to your managers there, so to Vedran and Alan and everyone there in Croatia. I know they're really proud of you. So wish you all the best. Let's give it up for our runners-up, Croatia. And I will even shout out to Pavla Shenyug. Is that better? Yeah. We'll get it. But congratulations on your first 50. It's a big milestone. Okay, and look, I will mention just quickly, we've got the trophies to hand over. There is a MVP trophy first, and I'll call this person up to receive it. Again, plenty of good performances this weekend. Really made me happy how many players were making significant performances. I remember when it used to be maybe 1 or 2 people would decide the game, but not anymore. And the more you play with more experienced players, better you get. Shocking, I know. But congratulations for her performances with the bat and the ball, and even with the captaincy. Today, it's Lizzie Ferrari, the MVP from Gibraltar. Congratulations, Lizzie. And Lizzie looks like she could probably use a good lie-in tomorrow, so I hope you get one. But as far as this Gibraltar team goes, obviously, no secret, I saw you for the first time as a group in 2023. I know a lot of people involved in Gibraltar cricket as well, and some of the best people in European cricket, honestly. They really, really care. You've got these facilities, which I wish I had in my backyard, honestly. The fact that you've got the ability to use the indoor nets, the outdoor nets, and, you know, you can get as much out of your cricket as you put in. I think that you're in a really good position that way. So I honestly wish you all the best for the season. Good luck. I know you've got the upcoming tour of Estonia as well. I think you'll really enjoy that. And I hope you have an awesome season. I'd like to invite you all up then, because we're going to hand over the trophy. You've got about as many captains as players anyway. So we'll get you to all come up here, and Charles is going to hand over the winners' trophy. Big round of applause. The winners this weekend are Gibraltar. Well done. Well done. Great to see you out there. And look, I'm sure the celebrations will be good tonight. Gibraltar, a team that I really enjoy watching, but I enjoy watching all of these teams, and I want to see a lot more of them as well. Big thank you to everyone here around the world, and everything's been a big weekend of cricket. Don't forget, it will continue tomorrow with the European Cricket Series getting underway. But for now, it's Mr. Maximo Vinisandu live on the ground in Prague in the Sunday sunshine. We'll see you tomorrow for more cricket on the European Cricket Network. Good night, everyone. Hasta pronto.